Okay. Alright, because this is an older version of Minecraft. Switching the audio source doesn't switch properly, so I need to completely restart the game. Fortunately, it's not a big mod pack, so it's easy to handle. Okay, so the basic idea of what I want to do today is I've got this mod pack in which I've just added cubic chunks and some extra mods to make getting resources possible. And I'm right now in the process of automating getting resources via ex nihilo and what's it called? Immersive engineering. And basically, I just want to see. I wanted to test out infinite digging gameplay. I what I oh no, it's just a preview. Okay. Um, I want to see how Minecraft works as an incremental game, which like I've had this idea for a while now, even before Deep Slate was added, of adding another type of block that replaces bedrock, which reveals more stuff beneath where you would think the world ends. And once you've gone to bedrock there, in another future update, the bedrock there could be replaced with another block, and so on and so on. And so the basic idea is to I hope to one day be able to find out how exactly the cubic chunks world generation system works, which could allow me to get modded blocks, or maybe find or commission or make a mod, which can basically, based on depth, increase the difficulty of breaking blocks, while also adding resources you can use to break those difficult to break blocks. Like imagine the current iron, wood, stone, iron, diamond, matter, but it just keeps going and has different biomes. That's the idea. And the reason you are seeing some black and white footage in the top left corner of the screen is because it's going to be a long stream, and this is a 2 day and then some hour video of reviewing the Beverly Hillbillies. The April Fool's video by Quentin Reviews.
Is there other way to fry a chicken hawk? I'm just curious. It seems like by default it would have to be chicken fried. Hathaway says she doesn't have the time, but Jethro is more than happy
And
to
I'm just
give it
gonna
to
have that
her.
in the
Then
background.
Jed gets off the phone and says Jethro is late for graduation rehearsal. But Jethro says vittles are ready. Hathaway asks what is more important.
The video isn't
eating or
lagging, by the way.
graduating?
They've
And
switched
Jethro
from
starts to answer, but Jed says he's wrong.
they
And to
switched
get over
from
to the school. Later at the school,
using
Diana
footage
Davis
to
is practicing at
using
the
still
piano for the
images.
ceremony, while Mrs. Millicent Schuyler Potts listens. They start rehearsal up again. Then Jethro arrives, disrupting everything, and shows his classmates his new watch. Mrs. Potts reminds Jethro this was supposed to be a dress rehearsal, and
I
asks
need
him
to
if he
hold
got a
on.
dark suit.
I need to find a way to have the chat actually visible in the background. That's not hold on. If I've got this, I can move it over here. I can move this over here, and I can take. Oops, no, that's an idle again. Move this over to here. Oh, yeah, that looks good.
Jethro replies he did.
Does it work?
It's dark green with big yellow squares all over it. Plus he got yellow shoes and a necktie with a hula dancer that glows in the dark and says,
Kiss me in the dark, baby.
Mrs. Potts needs smelling salts and for Diana to call Mr. Drysdale as it's an emergency. Jethro gathers his classmates all around and starts to describe the place he got the suit, which sounds like a pawn shop. Mrs. Potts tells the students to get back in place. Graduation is 2 hours away, but Jethro corrects her that it is 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 34 seconds, which is even longer today. Mrs. Potts stops his countdown and asks students performing special exercises to step forward. Jethro steps forward with the other students. Mrs. Potts makes a mistake of asking what
I
special
hate how
exercise he was
every
going to
version
do,
of Next
and he
Nihilo
proceeds
has
to lift
different
her in the air
mechanics.
And says he could do it 50 times. So Mrs. Potts talks to Mr.
The one
Drysdale,
before this
and she knows he
had
holds a mortgage on the
auto
school,
sifting.
and the hillbillies are special
That's
friends
actually
of
useful.
his and his largest depositors, but she can't allow
As will be
Jethro
on
to
after this
graduate
one,
with the
and
rest of the
every
class.
new version of Ex
Mrs.
Nihilo
Potts
is made by a
explains
different
he will make a
person having
shambles
different
out of
ideas
them.
of how it
Plus
should be
he
done.
towers over the
And
other
none of them
children.
are using the
Mr.
prior system.
Drysdale reminds her she knew that when she enrolled him 2 years ago, but she responds she didn't, as the way the hillbillies talk,
And it's never the
she
same
thought
person.
She was enrolling
I've
a small boy,
not yet seen it,
which
at
is
least.
true. Mr. Drysdale still says to let Jethro graduate with the others, as he can't afford to antagonize the hillbillies, and Mrs. Potts can't afford to antagonize him. Mrs. Potts says the reputation of her school is involved, and Drysdale says forget it. Then she says money is also involved, and Drysdale asks her to tell him more. She explains Theodore Switzer will be presenting the certificates, and if he is impressed, he may give her school a very large sum of money. Drysdale recognizes him, as he's a philanthropist millionaire, and says he will make sure Jethro wears a nice suit and will have a talk with him. Jethro emerges carrying Diana and explains he's practicing his exercises, and Drysdale asks him to put her down. They quiz Jethro on what he would tell Mr. Switzer if he asks what he wants to be when he grows up. Yeah. And Jethro replies, a streetcar conductor, as they can spit money out of that machine faster than getting milk from a tall cow. Back at the mansion, Jed, Ellie, and Skipper are all dressed up for Jethro's graduation. Jethro runs through on the way to the kitchen and explains he needs to eat to keep up the strength to do his special graduation exercises. This causes Granny to arrive, as when Jethro starts swinging the knife and fork, it isn't safe to be in the kitchen. She just hopes he doesn't set fire to her kitchen with the sparks, then starts poking fun at Jed for being all slicked up. Jed explains this is a special day, but Granny thinks it's for Mrs. Potts, who she thinks has the hots for him. He asks why, and she says he's as handsome as a new buggy and is rolling in dough like a baker's knuckles. Outside, Mr. Drysdale has arrived with Mrs. Potts and Diana. He has changed his mind and has a plan on how Jethro can show up an hour late for graduation. Diana will get Jethro's watch, while Mrs. Potts will do the same with Jed's watch and set them back 45 minutes. Mrs. Potts doesn't understand how she can get Jed's watch, but Mr. Drysdale points out she's a woman, he's a man, and it's 1964. Or she could let Mr. Switzer judge his school by Jethro, so she agrees to the plan, as she needs Switzer's endowment. Also, Jethro won't miss his graduation. They will repeat everything once Switzer is gone.
I need
Granny
24.
invites them in and allows Mr. Drysdale to take Diana back to see Jethro, now that the edge is off his appetite. Granny knows Mrs. Potts is there to see Jed, and yells for him that the woman who doesn't know he's alive is there to see him. It's like Granny is the only one who remembers the events of the Clampetts Get culture. Jed arrives, and Mrs. Potts explains she was worried he wasn't coming, and wanted to give him a special invitation, the entire time trying to get his watch. Then he notes Granny watching everything, and suggests she go look after Jethro, but she says he ain't the one who needs looking after. Mrs. Potts returns Jed's watch, Then Mr. Drysdale returns with Diana and Jethro. Operation Set Everyone's Watch Back Like It's Some Kind of Screwed Up Daylight Savings Time was a success, as both Jed and Jethro's watch are off, with Jethro trying to give the exact time, and Drysdale confirms they are correct. Drysdale then insists on picking them all up, so they don't show up in the Clampett-mobile, and the guests leave along with Granny, who doesn't think the time can be right. So there are no other clocks.
That's some weird
in the
acceleration
mansion?
just now, that's
Surely one
weird.
of the stoves has a clock. Jed thinks Diana is sweet on Jethro, but Jethro explains she is only interested in him for his watch. Then Ellie
think I
wonders
hit.
if Skipper can go to the graduation, so they decide to see if Mrs. Potts is still there so they can ask her. Outside, Mrs. Potts has left, and Granny is trying to tell the time from the studio lights. She informs Jed it has to be 2:30 p.m., not a quarter
Super
to 2.
weird.
But Jed doesn't see how 3 store-bought watches can be wrong, and goes back in. Granny gets in the truck, as she plans to be on time, and Ellie and Skipper decide to go with her. I can understand Ellie wanting to have faith in her grandmother's driving abilities, but I'm a little disappointed in Skipper. Of course, then again, Skipper can also drive the truck. Jed comes back out as they leave, and tells her she isn't supposed to be driving, a reference to the Granny Learns to Drive episode, and that muley little woman is going to be 45 minutes
You know, in other
early.
versions
At
I
the
had
school,
whole systems
Mr.
built,
Drysdale
like
is
factory
talking to
lines,
Theodore
which
Switzer, how he has long admired
did
his
all of
money,
this.
many charities and philanthropies. Then once
I tried
he's
a few
gone,
ways of
Mr.
inserting
Switzer talks to Mrs. Potts
gravel
about how
into
her
these
entire
automatically.
class has a very impressive scholastic
And with a set of
average,
mods I have right
with
now,
the
it's not
exception
possible.
of Jethro
So,
Bodine. Mrs. Potts explains he's a special student who probably won't make it.
future versions at
Meanwhile,
least have
Ellie,
create, so
Skipper, and
that's,
Granny
if it
arrive,
requires a
where
use,
Jethro's
you can
classmates
use
are
the
happy to meet Skipper,
deployer.
as Jethro has told them all about him. Also, Armstrong user McHugh III is missing. I guess he's in a different class. One of Jethro's classmates gets an idea. Have Skipper fill in for Jethro. Granny says why not. Switzer keeps asking questions about Jethro, and Mrs. Potts and Diana try to cover him up by explaining he was a mistake, but they felt they had to try, and how he has an inferiority complex. But they have accomplished miracles with him, so they do the ceremony, and Skipper appears. Switzer checks the student list, and sees Skipper is where Jethro Bodine is listed. Switzer tells Mrs. Potts she was too modest, and it's a miracle Jethro is getting grades this good. He decides to double his endowment, then tells her if she could only get him past his inferiority complex, and Mrs. Potts says she'll work on it. So the moral is never forget you can be replaced, and maybe even by a monkey. Oh wow. I just finished it.
What I want to do here is make a
beat Petticoat Junction's finale
crusher,
hands down, although
which can
both had
turn
to do with education. From this point out,
cobblestone,
Jethro would say
which is
he has
generated
done
here,
graduated
into
from
gravel,
the 6th grade.
so I don't have
When
to
I
do
went
that
to
pad
school,
anymore.
Elementary school ended with the 6th grade, and we had fun with this, and I bet this is what the producers had in mind. Then they moved the 6th grade to be part of middle school, and ruined everything. Anyways, now that we finished watching the 1963 to 1964 run of the Beverly Hillbillies,
I still don't get how this
Is anyone
exactly
getting
works.
a little tired of everything we've been watching being in black and white? If that's the case, I hope you're really going to enjoy the intermission I have planned today.
I swear, there's some weird
We're not
acceleration
gonna be
going
watching
on.
the Beverly Hillbillies
That
or
was
Petticoat
not
Junction
going on
TV.
earlier.
Instead, we're going to be making a special review of a medium you may not associate with the franchise, because we're going to be reviewing the American Beverly Hillbillies and Petticoat Junction comics. And since these American comics were printed in color, it means we're going to be seeing these characters in color for the first time ever. Some panels from these comics will be specially acted out by the creators, so please consider supporting them. Especially Bragg TV, since I owe him money. So let's start things out here with Petticoat Junction issue 1, which has a cover date of October to December 1964. So when we open the comic, one of the first things we see is an advertisement. Obviously, these were more common back in the day. I'm going to try and cover all of these, because I find old advertisements really fascinating. Here we see a 132 Roman soldier toy set for only $1.98, which is almost $19 today. This is a pretty good deal, considering finding one of these sets used might cost you almost $200 at the moment. At the start of the comic, we see that the cannonball apparently runs next to a cliff, and inside, we see presumably Floyd and a passenger. We then learn that the title of this issue is The Secret of Uncle Joe's Wooden... Oh boy. Yeah, so this entire story is dedicated to exploring the lore of Uncle Joe's Indian. Floyd announces they are stopping at the Shady Rest.
What is the deal with those? There's been... What? Why do they exist? These statues. They're like, I guess, yeah, I mean, of course it would be bad to have one of those in a home. It's like, oh look, here's this caricature of these people. Just all of them stuffed into one big stereotype, but who would even have those? It's like having a World War II German having a caricature goblin guy in his living room. Nobody would do that. Not even, I mean, some weird people maybe, but who came up with the idea of making those kind of statues then?
Asked what's going on, as he didn't know about this stop. It turns out this passenger got on the wrong train. Lord knows how, because there really isn't another train he could have got on. He says he's much too important to be wasting his time at a place like the Shady Rest, and within moments of meeting him, Uncle Joe is contemplating murder.
Madam, I've suffered a great indignity. I insist on an immediate solution.
I'll give him a solution. A poison.
Your wife should have checked the trains.
The stranger is so angry that he starts turning into the Incredible Hulk. But as soon as he sees Joe's wooden Indian, he calms down and starts being real sweet to Kate. And Joe thinks he'll have to keep an eye on him. We find out his name is Rufus P. Billings, and he works in investments. And he says he was just joking, and he's looking very forward to staying at the Shady Rest. And by the way, if you haven't noticed, the wooden Indian looks a lot different in this comic. You know, it's bad enough that they have the wooden Indian in the show, but then they put him in the comics, and they whitewash him. So later in the night, we see Rufus studying a piece of paper.
That night, in the privacy of his room, Rufus is studying a yellow parchment in the harsh light.
That Uncle Joe's wooden Indian looks exactly like this sketch. Every detail, even the coloring. But I've got to make sure.
For the 1000th time, Rufus reads the priceless paper. He knows the fabulous story by heart, but again, as he reads, his imagination runs wild at the thought of the millions that might be his through The Secret of Uncle Joe's Wooden Indian.
Then we have a flashback, which is completely unnecessary at this time. The year is 1857, and a French nobleman is visiting New Orleans to invest in tobacco and lumber. He pays in raw jewels, as you do when you're French.
Monsieur, we have made the bargain.
What the fuck is that voice?
They're magnifique.
Never have I seen such jewels.
But someone's watching them from a window, and it must be the bad guy, because look at that mustache. The next day, it's discovered that all the jewels have been stolen by the window bandit, who makes off with them in the night. The bandit stops at a seedy lumberjack bar and tries to order wine, showing off gold coins he stole, and saying he's better than anyone else because he's also French. So, one of the lumberjacks stabs the man to death. The lumberjack goes through the bandit's belongings and finds more than logs. Once he finds the jewels, he knows someone will come looking for them. So he decides to hide them in a wooden Indian which he is building for a local hotel. He then leaves a drawing hidden in his
Okay, so
chimney,
like hotels
depicting
use
which
them.
Indian he has hidden the jewels
Just
in.
like a
This
decoration?
implies that the Shady Rest was built in 1857, which is much earlier than any of the origins given in the show. Also, this would mean that Petticoat Junction is set in Louisiana, which is far more specific than any details given in the show. Or maybe the Indian was built for another hotel, and Joe just got his hands on it somehow. Presumably, though, it's his plan to hide the stuff in the wooden Indian, wait for things to cool down, and then go back for them. Ironically, weeks later, the lumberjack is killed by a group of American Indians, leaving the treasure unclaimed. 40 years later,
they built them while the Indians were still going around, like, having conflicts actively. It's getting weirder and weirder.
The papers are found by the U.S.
I mean, I
government,
didn't
and a
suspect
sergeant
that
keeps
I would
them.
understand
Then
the
dies.
types of
Someone
people who
else
would make
steals them. And
those
then
kind of
the papers
statues.
get lost in a poker match at a prison, where they end up in the hands of our friend Rufus.
But I'm getting
Years
surprised
after this,
even now.
Rufus overhears an urban legend about jewels hidden in an Indian, and presumes that his
Should
Indian
probably
blood
look
must be
this
that
up one
sculpture.
day.
And eventually he ends up at the Shady Rest. Not a convoluted backstory at all. Back in the present, Rufus tries to sneak downstairs to study the Indian, but is given away by the building's creaky floors. The Joe sisters hear the creaks and think someone is raiding the kitchen in the middle of the night, and they catch Rufus studying the Indian with a match in hand.
Caught in the act.
You can't cook the Indian. The kitchen is to the left, Mr. Billings.
Kitchen? Ha! Yes. I thought I'd see if there's any raisin pudding left. Miss Kate's an excellent cook.
Come on. We'll all raid the kitchen together.
Kate catches the girls in the kitchen and yells at them, and the girls tell Kate about all the stories Rufus has told them. He claims he's been to Paris, known princes and princesses, and is a well-traveled man. Kate buys into these stories and begins dressing herself up pretty the next day to impress Rufus. It must be easy to fall for a guy when he's the only person in the room who isn't just a poorly traced photograph. Rufus senses that he needs Joe to be out of the house for him to be able to study the Indian, so he convinces Joe to go to town to see a local museum. But when Rufus gets back to the hotel, he finds the Indian is gone. He runs after the train to tell Joe that someone's stolen the Indian, and Joe explains that Kate and the girls hide it all the time. Rufus gets off the train and sets off to figure out where the sculpture has been stashed. He gets to the hotel and tries to get Kate to tell him where it is, and he says it's of some historical interest to him. During the conversation, he invites her to the Hooterville concert the next night, but they're interrupted by the girls, who tell Kate that Horace Tanner, the banker, is coming up the road, and he looks angry. Wait a minute. Coming up what road? I guess they're being metaphorical. Mr. Tanner arrives, and it seems his patience has run out, and Kate prepares to lose everything. Uncle Joe rushes in with a book. He says he's subscribed to MacGuffin Monthly, and he's just been delivered a book filled with Wild West stories. He says one of the stories seems to be about his wooden Indian. Rufus enters the room, saying he'd like to hear the story too. The book says when the Indian was built and by who, but it doesn't include the details about the jewels. Rufus offers to pay up whatever the family owes the bank, but only if he can take the Indian as collateral. Uncle Joe is against selling it, but agrees to the plan if it means saving the hotel.
I never thought that old Indian was worth a plug nickel. Rufus sure is a bug on history. I don't figure it.
Well, he better not figure on taking my Indian. It's just security till we get the mortgage money.
We'll never get the mortgage money if you keep buying every dang thing them salesmen peddle.
It's hard to keep a natural-born business tycoon hogtied, Kate. Come to think of it, where'd you hide my Indian?
In the middle of the night, Joe and Rufus both go looking for the Indian as they hunt around in the basement. Rufus ultimately finds the Indian, hanging from the ceiling by rope. Good job, Kate. You found a way to make it more offensive. Rufus pulls the Indian down and notices one of the wooden pegs is square instead of round. He suspects if he presses the square, the treasure will be revealed, but Joe catches him in the act. Joe says that something fishy is going on. Rufus says he was just studying the Indian, and that he wants to paint it to be more accurate to whatever tribe it represents. But Joe sees through the conster, and thinks that he's just there to steal it. Kate is woken up by their argument, and says that the Indian is going away the next day, collateral or no collateral, and she even threatens to burn it. The men agreed to compromise to stop this, and Joe agrees to have the Indian painted. The next day, the girls and Rufus box up the wooden Indian and get it on the train, and Rufus agrees to send it back freshly painted. Also, I guess he has given them the money by now because they don't lose the hotel. When Rufus gets to the other end of the train station, he is recognized by an investigator who says he is wanted in all 50 states, even Alaska. So Rufus tells the man at the depot to ship the crate back to the return address. He then sends a telegram to Kate saying he's now tied up in South America. Must be hard to send a telegram while you're being arrested. So the family gets back the wooden Indian, they get to keep their house, and they never become the wiser about the great fortune hidden inside it. In the sponsored final pages, we see an advertisement for diamond-shaped stamps, which I figure are just stamps printed stupid. And more interestingly, a color advertisement for a BB gun for kids, with the selling point being that it looks Just like a real gun. What could go wrong?
That was the comic's first issue, and it was a wild one if you ask me. So now let's move on to the comic's second issue, which has a cover date of January to March 1965.
So issue 2 starts with a little black and white prequel, because I guess they couldn't get enough ads for the opening page. Uncle Joe is mad because it's his birthday, and he can't find his rocking chair, and he thinks it's been stolen. However, the girls reveal they just repainted it as a gift. Also, the comic briefly misspells Bobby Joe's name. It's Joe without the E, if you didn't know. So on the proper first page, we learn that an opera singer is coming to Hooterville and wants to book out the Shady Rest. The family rushed to clean the hotel, and they somehow moved the elevator, because it's not there now. Kate waxes the floor, and everyone starts to slip, even the wooden Indian, who falls on top of a priceless vase. The next day, the group wait on the opera singer, and Uncle Joe comes out wearing
Are
a
these the
worn-out
dust
suit.
particles
He says he's trying
that
to
can
seem
happen from
high-class,
explosions,
and that he
or
hasn't worn
something
his
else?
clothes since his uncle died in
Ooh.
1909. He must have been a mighty
Ooh.
big 5-year-old. A man named Mr. Twill arrives.
Didn't know that
and
could
says
happen.
His car broke down. You may have noticed that the comic writers have not picked up on the fact that there is no road near the hotel. Well, on second thought, maybe that's why his car broke down. Twill is a member of the Hooterville Opera Committee and is there to announce the arrival of the opera singer, the great Ranroli. Ranroli appears and trips off the train. Mr. Twill responds to this by pushing Kate in front of Ranroli.
How stupid of me to trip! Never have I seen such devotion. This dear woman sacrificed herself to break my fall.
Ranroli is upset about the accident and retires upstairs. Later, the singer is heard causing a ruckus, and his assistant complains that there isn't hot water. Kate says she'll have Joe look at the boiler later, and that she's preparing a special dinner for Ranroli.
Well, everything's ready, and it's just 7 o'clock.
I'll bet that Ron Roley fella ain't ever seen vittles spread out like this.
It looked great.
I wish I hadn't eaten so much for lunch.
I hear footsteps. They're coming, Ma.
But it turns out the assistant has come down alone, and he says Ranroli isn't feeling well and can't
Oh,
make
no,
it to
actually, I
dinner.
need this,
Joe tells Kate not to worry.
Buck up, Kate. These great artists are real delicate people. Besides, you got all us. We'll pack these vittles away real good.
Meanwhile, the next day, the Joe
This
sisters
area
run
looks a
in and
little
say
too
that there's a
dark.
group of people on the front lawn playing music to try and impress Ranroli. Kate says she's going to call the police. I'll say that again. Kate says she's going to call the police. How are you going to do that, Kate? Thinking the visitors might be good for business, Kate throws a hotel
For
reception
reference,
with
they
the
don't have a
advertising
working
music,
phone in
while
which
Joe
town.
sells lemonade and cakes for 25 cents.
That's why that's
which is
notable.
roughly $2.39
It's
today.
It's a 20 hours in. I'm not gonna restart now, so you know.
Is there to see it. But at the last minute, Ranroli's assistant comes out to announce that the singer has come down with a case of laryngitis. The assistant says that Ranroli regrets this more than anyone else, and he'll do another show in a few days. Backstage, we find out this was all a ruse.
A few minutes later, backstage.
Laryngitis. I never felt better in my life.
Woo! Well, if they ever find out you're a fake, you won't feel so well.
Oh my
Quiet,
god.
you fool. I could sing good at one time. Now let's get the money and scram.
That ain't gonna be easy. There's a million people outside, and Kate's gone for a doctor.
Doctor, that'll ruin everything quick. Let's get to Shady Rest. We'll pull a special rest routine and sweat out a few days.
I hope we can make it out to Shady Rest. There's a lot of people out there.
Ranroli locks himself in his hotel room, and the assistant says he's refused outside medical care. We soon learn that Uncle Joe has knocked himself out trying to drag his wooden Indian up the basement stairs. Billy Joe reveals that he wanted to show it to Ranroli, thinking it would cheer him up.
These is nice people. Makes it hard to swindle them.
Now what?
Ma, there's a guy at the door with a lantern. Claims he's got the best formula in the world for laryngitis.
One thing you'll take note of is whenever they show the Shady Rest in these comics, it's almost always obscured in some way. This is because at this point in the actual TV show, we had never seen the full hotel outside the porch. A full model wouldn't be built until 1966, but we covered that in a different intermission. So because the artist had no real reference material, they instead would draw the Shady Rest with basically no details at all. And as we'll see later, When they try to guess, they get things really
What?
wrong.
Come on.
Speaking of contradictions, a giant
no.
crowd gathers outside the Shady Rest to see Ron Rowley,
Okay,
and the
so-
hotel's phone starts ringing off the hook with people trying to reach him, which is really impressive since it's not even hooked up. I ask you, how did the writers of this comic know what the Shady Rest phone looks like, but they didn't know that the phone doesn't work?
The sound wasn't on, but I think I got the gist of it.
The next day, Kate cooks a morning meal for Ron Rowley, and wow, is that kitchen not right. I mean, just look at the stove. The Shady Rest does not have a stove like that. Ron Rowley hears
Could I
Betty
get
Jo singing in the
some
other
slabs
room
or?
and says she has the voice of an angel. Hopefully she doesn't have the mouth of a sailor. Ron
I think,
Rowley says he can make her a star. All he needs is $5,000. In today's money, this is nearly $48,000, which is a ridiculous amount to ask someone for. Kate is uncharacteristically supportive of Betty Jo leaving school and touring the country.
I'm gonna be using not
To do this, she
slabs,
decides
but
to mortgage the hotel.
torches.
Later that night, Kate privately cries over the situation, as she fears she'll be losing the hotel and Betty Jo all at once. Ron Rowley's assistant overhears this, and decides to stand up for the family.
Minutes later.
Well, P.O., how did you find things with the little people of Shady Rest? Restful, I trust.
Listen, Fatso, your son and me is gonna have a little talk.
After this, Kate, the sisters, and Joe hear clashing upstairs, and think the two...
I don't need
in
to
the hotel
prevent the
room
mushrooms
apart.
from growing, I
Kate
just need
heads
to
up
prevent them from
administer a
appearing in the
chemo
first
bath.
place.
She threatens to call the
And this
police,
should do it.
again with the phone, and the two men exit.
The important part is the mycelium.
Then the door opens.
Oh, 1,000 pardons. Artistic temperaments will flare up, but it's nothing, ain't P.O.?
It's just a little difference of opinion. Now everything is okay. We'll pay for any damage.
Later, Ron Rowley and the assistant argue again. The assistant wants to take the concert money and run, but Ron Rowley wants to take Kate's money as well. Kate comes back from the bank and says they want to do an in-person inspection of the hotel before they approve a loan.
Needs
Meanwhile,
copper, I
Betty
need
Jo has
copper,
been
okay,
taking
yeah.
singing lessons with Ron Rowley and says that everything he teaches seems to be wrong. Suddenly, the hotel shakes like an earthquake and smoke bellows from the basement. We learn that the boiler has burst, and it will cost $700 to get a new one. Kate says she will now need a few more days to get the money for Ron Rowley, and he says to forget it. He'll be refunding the concert tickets and leaving that night. He also says that Betty Jo's voice needs a few more years of maturing before she's ready for stardom. Betty Jo is relieved, as she never really wanted to be an opera singer anyways. Ron Rowley gets on the train and leaves, just as Kate gets a telegram that a birdwatchers committee wants to rent out the hotel, so they'll be able to afford to fix that boiler. On the same page as the final panel, an advertisement sets for a glamorous gown for a teen doll. Apparently this was a company that just made doll dresses, but not dolls. Thank goodness the previous owner of this comic ignored this, as cutting out this clipping would mean destroying a panel on the previous page. Instead of an ad, the page after this is another black and white quickie. Kate finds all three of her daughters are skipping out on their household chores, respectively vacuuming the rugs, polishing the silver, and waxing the furniture. It turns out all three girls have dates with boys that night, and Uncle Joe thinks of a way to teach them a lesson. Later in the evening, the women find their suitors are all late, and Bobby Joe suspects they've been stood up. Outside, we see their dates running away, as Joe has put up a sign that reads quarantine, making them think the girls have the Rona. Real nice of Joe to use a plank of wood instead of a sheet this time. Finally, in the sponsored final page, we see an advertisement for a set of 100 toy soldiers.
100?
Which is almost $12 today.
100?
Remember these things from Toy Story. In grade school, I did a gift exchange, and I got a bunch of these as a gift. I always thought it was the worst gift ever. I just couldn't imagine someone who would want to play with these.
So that's issue 2, good and done with. Let's move on to issue 3, which has a cover date of April to June 1965.
I mean, I guess they're cheap to make, but man. To get that amount of toys nowadays, like individual pieces,
Zero, you're hurting me.
even without inflation, you don't get that good. Like, if you calculate up inflation,
Just kidding. But this
the amount of toys you get with that is still
was
immensely
advertised on
less.
Page 1, the $100 a week club.
Let me put you in a profitable business you can run from home. Spare time, full time. If you've always dreamed of getting into the
Nowadays, if you
$100
want
week
something
bracket,
worth your
here's your chance to join the
worth it,
club.
you
Men
get
all
a
over the
3D
country are
printer.
doing it with my simple proven plan. So can you. The 60-year-old Mason Shoe Manufacturing Co. will set you up in a profitable shoe store business. In your spare time, this business can add enough to your present paycheck so your weekly income is at least $100. Or run this business full-time and earn as much as $960 a month. But you should never make less than $100 a week again if you take advantage of this opportunity. No wonder you'll make so much money.
This really does feel like something Uncle Joe would fall for.
Yeah, that's
This
what I'm
issue has a
thinking.
title. It's called Bombshell Betty, Bomb Shady Rest if you trust the opening page, and When Bombshell Betty Hits the Junction if you trust the front cover. So Floyd comes down to the Shady Rest saying he just got a telegram and has great news. Years ago, his little sister married a rich Hollywood type, and now she's coming back with her daughter Betty, who he hasn't seen since she was knee-high.
How great! Where's she live?
Hollywood, the movie town.
Oh, she must know all of the movie stars. Imagine living in Hollywood. I can't wait to meet her.
Hold your horses. She'll be here tomorrow. I wonder what John Wade is really like.
I presume that she means John Wayne. So Betty arrives at the Shady Rest the next day, and the hotel is flooded with teenage boys. And hey look, I found Waldo. So the boys in Hooterville are already obsessed with Betty, and offer to bring all of her luggage up to the hotel. Floyd has a monkey on his shoulder,
Steele is
and
one
I
of the
presume that's
bottlenecks
hers as
right
well.
now, so
Betty
let's see.
continues to flirt with the boys from Hooterville, and pretends
Yep.
to sprain her ankle so they'll carry her up to her room. The Joe sisters say they've had enough of Betty already, and leave her luggage behind, meaning Uncle Joe has to get it all himself. The boys invite Betty to a dance that Saturday, and she asks if Kate has room service, as she isn't sure if she can make it to the table, and she wants a salad for her monkey. After dinner, the Joe sisters keep being jealous, and decide to dress up like Raggedy Ann and imitate Betty. Kate tells them to knock it off, as the problem with young folks is they try to grow up too fast, then run out of things to do in
What
life.
was,
Movie stars dress like that only for the movies and show. Around their homes, they dress like us, especially the young ones.
I don't remember the young ones dressing like that. Well, maybe Neil. The next day, the boys come back to see Betty again, and Uncle Joe rips his pants while bending over. Betty runs around the hotel lobby, trying to redecorate while saying that she knows better because she's from Hollywood. She says the wooden Indian should be in the middle of the room, and tries to get the boys to help her. Uncle Joe is furious to see someone's messing with his Indian, and Betty's monkey bites him, which she says is a sign of affection. That night, Betty plans to throw a party, and the three Joe sisters skip it out of protest. The next night, Betty throws another party, and the Joe sisters finally decide to join in. Suddenly, a fight breaks out on the dance floor, and someone gets knocked into the wooden Indian. Luckily, Joe catches it, and Kate comments that the Indian is extremely heavy, and you'd think it would be, since it's filled with priceless gems and jewels. Kate has finally had enough, and kicks everyone out of the hotel. Floyd apologizes to Kate for the trouble, and she says
don't tell me
she's
these
sorry
haven't
too,
been
but she
ventilating.
wants his niece out of there the next morning.
Oh,
Suddenly, a
don't
handsome
tell
man
me
checks
these
into
haven't
the
been
hotel, who
ventilating.
the girls identify as Larry Grant, clearly a parody of Cary Grant, but he says his name is actually Buck, and
Why? These things literally have one job. And they don't do it. Okay. So they do it, just not when in direct contact with... It's dumb. That's really dumb. Let's just leave it open like this. Okay. Okay. I need charcoal.
Holly is from Hollywood, he has no relation to the film star. We see an interesting panel of the Shady Rest, where a bunch of mailboxes sit on a tree, which is ridiculous, as the family gets their mail from Sam Drucker. After this, more Hooterville boys talk to Betty.
What's Hollywood really like, Betty?
Yeah, and all them pretty stars.
Hollywood isn't like Hooterville, and the stars would be the first to say so.
What's wrong with Hooterville? We got lots of great places. Did you ever see Skunk Creek? Or Big Snake Cave?
Hooterville is the best place in the territory.
Betty sees who she thinks is Larry Grant, and he asks for directions to the post office, and Betty offers to take him, and suddenly they're in a really big town. I have no idea where this is, but it's not Hooterville. But Betty is disappointed that Buck keeps talking to her like she's a child, and she eventually gets flustered and runs to her room. So Betty throws another party at the Shady Rest, but at this point everyone in town has grown old of her attitude, and no one wants to dance with her. She goes to her room.
I think if this doesn't scale. Again, in another
which
version of
doesn't
Ex
mean
Nihilo,
she's
this
nice
has a
enough.
compression
Everyone forgives
variant
her
where
for
you can
being
compress
mean, and she realizes
both the
she
hammers
needs to
and
celebrate
the
being young without trying to grow
cobblestone,
up too fast.
and
To
have
show
a
her
compressed
newfound
cobblestone,
immaturity, Betty even
which
gives her
is
pet monkey to the
incredibly
town
fast.
zoo. You remember the
In
Hooterville
comparison, like,
Zoo?
you
Of
know,
course you
exactly
do.
9
On
times
the
as
sponsored
fast.
final page, we have yet another pyramid scheme. Yay! They'll send you American plant seeds for free, and you just have to sell them to your friends and family, then send the company back the profits. And once you do that, the company will send you so many valuable prizes. What the ad doesn't tell you is that if you don't send the money back, the mafia will come and break your kneecaps. Other ads in this issue include a range of rare stamps you could buy if you were into stamp collecting as a kid, and according to the ad, it only cost 25 cents, which is $2.35 today.
Man, old comic ads are
Junction
crazy.
issue number 4, which has a cover date of July to September 1965.
So this comic has an interesting start, as it's the first issue to have an actual illustration on the front cover, instead of just a photograph. Text at the top reads, "There's magic in the air when 2 mad magicians start playing tricks on everyone at the junction. The 3
Why
Joe
is
sisters
junction in
stand
quotes?
aghast as Uncle Joe has been transformed into a 2-headed jack-in-the-box, or perhaps a Joe's in the box. Kate stares in shock, as if it's the most terrifying thing she's ever seen. This scene will not happen within the comic itself.
Yeah.
At the start of the story, everyone excitedly runs toward the cannonball, as there are 2 magicians on board, the Lafarge twins. Uncle Joe is confused and says he's seeing double, 4 Charlies.
Step down, oh mighty engineer. Your steady hand at the throttle has made a fine trip possible. Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Your clear vision has guided us safely to Shady Rest.
Conductor Smooth, you conducted a Grant trip, so don't trip as you detrain. If I did, I'll land on you. Then we'll both be in pain.
So everyone in this comic keeps calling Charlie and Floyd Pratt and Smoots. These are the characters' last names, minus the last S in Floyd's case, but I've never brought it up because no one really calls them that in the TV show.
Hey there, you 2 Smoots and Pratts. What's going on? Tell me before I have you arrested.
Uncle Joe, wait, there's a trick here somewhere.
So one of the Floyds takes off his mask, revealing himself as the Master. Okay, he says his real name is Felix Lafarge, which sounds like a name the Master would make up. Probably an anagram of a fragile flex or something. A large argument begins, until one of the Charlies takes off his mask, revealing that he's a different incarnation of the Master.
Sky Fury.
But really his name is Frederick Lafarge, and he's the other Lafarge brother, and his name is an anagram of Serial Dragriff, or maybe Farce Glared Fur, or Fecal Drag Fryer. All valid names for a subpar punk band with a $5 cover. We see in the next panel that this whole scene is apparently taking place outside of Sam Drucker's store, which is odd as I've just now realized we never see Sam in these comics. I guess likeness rights are expensive. The 3 girls wish that the Lafarge twins were triplets because they find the men attractive, which is really creepy writing. Suddenly, the Lafarge twins are on top of the cannonball and announce that one of them is going to jump into the smokestack and will appear at the Shady Rest unharmed. Everyone is in disbelief of this, as they think the man will be killed. But Lafarge takes the leap, and the train heads to the hotel. Kate, the girls, and Joe run after it. When they get there, both men appear, until one suddenly vanishes. He then reappears on top of the Shady Rest, which is drawn like a 1-story building, and Joe falls over. Eventually, the Lafarge brothers check into the Shady Rest, and Charlie struggles to get his luggage to the hotel. Suddenly, Uncle Joe hears a noise inside one box, as if there's someone inside it, and one of the brothers appears to say that there is someone inside, as it's a good way to travel. Kate insists the man be let out, and Joe threatens to call the sheriff. Once again, phone doesn't work. I will point it out every time. So Lafarge hits the button, and it's a jack-in-the-box, and a ventriloquist dummy. His name is Jumping Jimmy, and he asks you to respect his lifestyle choices. There's a crash upstairs, and everyone runs up to find the other Lafarge brother has fainted. He soon wakes back up, and there's a bit where both brothers grow beards. Billy Joe is enamored with the pair's act, and asks them to teach her magic. They start by performing another impersonation, as one of the brothers suddenly becomes Uncle Joe. Suddenly, the real Uncle Joe shows up, and the two fight over who is the real Fat Boy Shady.
You don't recognize me? Eh? Well, I'll be danged. You look sort of familiar, but we're always getting straight characters around here. Well, I'm Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe? You can't be, 'cause I'm Uncle Joe. Billy Joe, who's this danged imposter? I'm Uncle Joe, and you know it. Billy Joe, where'd this idiot come from? Call your ma. Kate gets it straightened out. Don't stand there, girl. Call Kate and let's throw out this blasted imposter. Imposter? Why, you dang gazook? I'll take you apart with my bare hands.
Kate gets Lafarge to cut it out, and Uncle Joe is relieved to find out he was the real one all along. Billy Joe suddenly realizes she has a crush on one of the Lafarge twins. The only problem is, she's not sure which one, because all white people look the same to her. Uncle Joe and the magicians walk around after supper, and the twins use their ventriloquism to make Joe think his wooden Indian is alive and can talk. Suddenly, a painting in the hallway of Joe's dead uncle also starts talking. This uncle is apparently a different one than the Uncle Joe mentioned a few issues ago. The next morning, the Lafarge twins stand out in front of the hotel and do countless tricks for visitors, including turning into Abraham Lincoln and Teddy Roosevelt. Kate and the girls grow anxious that if the twins keep doing magic this out in the open, they'll run out of material by the time of their big show. So Kate tasks Joe with trying to hide them away from people visiting the hotel. And so Uncle Joe decides to lock them in the basement. This won't be the last time he does this in the franchise. The twins quickly break out and play more tricks on Joe and Kate. The night of the big show, the brothers come out and start doing their tricks, but everyone in town has already seen their material and begin booing. An angry mob forms and begins attacking the men. Backstage, the twins begin to fight over who is to blame, and eventually the Shady Rest family convinces him to try again. So a few days later, they do another show, present unseen material, and the show is a hit. The moral of the story is, never do anything for free that you could charge money for, I guess. In the sponsored final page, an advertisement asks you to send in drawings to see if you're talented enough to pay someone to teach you how to draw good.
What?
Other ads in this issue promote such things as the diamond-shaped stamps again, a rocket model kit, and international correspondence schools, which I guess must have something to do with our
Okay,
correspondence
let's see.
schools.
Redstone.
So let's go ahead and move on to the final issue of Petticoat Junction,
Seems easy enough.
which has a cover date of October 1965. And as you can see
If I
from
had
the
any
front
copper
cover,
left.
this one's all about baseball. A topic I know absolutely a lot about, so I won't be at all confused about this one.
Okay.
So at the start of the comic, we find out that a famous baseball league is coming to town, and Uncle Joe gets into an argument with the elderly Mr. Dancroft over who knows more about baseball. They run into the team at the Shady Rest, and the baseball players play various pranks on Uncle Joe. Eventually, a baseball gets loose in the hotel, and in the process, the wooden Indian falls on Joe and snaps in half. So maybe Joe can get to those priceless jewels and emeralds now. Joe fixes the Indian, and Kate tells him to get rid of it again, but Joe says it brings the hotel class. Kate says she wants the Indian out of the lobby, and that goes for the baseball players too. One of the players speaks kindly to Kate, and she gets flustered, and Billy Joe says he reminds her of Rock Hudson. So it turns out the baseball team needs money, and can't even pay the hotel bill if they don't get some. So they decide to try and hold a game at Hooterville.
Oh my god,
To
those
find a
faces.
challenger, they do an open pitch session where one of the men bullies a local boy, and mocks all of the Hooter villains. So a game is announced, and Uncle Joe is selected to be the team coach. That night, everyone decides to party like it's 1965, and in the process, Uncle Joe breaks his leg. A group of men carry Joe away, naturally holding him from the broken leg, and it's announced that he won't be able to coach like he wanted. One of the baseball players breaks a window at the Shady Rest, and a fist fight starts outside. Kate tries to intervene, and in the process is decked in the face. Kate announces the ball players need to leave, as she's done with them. At the big game, the Hooterville baseball team is losing bad against the out-of-towners, even as Uncle Joe makes it to the game on crutches. Anyway, you remember Mr. Dancroft? The old guy? Turns out he has a nephew, who's sort of like a redneck Fonz, and he's good at everything. He joins the baseball game, and he throws a homer. I don't know what that means, but he does it. And Hooterville wins. The baseball guys decide to pick a fight with Redneck Fonz, but end up losing again. In the end, they say they've all learned a lesson. The end. The sponsored final page is our final pyramid scheme of the Petticoat Junction run.
Boys, girls, men, women, if you know just 10 people, you can make at least $50, more likely $100 to $200 in your spare time.
Joke's on you. I don't know 10 people. Other advertisements in the comic include a company that sold jewelry with your name printed on it, a poster for the least controversial Jerry Lewis film to feature him playing a clown, and an advertisement for the, quote, world's biggest life-size poster of the Beatles. If that's true, I figure that woman must be almost 8 feet tall.
This comic sucks. It's easily the worst of the 5 issues. I mean, we established in season 2 that Betty Jo plays baseball. And so you do a comic about baseball, but she's not even in it. It's just about some guy we've never heard of? All in all, I did enjoy the Petticoat Junction comics. But for the most part, they're just fan fiction. They're really at their best when they're so stupid they just make you laugh. With that out of
sounds
the way,
about right.
let's move on to the big leagues. With the Beverly Hillbillies issue 1, with a cover date of April to June 1963.
The comic starts with a 1-page black and white introduction. Granny gets a new washing machine from Jed as a gift, but she can't figure out how to use it. So she goes back to doing it how she did it back home, and starts cleaning their laundry in the cement pond. So on the actual first page, while serving hot pancakes, Granny begins to complain that the family has nothing to do, causing Jed to say that millionaires don't have to do anything. He recaps the plot of the pilot episode, and right away we can see that the writers of these comics don't quite understand the show's plot.
When I struck oil on our farm back home, we couldn't rightly stay there and keep on farming and all.
I don't know why not.
I'm sure you don't need me to tell you this, but back home, the Clampetts didn't run a farm. They lived on swampland. So I'm sure from here on out, we're going to see even more inconsistencies. Granny says that living in Beverly Hills has made the kids lazy, and that they have nothing to do. Jed says that maybe she's right, and they should try to get Ellie and Jethro hobbies. Just then there's a knock at the door, meaning that the mysterious music never plays. We find out it's Earl Chester, one of the Clampetts' neighbors, who says his car is broken down. He was hoping that the Clampetts could give him a push. Jethro comes out to push the car by hand, and Earl explains that he thought they could push his car with their car, which is a very non-millionaire thing to request. But Jethro pushes the car by hand, and the neighbor thanks him, and now he won't be late to the studio. He explains he is a producer at Golden Harvest Studios, which must be one of the main competitors of Mammoth Studios. Oh wait, you won't get that yet. So the man says the studio is having a lot of problems and heads off. Jethro asks what a producer does, and if Thomas F. Wilson doesn't know, Jed certainly doesn't. So Jed comes up with the theory that a producer is a man who grows produce, and that Golden Harvest Studios is a massive farm. Jed speaks to Granny, and says he's decided the family should go down to Golden Harvest and try to give them some help with their farming. He then notices that Granny is washing dishes by hand instead of using the electric dishwasher he bought her. She says the dishwasher is too loud, and besides, it's a great place for their cat Lulu to snuggle with her kittens, because if Granny is known for one thing, it's loving critters. And if that wasn't bad enough, when we see the family driving to the movie studio in the next panel, Jed is the one driving. Now as a reminder to everyone at home, Jed doesn't drive the Clampett mobile. Jethro does. Jed driving the truck is a common image in Beverly Hillbillies secondary media, and is a common Mandela effect in former viewers. They go to the movie studio, where the gate guard thinks they're in costume, and lets them in once they mention they're friends of Mr. Chester. Once inside the studio, the family think all of the sound stages are greenhouses, and they take to exploring. Incidentally, as I implied before, this comic has accidentally predicted a storyline that we're going to see at the start of the show's 3rd season. The group discover a stage full of conga girls dancing, and Jethro interrupts them to try and take one of them home. A director tells Jethro he's wasted $10,000 worth of film, which is almost $100,000 today. Ellie finds her way onto a set with a matador and a bull, and she thinks this is one of Chester's farmers. Ellie stops the bull from lunging out, but causes it to crash into a brick wall. The director curses Ellie for ruining his film, but she tells him not to put farmhands at risk like that. She then gives the bull sugar, apparently having already tamed it. Directors at the studio demand to talk to Mr. Chester, but he is unavailable as he's meeting with his psychiatrist in his office, because the psychiatrist does house calls apparently. Chester tells the shrink about his recurring nightmares, where people are trying to help him while unknowingly making his life worse. Meanwhile, on
Be
the
sure
set
some of them don't
depicting
even do
ancient
office
Troy,
visits, they
Jed
just kind
and
of
Jethro
exist.
discover a massive wooden horse being boarded by actors dressed as Greek soldiers.
Taking up
One
space
of
in
the
the
soldiers
film
insults
book.
Jethro, and he goes on a rampage. So Granny discovers a set that's supposed to be a beach, and accidentally
way
hits
around
the
it.
one
I'm
lever
gonna need to-
that automatically makes the studio flood with water. And you see, that's what you get for hiring non-union engineers. Inside his office, Mr. Chester tells his shrink about the hillbillies and how they helped him with his car, and he realizes that he should have been more grateful for their help. Meanwhile, the hillbillies end up in a room that looks like the planet Mars, where astronauts and aliens mingle. Suddenly, a giant metal bug emerges and begins attacking the planet, but the guns of the locals have no effect. Jethro decides to intervene, chopping up the monster with his axe, much to the anger of the crew, who reveal it took 6 months to build the animatronic. Finally, the hillbillies end up in a room with overgrown plants and elephants, but the hillbillies think the elephants are all overgrown pigs. So Jed decides to scare them away from eating Mr. Chester's crops by shooting into the air. Jethro notes that Jed has struck oil again, as it's now dripping from the ceiling. Someone at the studio says this must mean that Jed shot a hole in the oil tank on the roof. Soon they see a, quote, native kidnapping a woman and tying her to be burnt at the stake. Naturally, the hillbillies decide to rescue her. As the room is filled with stampeding elephants,
This just seems like a widespread security failure.
the
Like,
actress says that whatever movie this shot is for, it will be the greatest of all time. Mr. Chester eventually finds out what's been going on and curses the hillbillies, until Jed reveals he wanted to make a donation to Chester's farm. As Chester starts counting, he realizes it's enough to build a new studio, and he doesn't even notice that he's being picked up by one of the giant pigs. As Jed leaves, he says that Mr. Chester doesn't run a very good farm, but he'd be smart to consider turning it into a movie studio instead. In the one-page black and white page at the end of the comic, Jed buys Ellie and Jethro some books so they can commence to learning, but they get easily distracted, and so Granny decides to put the books to better use.
Now that's more like it. They can keep all the furniture from wobbling. I guess maybe books can be useful, Jed.
Granny, you's the stubbornest woman on 2 feet, but we all love you.
In the sponsored final page, a set of 147 miniature cars are advertised. Readers who sent in the slip on the final page would receive 3 cars for only $2.49, which is about $24 today. However, according to some sources I read online, the company was later sued for false advertising, as the cars were 2-dimensional cutouts,
Oh my
not
God.
actual models.
Let's talk about
Well, that
issue
sucks.
2, which has a cover date of July to September 1963.
Issue 2
again, old comic advertisements are absolutely crazy. You would see literal scams just
But
on
Jen
them.
says she'll have to settle for going to the market. There she finds fish which are so fresh that they're still alive, and so she has put them into the cement pond so she can have the satisfaction of catching them herself. The main story of this issue is titled Living Elegant and begins with Jethro and Ellie lounging in the mansion's front yard. Jethro says that every day at 4, it starts raining upside down on the lawn, which Ellie doesn't believe until she sees for herself. These are, of course, the sprinklers, which we haven't seen since way back in Season 1, Episode 3. Jethro takes an axe and starts hacking up the yard, but is interrupted by their neighbor, a bald man wearing a Hawaiian shirt and holding a cane. Strangely, the comic clearly identifies him as the banker, Mr. Drysdale. So clearly what's happened here is that the writers found a reference image of Raymond Bailey without knowing that he wore a hairpiece for the show. This art wouldn't be so pitiful if it wasn't for the fact that the show had been the #1 program on TV for almost a year. So they really had no excuse. Jethro says that the upside-down rain
always great when
he's trying to rest on the lawn, so Mr. Drysdale
people who have absolutely no clue are used for making
And along come Mr. Drysdale.
extended works.
The rain just like that.
Them bankers is all alike. Now they even runs the weather.
Ellie comes in and says they have new neighbors who talk very strangely. Jed figures they must be foreigners, like the hillbillies were when they moved to Beverly Hills, and says they should help them feel welcome like Mr. Drysdale did when they moved in.
Meanwhile, the new neighbors are getting settled.
Count von Strom, everything is ready for you.
Excellent, Fritz. The Countess and I will want to rest before dinner.
Oh my god.
My son and my father.
If that's not a supervillain of some kind.
I hope my room has a decent view of trees.
Look at that guy.
Look out on the neighbors.
Eric, the trouble with you is that you were never in the army.
Grandpa, you promised not to pick on the boy anymore.
Oh man. Oh, he was an actual villain, apparently.
We have searched the world over for a new permanent home. Perhaps we shall find the peace and privacy we seek here in these lovely hills.
Let us hope so.
I still say we should have remained in Europe.
I figure Volvania must be where they make Volvos. So the hillbillies come to the front door and offer some home-cooked victuals, but the butler turns them away. Jed becomes convinced that their new neighbors are just shy, and they decide to climb their mansion's wall and end up at their cement pond. After explaining that they're the neighbors, the Von Stroms become more friendly with the family. The mother of the Von Strom family passes out, so Jed gives her some corn liquor, which is pretty out of character for him. But she jolts up and jumps into the cement pond despite not being able to swim. Meanwhile, the oldest Von Strom, a former military man, takes after Granny romantically. Okay, so they go to the Von Strom dining room, try some of Granny's victuals, the family pretends to like it, then the old general guy shoots Jethro's gun, ruining their chandelier. Ellie plays football inside, the Von Strom mother is an alcoholic now and keeps finding excuses to get more white lightning. Pretty typical comic stuff. The hillbillies invite the family over, and the mother and old military guy insist they go. The Von Stroms decide to dress down so the hillbillies feel more comfortable, but the hillbillies decide to dress up in the fancy clothes Drysdale brought them. So when they all show up for the party, neither families are dressed as expected. Granny has managed to cook a dinner of authentic Volvo cuisine, using her picture cookbook. The two families get along fine, and the comic comes to an end. There are
that's
two
nice.
sponsored pages at the end of this one. In the first, it
What
is
did
a
I
Wonder
write?
Toy Soldiers ad that we also saw in the Petticoat Junction
Yeah, how much did I
The
have
second
here?
is another ad for an authentic 1960s BB gun.
I'll still be needing more, yeah.
Back then, you could just order firearms through the mail back then. At some point,
No, wait, I
an
could
adult just
probably...
needs to be responsible and say,
Yeah.
you'll shoot your eye out. Up next, let's talk about the Beverly Hillbillies issue number 3, which has a cover date of October to December 1963.
Issue 3 starts with another one-panel comic, where Jethro appears in the kitchen and complains that the TV in the basement isn't working. Jed comes down, and sure enough, it's a new dryer, which Jethro misunderstood as a television. This is only fitting, as in the TV show, Granny thought a TV was a washing machine.
It was some type of misunderstood technology.
Today's comic is called Community Chaos, but for some reason when you Google Community Chaos, this isn't what pops up. So in this comic, Ellie and Jethro have been playing pranks on each other, much to Granny's dismay.
Did I
She
make a
thinks
mistake
the community
somewhere?
should do something about these sorts of things. Meanwhile, by complete coincidence, a council has been put together
Looks
to
good.
do something about these sorts
Oh
of
no,
things.
I've made
They are the
scaffolding
Beverly
too
Hills
much.
Better
I mean, I need a scaffolding here
Beverly
instead of...
Hills, and they're a league as well.
Uh,
However,
this
they are all locals, so they don't know what Beverly Hills is missing. To fix this, they decide to contact someone added to the phone book recently. By chance, they pick Jed and head to the mansion.
One
Yeah.
thing you'll notice is
Okay.
this comic clearly has better reference photos than the last two issues.
Okay.
As at the very
So-
least, the mansion is dead on accurate in this comic.
Now,
So Jethro has set
I
up a
need,
bucket filled with water in order to
I
prank
need
Ellie Mae,
copper.
but he accidentally gets the committee wet instead. Jed apologizes to the committee, who explain their goal is to better Beverly Hills. The Clampetts all agree it's a cause worth joining, while Jed floats in the air, because the artist traced a photo of Buddy Epson sitting down, and forgot to also draw the chair. So everyone in the family comes up with their own ideas about how to better Beverly Hills by making it more like back home. Granny takes a train out to a farm and buys a cow, but then she's told she can't take the cow on the train back to Beverly Hills. And you know, you'd never get that kind of treatment on the Hooterville Cannonball. But she eventually manages to get it onto the train.
Come on, Nellie. I never heard of any such bad treatment riding a train before. Next time we'll take the bus.
That woman's trying to turn the railroad into a cattle train.
She must be here to make a new movie. I'll bet that's a talking cow.
Well, I wouldn't watch a movie about a talking cow. But a TV show about a talking horse? That might be worth watching.
Meanwhile, Jethro has had a truck filled with possums imported into the city, believing what Beverly Hills is missing is things to hunt. Ellie follows suit by releasing fish into the city's public fountains. Jed contributes to the city by doing the most out-of-character thing in these comics so far. He uses tools from a hardware store to build the world's greatest moonshine still. The same Jed who is always trying to stop Granny from making moonshine is now converting water from the cement pond straight into the stuff. However, suddenly, the still explodes. So everyone in the family
That they
gets
do.
arrested, and so does the hardware owner who sold Jed the equipment to build his still. The woman in charge of the
Okay,
Betterment
let's
Society
see,
comes to the jail,
and-
hears the family story, and bails everyone out. To thank her, the family throw a party at the mansion
Yeah,
just for
now,
the society.
what I
Jed
need,
gets
I
his
think,
still hooked
is
up
a
again, and
lever.
everyone gets drunk and has a hoedown.
I keep trying to open a
the
backpack
still
because I've got
explodes
another
again, and
mod
everyone
pack where
jumps
that's
into the
what
pond to
you
escape
do.
the blast. As they do, one of the hillbillies say,
I guess I won't be needing a bath this month.
which is against the Prime Directive. Remember, the hillbillies were poor, but not dirty. The police come again, but let the group off the hook when they learn the party is benefiting charity, and everyone present will be donating $10,000. Because when you're rich, you can get away with anything. The final page is a family portrait of the hillbillies, done in the style of a photo from the 1800s. The sponsored final page is for the 132 Roman soldiers, which we covered already.
As I said,
Okay.
this issue is very out of character, but at least it's a
Yeah,
lot of fun.
and over here,
Now let's talk about issue 4,
Very
which had a
much.
cover date of January to
This.
March 1964.
So we start off
Perfect.
with a one-page comic advertising a racing car toy, Fly Over Chicane. The gimmick of the toy was that it would drive on a track.
now the question is, I've got one windmill
which way it was
powering
going to
that.
go. Today you can pick up one of these sets
How
for
long
$50
does
to
that
$100.
last?
Act 1 of this comic is called Culture
Amount
Vultures,
of
and in this
capacitors I have,
issue,
it
Jed
should
is
be
now mad that
possible to
Ellie
just
and
let it
Jethro never
run.
do anything. Groundbreaking stuff. So he announces an emergency family meeting. So with every issue, the artists and writers are starting to understand the show a little bit more. Back in the early issues, Ellie kept calling Jed Daddy, which isn't accurate to the show. But now she's calling him Paul, like she's supposed to. Jed says that just because they're rich now doesn't mean they should do nothing. He thinks they should all be trying to educate themselves and to seek out self-improvement. And to help with this, Jed has brought them all tickets to classes and events at the Museum of Fine Art.
Says here that a body can learn all about oil painting and sculpturing by just going to these here classes they got at the museum.
Horse feathers. Nobody's gonna sculpture me if and I can help it.
And this here one's all about hitting that little white ball all around a big field. They call
Again
it
with a weird acceleration.
They's got all kinds of things for folks to do with time on their hands, like us.
So Jethro now knows what golf is. Well, you can't expect the comic writers to have seen every episode, I suppose. They get to the museum, where Granny complains there are too many stairs, and she reminds Jed that she is not a mountain goat. From here on, the Clampetts all split up.
Act 2 is called Country Club Madness, and in this one, there's some madness at the country club. So as Jed and Jethro enter the museum country club, they're told by the man at the front entrance that they likely can't afford a membership. Jed says he only has $1,000 on him, which is $9,600 today, and his banker can send over the rest if it's not enough. So Jed and Jethro get into the country club and are asked to change into proper golfing attire, but they mutually dislike what they discover that to be.
Well, doggies, I never did think I'd seen you in them breeches, Uncle Jed. You sure do look a sight.
You ain't exactly no Prince Charming yourself, Jethro. Maybe we should have gone to the museum with the women folk.
Nonsense, gentlemen. You look like real golfers. Come now, it's time for your first golf lesson.
If you didn't notice, they just had Jethro say Jed's catchphrase. So they meet the country club's golf pro, Bertie, which I think is a golf joke. Bertie starts to explain how to play the game, but Jethro explains he's overcomplicating it. As on TV, golf is just a guy hitting a ball into a hole. Bertie challenges Jethro to try it himself, and Jethro gets a hole-in-one on his first try.
Hey, Mr. Birdie, ain't you gonna show us none of them fancy shots we've been hearing about?
You just play the game any way you want. I need some refreshment. Maybe I'll take up knitting. What a shot.
So Jed and Jethro hit their balls around, and eventually notice that a bunch of golf balls are sitting around in the sand. Golf balls cost $1.12 per ball, or $12 per ball in today's money. So Jed and Jethro start picking these balls up since they seem to be free. That is until a mob of angry golfers appear over the hill, as the pair have taken their balls, and Jed and Jethro have to run away. They hide in the health club, where they end up entering the heat and steam rooms. Jed and Jethro think all of the men are sick.
So now the big advantage here is that I don't need to do this anymore, but because it's pretty slow,
Kicked out of the health club as well. Then the boys find the
I
country
probably
club and say that
have
seems
this
more up their
automated.
alley. Act 3 of the comic is called Museum Madness, and here
I
we get to see
can-
what Ellie and Granny have been up to. The girls walk around the museum and
By having
complain that
this-
some of the sculptures and paintings look incomplete.
Yes, I
Ellie
could
tries
have
to
another
fix some
line
of
of
it, but is
poppers.
caught by a museum
Yeah.
attendant.
I
The
don't know
attendant
if
takes them to a finger painting class, but
poppers
the
work
girls
in
are
this
confused
thing.
and end up painting their fingers,
So big
but not
thing.
with them. So the attendant takes them to a mud sculpture class, where Ellie and Granny make a sculpture so big it goes to the ceiling. They call it Beauty at Rest, but sadly it comes toppling down, and the girls decide to make a new sculpture when they get back home. So the girls meet Jed and Jethro at the country
See.
club boat, but Granny falls overboard.
Oh, perfect.
Swim in salty water.
Sorry, Granny. We'll get you out of there.
So that's possibly completely automated if I
Alright, say it
put
with
the
me
generator
now.
above it.
The Clampets were poor, not dirty. So Jed tells the ship's captain they'll do whatever he wants for the day. So he makes them clean the ship like sailors. Eventually he lets them fish, but they catch a fish so big that it knocks the captain overboard. Jed and Jethro can't steer the ship, so they're forced to leave him. Eventually, the tiny ship ends up in the direct path of the Titanic, I presume. The two vessels collide, and Jed is able to send someone back to get the captain. Later, back at the mansion, Jed instructs everyone to head out to the cement pond, where he reveals that he bought a boat for the family, and if they keep it in the cement pond, they'll never have to worry about running into ocean liners. You'll remember the hillbillies should already have a boat, since they got one as a Christmas gift in Season 2.
Yeah, and they never got rid of it, right?
There will be an episode about a museum that is also very similar to this one. So with all that, alongside the golf contradiction, I think we can say that this one is still non-canonical. Close, but no Winston. This issue closes with two ads, one for another stamp set and another you'll shoot your eye out product. Back in the day, all kids had to do for fun was collect stamps, smoke Winstons, and shoot each other in the face.
Let's move on to issue 5.
Well,
which has a cover date of April to June 1964.
has become an American tradition, hasn't
The
it?
issue starts with Jed, Jethro, and Ellie preparing a birthday gift for Granny. The gift is a hi-fi set with a record player and a recording of noises from back in the hills. They all hide to see the look on Granny's face, but upon hearing the cry of animals, Granny begins firing her shotgun, thinking the house is filled with wild critters.
So this comic is called Holiday Havoc, and the comic starts with Granny, Jethro, and Ellie in bathing suits, swimming in the cement pond, which is a rare sight. Jed comes out and announces to the family that he's been thinking about going on vacation.
Well, you're not
Granny gets
processing
excited
flag
and says
yet.
she
You
can't
can
wait to get back
see how
home,
much
but Jed says he didn't mean back
steel
home.
you've made, even if you don't keep track.
I was afraid this would happen. Now you're too good
And I'm
for
gonna
going
say
back
it's
to
a
your
little
roots.
bit low.
All this high living's got to you, has it?
Nothing of the kind, Granny. I just thought it might be nice to see some new sights. Places we ain't.
No.
Careful, Paul.
One thing I really want to do is get an
Did you
storage
catch
system
that?
because, you know,
Jethro just called Jed Paul. That must be the biggest mistake these
gonna-
comics have made so far. Either that was supposed to be an Ellie line, or the writers honestly think that Ellie
I didn't
and
even
Jethro are
notice it.
siblings. My vote is that somebody was confused. Just look at this next screw up.
I heard they got these here traveling agency places. We could go to one of them.
Sounds like a pretty dull way to spend a vacation
Oh,
in
that's
a
much
traveling
better.
agency.
Granny, you don't have your vacation in them agencies. They just plans them for you.
Well, doggies, don't that beat all? We's getting so relaxed we gotta hire a body to plan our relaxing.
Yep, now Granny is saying Jed's catchphrase. I also want to say that if this was an episode of the show, Drysdale would do everything in his power to stop the family from going on a trip alone. But since the artists haven't learned to draw Raymond Bailey yet, I don't think we'll be seeing him this issue. So they get to the travel agency, and the agent thinks they're all broke, until Jed flashes a pack of $10 bills, and they immediately get service, because it's all about the Hamiltons. The traveling agent shows them a model ship, and says they could travel on an ocean cruise. But Granny asks if this is an ocean cruise for ants, and they eventually pass on the idea, as Granny has a bad history with boats. The travel agent ends up sending them to the Hotel Paradise, and the Clampetts go on their way.
As the Clampetts leave,
I think you made a mistake, Jones.
So-
They'll never fit in at the Paradise.
It might be interesting to see if the Paradise changes them, or if they change the Paradise.
You do have to give the artist credit. They've apparently learned to draw Jethro driving the truck, and it only took 5 issues. On the road trip to the hotel, Granny drops a beach ball out the side of the car, and Jethro goes to get it, causing a 3-car pileup in the middle of the road. They get to the Hotel Paradise, and right away the valet tries to kick them out, just based on
still a
appearances.
little bit worried about
Managed to get
these
checked in,
dust pockets, I
and Jethro
believe.
insists on parking the truck himself.
Like
Although
if they
he somehow gets into
are the
spot
explosive
sideways.
type, that could
They
be
get to
dangerous.
their room and see that the bed has a roof on it, and they think that the hotel room must leak. This was a joke they did on the show back in season 2, episode 21. Granny gets hungry, and they take her down to the dining area for some victuals. But when the family is served, they all think the food tastes odd, and Granny insists to the hotel staff that she goes back and cook the food herself. The hotel's cook, Pierre, quits over this, and Granny now has to cook for the entire hotel. So Granny goes in and cooks everything herself, and when the meal is served, everyone loves it.
This is
Oh
absolutely
yeah, you've got an actually edible portion
Chef
at last.
$1 million.
I was in a fancy restaurant exactly once,
We've cooked our greatest meal.
and I spent $10 on basically a little pot of sauce.
And I am dying to try it myself.
It's
The family all go down to the beach, where Granny eventually spots scuba divers, and comes to her typical misunderstandings.
What in tarnation? That there's some kind of strange creatures. They's either from under the ocean or from outer space. Why, I'll wager they's some of them Martians. More than likely we're in for an attack by them space critters. I'd best tell the others.
Oh man, the what's it called? Something not. I think it's was it Argentina? Oh, okay. Some historically relevant comic story is apparently getting a Netflix series. It's about experiencing wartime as a civilian in parts, and a bunch of other stuff. I don't exactly remember the whole thing, like the whole idea, but it could be pretty intense. Just wondering if they are gonna mess it up or not.
Enemy is approaching. Grab up some rocks or something.
50-50 nowadays with Netflix.
Fired excited about. That water
Maybe she done found a pearl in one of them clams. They's worth a lot of money.
The family see the scuba divers, and everyone thinks they're extraterrestrials from
Point
the
for it
planet
not being
Vulcan,
messed up is
and they
it's
start
not an
throwing
anime
rocks at them.
adaptation.
Granny calls the Coast Guard in, and eventually
Point
the
for it
family
being
throws
messed
rocks
up
at
if it
them
has a
too.
political
After
message,
some
which
explanations, the
could be
captain says
changed
they'll let them off
completely.
the hook this time, but
And
any
you
more
know, when
trouble, and he's
the
bringing
story is
them
so
in.
directly interlinked with that message, that could mess things up.
There's no point in my hanging around here. Alls I do is get into trouble. I'm a-going to find me some peace and quiet.
Now here's the thing, I've installed Pollution of the Ages, which adds
Now the author knows
gases,
Jethro's uncle. So who knows
pollution,
what was
of
going
course,
on
you know.
at the start of the comic? I
One of
guess
the
it's
things
like
is
when you accidentally call
coal
your teacher
dust,
mom.
which can
Granny
explode,
eventually finds a cabin on the beach
which
with
has
a
blown
bunch
up
of
my
big
machine
pipes.
room, in which
The
I've got
beatniks
regression now a
love
few
Granny,
times,
and
because
when
I
they
had
meet the rest of the
tried to
family,
expand
they
it,
love them
and
too.
it started out as
Family
the
take the
cobblestone
beatniks back to the
generation
fancy hotel.
room, but
They have a hoedown so fun
turns out
that
that
even
generates
the other
pollution as
hotel
well,
guests
so I had
join
to
in.
stop that.
Even the hotel manager is enjoying himself too much to stop all the racket. But the Clampets get worn out faster
And
than everyone else, and while the party
all the
is
gas
going
is
on,
never
they
drained,
decide to
despite
pack their things
trying
and sneak off
to
into
make
the
a
night.
lot of chimneying
I
happen,
sure am glad to be
but,
out of that
you
place.
know,
A few more minutes and I'd have been walking on my
fuck
knees.
me, I guess.
But you gotta admit, we sure did set that hotel a stomping. It'll never be the same.
And neither will I. I don't know how them folks can stand such a ruckus. How did we ever decide to visit that there wild hotel? It sure ain't no place for a body to get some rest and relaxation.
The sponsored final pages are two we've seen before. One for a special set of triangle and diamond stamps, and one for a pack of 100 toy soldiers.
Now let's talk about the Beverly Hillbillies issue number 6, which has a cover date of July to September 1964.
The one-page black and white opener this week is called Built for Comfort, and in this comic, Jed wants Jethro to get new shoes, and Jethro is complaining that he just got his old shoes comfortable. Jed says his old shoes are falling apart and to accept the new ones, but Jethro ends up cutting the toes off so he can feel real comfortable. Act 1 of the main comic is called Treasure Hunt, and this one's a little bit stupid. So Ellie comes out to the cement pond and announces that there's a new contest in the newspaper. A treasure
And they're
hunt
finally
with
using
clues
it
and
for
a
its
secret
purpose
reward.
at this
The main
point.
clue is that those hunting for the treasure
The
should
pool.
look for the green. Ellie thinks the treasure is hidden in a green apartment building on Main Street, which I guess she means Wilshire Boulevard. Jethro thinks it would be hidden in nature, amongst the trees and forest. However, Granny thinks they are both way off, and comes up with her own theory. The treasure is hidden inside Mr. Drysdale's bank. So they all go out to hunt on their own, but Jed decides to spend the day spying on each of them to make sure they don't get into trouble. He starts with Granny, who says to herself that her plan is brilliant. If Mr. Drysdale doesn't agree to help with the search, she'll threaten to take Jed's money out of his bank. Thus begins Act 2, Granny Goes Hunting. So Granny goes into the bank and starts tearing the place up looking for the treasure. Mr. Drysdale comes out, and they've got him a little closer this time, but he still looks more like J. Jonas Jameson than Raymond Bailey. Granny eventually manages to find a door to the vault and locks herself inside as she begins hunting for the newspaper's treasure. And I think this is the first look we've ever had of what the bank's vault is supposed to look like on the inside. Jed eventually comes in and says he was waiting outside, hoping Granny would find what she was looking for.
She didn't find anything, but she had plenty of time to practically destroy my bank. Look at it.
Come on there, Mr. Drysdale. Just 'cause you keep a sloppy bank don't give you no cause to go blaming little Granny.
It's some money lender mafia
So the
type
vault is
thing.
automatically locked
I mean,
and can't be opened back up until the morning due to security features.
Oh my
So
gosh.
they have to hire someone to cut the
it's changing how I speak.
bank door open. And sure enough, Granny has destroyed the vault and its records looking for the money.
She says the newspaper's clues were all wrong, as there's no treasure, and Mr. Drysdale says it will take a month to get everything back in order. Act 3 is called Jethro Digs It, and we start with Jethro hunting for the treasure at Greenland Garden Nursery. So Jethro starts going around and pulling up trees with one hand, and eventually the owners come over and decide to clobber him with a shovel. But it breaks over his head, and Jethro thinks it's starting to rain. After realizing they attacked him, Jethro beats the men up and ties them up while he wrecks their greenhouse. The police show up and arrest Jethro, but as Jed offers to make a sizable donation for a new greenhouse, the owners are suddenly very friendly. Act 4 is called Ellie's Turn, and here we see Ellie investigating the green apartments. We start off with Ellie thinking the laundromat in the apartment is a room filled with TVs, a joke they've done before. Ellie opens one of the TVs, and wet laundry flies all over her, so she throws the clothing in the incinerator, because all the best laundromats in Beverly Hills have an incinerator in the same room. Ellie thinks that a penthouse is where the apartment complex stores the pig pens, so she barges in, and gets chased by the people inside. As she runs, we see a quick cameo that looks like Betty from Petticoat Junction issue 3, which makes sense as she was supposed to live in California in that episode. As Ellie runs out the front of the building, she's quickly picked up by the family, who declare it's very good that she didn't cause any trouble, as Ellie looks back at the angry mob. The final act is called End of the Hunt, and in this one, a new clue comes out in the newspaper that makes everyone in town think the treasure is hidden at the Clampett mansion. So everyone shows up and starts tearing the mansion apart looking for it. Granny grows tired of this, until she accidentally finds a hidden note under the welcome mat, which tells her she's won the secret prize, which turns out to be 20 of the best milking cows ever bred. Granny notes she can't keep cows in Beverly Hills and angrily chases everyone off of her property. In the bonus one-page comic, Granny said she's tired of having to buy fruits and vegetables wrapped in plastic, and she wants something that comes from the ground. So she ends up planting a garden in the front yard, despite Jed's warnings that the neighbors will not like this. Now, in the show, Granny already has a garden. Also, if I lived in a fancy place like New York or Los Angeles, I'd try planting a garden on the terrace, and all to FDA regulations. The sponsored final page is another gun ad that I think we've had before.
Next, let's talk about issue 7, which has a cover date of October to December 1965.
So issue 7 starts with a brand new ad. Dale Seal Books, and 8 novels published by them. I couldn't find anything about this company online, so I don't think they survived the 1960s. So Act 1 of this comic is titled The Show Must Go On, and it starts with a family posing for a photograph, alongside some of Ellie's animals, and, curiously, the giant jackrabbit. So the photographer is chased out of the house, and the family wonder if his magic box will develop the photograph. We transition to the Drysdale's house, where Mrs. Drysdale is practicing for a play she's putting on for a community theater. Now, one curious thing is that they've depicted Mrs. Drysdale as a blonde here. The actress who plays Margaret Drysdale has gray hair, but naturally at this point in the show, how could you know that? So we cut to the theater, where we see everyone is so annoyed at working with Mrs. Drysdale that they all quit, leaving her in charge of herself. Also, someone calls Mrs. Drysdale Jane, so I guess the writers got her mixed up with Miss Hathaway or something. Speaking of which, Mrs. Drysdale runs into her husband's office and explains what happened to him and Miss Hathaway, and it's becoming ever more obvious that the artist had absolutely no reference images for anyone but the Clampetts.
My group is supposed to prepare 2 plays for the 2 benefit nights. Now I won't be able to have one ready.
I'd say you really had a problem, Mrs. Drysdale. By Jove, I do believe I have a solution to your problem, Mrs. Drysdale. Why not ask the Clampetts?
You can't be serious.
They're always talking about helping the community. I'm sure they'd love to do it.
Might not be a bad idea, that. They certainly couldn't be any worse than Mrs. Dillingham and her crowd.
So Mr. Drysdale instructs the Clampetts to head on over and hear the story from Mrs. Drysdale. And Jed insists they join the play and help Mrs. Drysdale do something for
A while ago I had a similar idea to doing this, where I wanted to
Here is
use
called Hillbilly Hands, which I
one of
figure is
the
what Granny
minecart
is ready to
mods,
start throwing.
Mr. Clampett,
and
what do you mean you can't
turns out it
read?
has no number entrance option, so you can't tell it to just go infinitely deep, and you can't
Just didn't occur to me that I
to set it to anything below 0, because below 0 wasn't considered for most mods in this term.
Real good.
Funniest thing I ever did here. You gotta go to college to be a play actor. Ha!
Granny, if you persist in making comment, I shall have to ask you to leave. Performing is difficult enough without interruptions from others.
Difficult? You call what you're doing difficult? Fiddlesticks.
Well, if you think it's so easy, why don't you try it?
Okay, Miss Smarty Pants, you asked for it.
So Granny ends up joining the play and does such a good job that even Mrs. Drysdale is impressed. However, she says she can't read either, so Jethro has to help her too. The Clampetts all work on their material and go home exhausted. Curiously, when the comic illustrates them waking up the next morning, Jed and Jethro are shown sharing a bedroom, and Granny and Ellie throw them out of their beds so they can get to working on sets for the show. Mrs. Drysdale instructs them to paint the forest on sheets so they can put it on the stage. Jethro is impatient and decides to rip up a tree with his bare hands to carry it onto the stage instead. Mrs. Drysdale notes each of these trees costs $500 to plant, which is $4,800 today, so they have to use a fake background. So they start painting the backdrop, but don't construct anything to hold it up, so it keeps falling on Mrs. Drysdale. Jethro paints a perfect possum, but Mrs. Drysdale says the story is set in New York. Eventually, she falls through the set and ends up breaking her arm. They call a doctor, and he tells her to rest for a few days. This is a minor goof, because if they needed a doctor, Granny would have stepped in instead. So Mrs. Drysdale gets everyone their costumes. The men will be dressed as knights, the women as ladies-in-waiting, and Mrs. Drysdale as the queen. I thought this story was set in New York. Jed puts on the knight's armor, but finds it stiff, and the other characters have to use oil to lubricate him until he can move more freely. Now this has to be a reference to Buddy's role in The Wizard of Oz, because I can't imagine this did this comparison by accident. Jed ends up falling on Mrs. Drysdale, and we next see her bandaged and in a wheelchair, as the doctor from before advises her to stay off her feet for a few days. And if you remember that Mrs. Drysdale is a hypochondriac, this story must truly be a nightmare for her. So they go on with the play, and it's a disaster. It rains during the start, causing everyone to get wet, and for Jed's suit to rust up. Then, all of Jed and Jethro's armor pops off.
Jed's suit collapses.
That's quite a suit, Jed. See how easy it changed over for warm weather?
Granny, on with the show! Here, Sir Reginald, so you won't catch a cold.
Thank you kindly, man.
I'm very proud of my wife. Funniest show I've seen in years.
The show was such a hit that an albino Duke, Skipper, and the giant jackrabbit all come to see the third act. Eventually, the animals chase Mrs. Drysdale off the stage and into her cement pond. She ends up in the hospital and learns that she'll hopefully be better in no time. Mrs. Drysdale says the show was a hit, and she's now organizing a hospital charity show, also to star the Clampetts. The Clampetts run from the room, and Mrs. Drysdale says she doesn't have to worry about them being in her plays anymore. Incidentally, it seems they got her name right on this final page, as she's listed as Mrs. M. Drysdale here. The sponsored final pages are for stamps and the 100 toy soldiers again. This issue was probably the best so far. It came the closest to feeling like an actual episode of the show.
Okay, so now we reviewed 5 issues of the Petticoat Junction comics and 7 issues of the Beverly Hillbillies comics for a total of 12 issues. This means we are now halfway through our comic book intermission. So in case you're getting a little bit bored with this segment, I decided we should take a break. An intermission, if you will. And what are we going to talk about in this segment? I have on my person 4 books, which I will now review. This shouldn't take long, and we will be able to get back to the regular intermission.
4 book reviews.
So this is a Petticoat
as a small
Junction
intermission.
book, And as
Never
you can see
change.
here, the girls are riding up front on the cow catcher, which I don't recommend, and they're wearing the dresses that they wore in the pilot episode. And I don't think I ever talked about it, but these dresses actually make cameos through into the color season, which is interesting. It looks like Joe's driving it, which should make these girls really scared. And then Kate appears to be in the light here. I don't know how that works. So it looks like, I don't know, it looks like Billy Joe is trying to run the train in this scene, and then there's some rabbits on the track, and if I was the rabbits, I'd be moving. And you know what? Stay in the lines. We're not here to judge. There's hats, you know. A coloring book with hats is always
Coloring book.
right. This one says
Yeah.
Kate is on duty because Kate is always on duty. She's kind of like Inspector Gadget in that way. And I guess the
I wonder if those are ever going to stop being made. Coloring books, I mean. Maybe when we run out of trees or something.
This says Shady Rummage Sale. I'm not sure how that really works because that would be way up in the sky and I don't think you could read it. They probably need somebody who has a plane who can crop dust and insecticides. Oh, here we go. Somebody's colored in Uncle Joe. That's pretty nice, isn't it? So yeah, that's the Petticoat Junction coloring book. And I guess here at the end, Kate's on the porch, you know, and then there's the train going away. So this is from 1963, and it is the only Beverly Hillbillies novel. The title is The Beverly Hillbillies, The Saga of Wildcat Creek. And we're now going to stop and review this book.
So this novel has quite a few illustrations through it, and we'll be using those for visuals when possible. But otherwise, we're going to be using screen grabs from the show to create a sort of...
The way the old guy is drawn reminds me of this artist who makes Garfield horror stuff.
The Saga of Wildcat
Like the amount of folds
by
and stuff.
Doris Schroeder. Chapter
And somebody who makes like a Clifford and all that stuff, you know. The whole I'm sorry, John
Mr. Drysdale in his home.
stuff.
Once again, it seems the artist didn't get a reference of Raymond Bailey, as Mr. Drysdale looks like Mr. Monopoly here. Jed tells Drysdale that some days he wishes he hadn't gone out hunting for that rabbit back in April when he found that oil in his swamp. Mr. Drysdale says that Jed has $25 million. What else could he want? Jed says that him and his family have been living in their new mansion for over 2 weeks, and they still haven't even seen every room. He notes the mansion has marble floors, amazing statues, and a swimming pool. Yes, Jed uses the term swimming pool.
Okay.
Jed says he still isn't happy, and he still thinks about packing the family up and going back to the hills. Mr. Drysdale promises that whatever Jed wants, Drysdale can get Miss Hathaway to find it. But Jed says the issue is that Granny and Ellie are mighty homesick, and there's no cure for that except going back home. Besides, he says, Ellie misses her friends. Drysdale tells him to move all her friends to the mansion, as he has room for them. But Jed says that would never work. Ellie's friends aren't people. They're animals, and they would never take to city life. Drysdale asks what problem Granny has with Beverly Hills. Jed says that Granny likes work and keeping herself busy, and there's not much work to do in California. Also, their cousin Pearl is visiting, and Pearl and Granny have been fighting around the clock. Mr. Drysdale begins to head off, but tells Jed to think carefully about moving back to the hills. He tells Jed that as Ellie is almost 18, living in Beverly Hills would be good for her. Mr. Drysdale comes up with a plan to introduce Ellie to other girls her age by having a party at his house. Later, Mrs. Drysdale yells at him, as she refuses to throw a party for that savage, and that she wants the hillbillies to follow through on their promise to go back home. Chapter 2. Plans and Promises. Mrs. Drysdale argues with her husband about the party he wants her to throw. When she argues that they should encourage the hillbillies to leave, Mr. Drysdale says that if the Clampetts
It's crazy, like,
$5 million, his bank will be...
that woman makes 0 sense. She wants them to be gone. Because she's high society, rich woman, blah blah blah, parties. The aristocrats, I don't know what. And the only reason they can afford to have all of that status is because the hillbillies live next to them and have the money in their bank. It's like the absolute extreme end of that whole trope of a woman who doesn't understand capitalism existing and the husband not being able to be stay at home and them having a home. You know?
left in financial ruin. If she doesn't want to help, they had better start packing to move to a smaller home. Mrs. Drysdale agrees to help and starts planning a party for that Saturday. Miss Hathaway comes to the mansion to help prepare Ellie for the party. After gifting her an expensive frock which she quickly destroys, Jed asks Miss Hathaway about buying Ellie a car, an idea Mr. Drysdale had mentioned. Miss Hathaway asks if Ellie has ever driven the jalopy, and Jed says it might be time for Jethro to give her lessons. Jethro doesn't want to do this, but Pearl forces him to, saying if they can't get Ellie to cheer up, they might all have to move back to the hills. So Ellie gets into the front seat of the truck and tries to drive it for the first time. But she drives like crazy and ends up driving the truck into Mr. Drysdale's front yard. There, a big red tent is being erected, like the one on the front cover. As the workers run for their lives, the jalopy crashes into the tent, causing it to collapse. Ellie falls into the Drysdale swimming pool, but soon notices that there's someone at the bottom of the pool. Trapped. Chapter 3. Home Folks. The man who is trapped under the pool is a worker that was putting the tent up for the party. He is caught in ropes, but there's too much chaos from the accident to get anyone's attention. So Ellie decides she has to go under the water to free him herself. She goes under the water and manages to free him, dragging him to the surface. They get caught again, but Jethro arrives just in time to help save the man. Ellie is unaware
Okay,
that
wait,
most of the
no,
crowd
I'm
surrounding the scene
thinking
care
of
more
this all
about
wrong.
how hot she is than the dying man on the ground. Yes, that's really in the book. Jethro tells Ellie she's wrecked the truck and they might not be able to fix it. That's right, we're 52 pages in and they've already killed off the damn truck. Jethro admits that it might be time for a new truck, and Ellie says she'll hint to Jed that he wants this. The worker comes too, and everyone is ordered to go back to work by Mrs. Drysdale. The worker introduces himself to Ellie, and his name is Bill Tucker.
If I
and he's
replace
also from
this-
the country. A decorator is rude to Bill Tucker, so Bill throws him into the pool as well.
Yeah.
That's what this illustration is. Tucker ends up quitting the job, but Granny chases
Okay.
after him to find out where he's from. It turns out Tucker's hometown is less than 50 miles from Bug Tussle, and he agrees to have some hog jowls. Chapter 4. Help Wanted. Jed recruits Mr. Drysdale's help buying a car for Ellie to drive when he hears about the accident in the wrecked jalopy. In the kitchen, Pearl and Granny are fighting over who should
Okay.
get to feed Bill Tucker when
So-
Jed joins them. This is the
Whoop.
scene depicted in the book's front EE's piece. Jed offers to give Tucker money, but he snaps and says he refuses to be paid money when he didn't do any work to earn it. Then he apologizes, saying he's a redhead and the temper comes with it. He then mentions his Granny Billings, and Granny realizes she knows Tucker's grandmother. Granny Billings and Granny Moses went to school together, and at one point our Granny was engaged to the brother of Tucker's Granny, and it turns out that Tucker's grandmother's brother is the reason Tucker is in California too. The Tucker clan received a letter from their long-lost granduncle stating he was in some place called Wildcat Creek in the California hills. So Tucker came to Beverly Hills, not realizing how big California is. He says he hasn't been able to find anyone that can tell him where Wildcat Creek actually is. Jed says he'll get Mr. Drysdale to look into it. Ellie enters and says Jethro refuses to give her more driving lessons for some reason. So how is she supposed to learn to drive? Jed asks Tucker if he knows anyone with a fancy California driver's license, and Tucker does. Himself. Chapter 5. The Schemers. So there's these two criminal dudes who live at the same communal house as Tucker, I guess. And Tucker makes a mistake of describing his day to one of them. And it turns out one of these dudes is also from the Ozarks. So these two criminal dudes figure out the entire plot to the book. One of them has even been to Wildcat Creek before, and comes up with a plan. Bill gets excited to start his new job, and begins driving Ellie around town in her brand new car. Chapter 6. Ellie learns to drive. Bill takes Ellie on a driving lessons, even lets her steer again, to disastrous results. Eventually the two stop for lunch at a zoo, and spend some time there together. Then Mr. Drysdale pulls up to the mansion with a
that's
map and
good.
some news. He's found Wildcat Creek, and it's deep in the mountains of California. He notes
What's
that up
going on
there it's
here?
like the Ozarks are, but in California, and that hunting is popular in the area. Mr. Drysdale asks to make sure the Clampetts will be at the big party, and Jed says nothing in the world would stop Pearl from practicing her yodeling with such a big audience. As he walks from the mansion, Mr. Drysdale says to himself that he must not tell his wife about that detail. Chapter 7. Missing one suitcase. So
Okay.
Tuck Buck goes back to his communal apartment thingy.
So
and
I
learns that the
presume
shady
that
guys he
now
met the
this
other day have
is... No,
suddenly
it's
moved out. He
in
also
equilibrium.
discovers that when they did, they
Or, like,
stole his
not being completely
handbag.
used up.
The bag was marked
That's
with
good.
his initials.
It's
but
a
all
slow
the
trickle
contents
of
were
blocks,
removed.
so that's
The next
probably
day, while
why.
giving his driving lesson, Bill recounts the story and says he'll soon be leaving for Wildcat Creek. Ellie says she wishes she
Yeah,
could
this
join
empties
him,
as well.
but Cousin Pearl says after this party, she's going to be getting a lot of invites to spend time with city people.
I want that to
Bill
be
says
a
he's
sort
probably
of
right,
injection
and that
point
she'll
where I
be
can
real busy
throw
socializing
any
as
other
people
stuff
find
into.
out about a girl like her. Ellie asks if they can go to the
Now,
zoo
when I
again,
crush
as
this,
it's the most
oh,
fun
that
she's had
counts.
since moving to California.
That's great.
But Bill says that as her pa is paying him to give her driving lessons,
That means this is
they
worth
better
it.
stick to that. As they drive, they pass a beaten-up sign that reads, "Come to Jungle Town
I
for
think...
pets, 1 mile."
I
Ellie asks
think
if
I
they
would
can go,
have a
and
full
Bill says that
injection
since
port.
she's driving, it's her choice. But, he adds, Granny is going to be making grits and hog jows for lunch, and he was hoping
gonna
to be
not
there
work
to help eat the
otherwise.
food. So they go to Jungle Town. The facility is run down and sun-bleached, and as soon as they enter, they see a spider monkey running from the owner. The owner is fed up with the primate and begins screaming at it before pulling out his gun to
Is
shoot
this
it.
slower?
Ellie steps in and asks to buy it instead.
slower than,
the owner offers $50, or almost $500.
Because this could
in
contain a
thanks money.
bunch of
Bill
blocks
points
right
out that
now.
he was about to shoot the animal, and he can't be offering that kind of money for something he was about to fill with bullets. But Ellie has already got out her wallet to pay for her new critter. According to the book, this is her first critter who isn't Duke, her cat, and her duck. She then sees a tiny bear cub and remarks that it looks just like Samson, her pet bear back home. So she insists on buying it for $50. As the owner watches him drive away, the novel notes that he has been hit with a twinge of conscience. Maybe, he thinks to himself, I should have told him those cages need new locks. Chapter 8. A Goodbye Party. Bill and Ellie get back to the mansion, where Jethro begins handling the cages before his hand gets bit by the spider monkey. Jed comes out and tells Jethro to let his mother doctor him. Then here's the entire story. We learn that Ellie has named the bear cub Samson II, and the spider monkey is named Chico. Jethro accepts the animals, but tells Ellie she'd better get inside. Pearl has been trying to make her a dress for the dance, and has been squawking like a stuck pig over her not having Ellie's measurements. Will Bill and Jed have an excellent adventure? Bill and Jed get around to having a nice talk. Bill says there's no need for him to come in the next day.
Du hast
as Ellie already
Tinkas
has learned him
Construkt
to
hier.
drive good enough.
So,
All she needs is a license and she'll be ready. Jed compliments his honesty and says he figures the job is worth $40.
A forge will be needed at some point,
Today.
which I would pump this lava into.
2 days for $10 a day.
And that should reduce
So
the
$20
flow
or
of stone into this
$186 in today's
crusher.
money. But Jed says he already estimated the value at $40, presuming it would take 4 days, and he's not going to underpay Bill just because Ellie's a fast learner. But Jed says that a fancy Beverly Hills school would have charged $80, or $786 today. So really, he's hornswoggling the boy. Bill says that now that Mr. Drysdale has found Wildcat Creek, he's ready to take a bus up there. Jed says he figures Bill will survive the trip, as he's a mountain man, and mountain men aren't weak like California boys. As he says this, Jethro comes out with several bandages bound together in a ball around the finger bit by the monkey. Interestingly, earlier in the book, it said that Pearl and Jethro are from Oxenford, aka Oxford, which is 40 miles away from where the rest of the hillbillies are from. This contradicts the fact that in the TV show, back home is always depicted as one community. But this is done for a funny bit of world building, as it's said that to the folks back home, Jethro and Pearl were considered cityfied. Jethro's too much of a city boy for mountain men, and too much of a hillbilly for city folk. Like I said, it really doesn't make sense with the TV series, but it's an interesting thing to include. At dinner, the family and Bill sit around the table for victuals. Before they eat, the book says that they sing a folk song that dates back to when their ancestors came from Scotland to Virginia and Tennessee 2 centuries ago.
How can I use this
the
one? I
song
haven't
the
really looked
Clampets
at that.
sing around the table is a real folk tune
Squeezer.
titled Weevily Wheat. The song soon leads to
Yeah,
everyone
okay.
dancing.
Squeezer.
The narrator
And
notes that the
okay.
song is about Bonnie Prince Charlie, a
Just
man
more
who
steel.
once made claim to the English throne and had a large following. So we now have two sources about the potential heritage of the
And
hillbillies.
what's...
One saying the family came here
Something's
as
missing
English
here.
pilgrims on the Mayflower, and another saying the family came from Scotland after 1745. The account of the novel seems to imply that the family moved to America following the Battle of Culloden, and that they were Jacobites avoiding prosecution from the Kingdom of England. Obviously, both of these could be true, but in future seasons of the TV show, the Clampetts' potential ancestry as English royalty will be expanded on further, although I think their potential lineage as political revolutionaries who stood against England is more interesting. It's a lot less funny at the end of the day. The group stay up late reminiscing about the Ozarks and telling ghost stories. Pearl says she thinks she'll have nightmares now, but Granny says anyone who believes in that nonsense is a fool and heads off to bed. Tucker notices the time and insists that he must leave. Jed wishes him luck and says that based on what Drysdale told him, Wildcat Creek is a great place. Bill says he hopes this is true and tells the family they can visit him and his Uncle Hezzy. Hezzy is the name of Bill's grandmother's husband.
Okay, I'm kind of starving. I'm gonna
Jethro says that he hopes
go and make myself something to eat. I'm gonna be right back. Do I have a BRB? Do I have something like that? What is... Hold on, let's see. Studio mode. And let's see. I can run. No. 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 Let's make one. Let's make something BRB. I can add it. BRB. Already in use. Underscore. I'm not seeing a BRB here, so I don't know what I'm thinking about. Okay, let's add image. Browse. Got backward images, yeah. Let's use that. Okay. Okay. And then some text. BRB text. BRB. And transition. If I'm not in that mode. Okay, yeah, perfect, perfect. Okay, gonna be right back. And I'm back. Okay. So I've got some sausages, cheese, hot sauce. Very basic stuff. Basically just something to fill me up until I'm done streaming. One moment. Okay. Just restarted the recording to keep the file size low. Alright.
He can visit soon and
Back
do
to
some
this.
hunting, as he's dying for some possum, but Pearl says he ain't going. You've had enough o' hunting and the like. I aim to make a gent out of you if I have to whoop you twice a day to pound some manner into your skull.
Yeah,
Jet
this
tells
is losing
Pearl that
power
she
again.
can't
I need
ask
another
men to be
dynamo.
all polite and elegant like ladies, as it's
Is it a
against
dynamo
nature.
or
The
which
argument
was
is about to go
kinetic
on
dynamo?
until
Okay.
they hear a shriek upstairs.
Couple color block.
It's Granny. Now, under three travelers. Granny recalls that when she entered her bedroom, she
Okay.
saw a man in the window who tried to lunge out at her. She fears it was Satan, coming to haunt her for refusing to believe in witches and ghosts. She becomes convinced that her time has come and crawls into bed to accept her fate. Pearl pokes Granny, causing her to become too angry to lay down and die quietly. Suddenly, Granny sees the face again. And so do the hillbillies. It's Chico, the spider monkey. Ellie figures the lock on his cage must have been bad, and Jet suggests tying a rope around the door next time. He coughs, telling Bill that he's not good at tying rope, and that he and Ellie should go put the animal back together. After they secure the cages, Ellie stalls, before finally taking Bill to meet the rest of the family.
Okay,
The Clampetts
so-
have prepared Bill a going-away gift, with authentic hillbilly food, a corncob pipe for his grandfather, and a picture of Granny
I've
Moses
got
with Bill's Uncle
way too
Hezzy
much
when
of
they
this
were
wood
both
here.
children. The next day,
So I can
Bill
easily
takes
make
the
those
massive
sails.
basket on his 12-hour bus trip up to Wildcat Creek. Bill begins going through his things before he realizes that the thief from before took more than his bag.
That's too many.
He's also
But
missing
that's
the
fine.
last letter sent
Not
to
something
him by
bad to have
Uncle
too much of.
Hezzy, and a photo of him and Hezzy from when Bill was a child. Bill decides not to worry about it. He's sad to have lost his things, but he figures he'll never see the two shady figures ever again. Meanwhile, in a cheap hotel very close to Wildcat Creek, the two scam artists gather around the stolen bag, photo, and letter. They have a plan. Impersonate Bill and rob Uncle Hezzy of everything he's got. Chapter 10. The Drysdales Entertain. Jed and Granny sit under the hot summer sun and wonder if Bill is experiencing any real weather up at Wildcat Creek. Jed notes that he longs for the days of thunderstorms and rain. Granny asks why they can't just go back home to the hills, and Jed reminds her that he promised Drysdale that they would be at his party the next day. Granny nods, but asks about the day after that. Jed says he'll need to wait and see if Ellie's life changes after she makes new friends. Ellie appears, with Chico riding on Duke's back. Jed tells Ellie he doesn't know how she gets all the critters to like each other, and Ellie says tomorrow she's going to get Duke comfortable with Samson too. The conversation is cut short by the sound of Pearl's yodeling, causing Duke to jump and begin howling. This sends Chico flying into the swimming pool, and Jethro jumping in to save him. Pearl tells Ellie to shush Duke up, as she has to prepare for the party tomorrow. So by this point,
This way.
Miss Hathaway has already bought Ellie a dress. But Pearl has made some executive choices, ripping it apart to start from scratch. The dress was now covered in bows, fake flowers, and what the narrator describes as
Nope.
a much too elaborate necklace. But the next day, as Miss Hathaway arrives, she immediately removes the bows from
Somebody's about to tell me about their dreams. Hold on. Mute. Gonna go into BRB mode again and just talk with him. Okay. Okay. No. Oh, I left this running, eh? Right, and chat. Chat is... Nope, that's not... this is... Yep, okay. I love when I have like 3 dreams at the same time or like after one another. Sometimes they're related, most of the time it's just completely different things happening. It's to the point where sometimes I'm pretty sure I skipped entire weekends and then I notice it's Thursday and it's just because I had that many dreams on that day, like on that morning, that it seems like that many more days have passed, but I didn't. I'm thinking about raising the roof a little, but just like in the center bit. And I can make a channel of sorts for the gases. The thing is, torches will occasionally send out gases. And so, any spot where I use non-electric lighting, I need to deal with that. Which is the whole reason I have installed this mod. I don't want torches to burn out, for that mobs are just too annoying to deal with. But I do want a reason to not use them everywhere. Anyways. Yeah, that's more than enough. Okay. After I deal with the power issue, I'm definitely going to look into digital storage. Okay. How are these made again? Okay. Yeah. One thing I definitely don't want to do is have to move all this around again. I'm gonna have to move those around again. I do believe... Is that a numerical thing? Like, these things can move X amount of blocks around? Does that mean if I could expand this, I would get more? I'm... not in a spot to test that, because power is running out. So... Math goes like that. Wooden device 1. Okay. That's definitely not a regrettable way to tag that. definitely didn't cause any issues later on when updating. Probably fine. Probably fine. Yeah. Copper is the bottleneck again. 25, not even that. Okay. Since I've got the rattler now, this is viable. I've got a fish down here. Oh, that's from the prior incident, okay. Okay. Storage is pretty high priority. Okay. Oh, and by the way, an autoclicker is not the solution here either. You cannot really speed this one up. Other versions, again, each version is different. Other versions you can speed up, like, by rapidly pressing. Not this one. Nope. As a developer who has been making a hyperbolic block game, imagine Minecraft, but at each chunk border, instead of having 4 neighboring chunks, each border has 5, or more, or even less. And it has been a work in progress for years now, and the worst thing possible has happened. Not the developer dying, but the developer being a perfectionist. Which means, basically, they are not going to release any imperfect version in their eyes. Which means they are not getting direct feedback on gameplay by a bunch of people who may be seeing stuff that they are not seeing. Which means there's always going to be that feeling that something is missing. It's going to be in the back of their mind, and they are going to feel that feeling and say, well, it looks like it's not ready yet. And I remember. So how's this going? Let's get still going like that. There has to be a better way. Okay. No clue how much there is in backlog. But I'm interested in that. And the rest I'm going out here. Okay. Oh. Anyways, the game has been in development hell because of those reasons for a good few years now. Like, before COVID even, I think. This hasn't been really doing much. Not visibly. Time in a bottle. I can. I need a bottle for time in a bottle. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. I wonder if there are any VTubers or potential VTubers who fell for the idea that the capture shop software is gonna randomly show their face and decided to not make a full model because of that. Like thinking that's actually how it works. Yeah. Because of the combat mod I've installed here, which makes me, you know, swing like that. This technique needs an extra click each time, or it's gonna not place the blocks afterwards. Which is kinda dumb, but I'm getting used to it. Man, imagine if immersive engineering and Create just kind of became add-ons to each other, like mutual paths that interacted properly without any outside modding. Just, you know, this mod does electricity and stuff, this mod does rotational power and stuff, and, well, you know, this part has a generator, this part has a motor, and just kind of work together like that. It begins. That's going to be the reason for a lot of shenanigans. Okay. It's gonna be a while until that's finished. I have to look for... Oh, it's probably not it. Could be... I need to find out which one is the main block of thoughts, so I can see about increasing the thing's speed. I think I need a minute at least for each attempt. It's going to burn through power pretty quickly. I do find it. Oh, am I? Yeah, got enough there. This one, kinda low. I do think there's some speed changes happening slowly to wind power, so you know I'm always gonna want some excess. I'm definitely not going to go for diesel engines, because with pollution of the ages, a diesel engine is just instant death if you don't have like 20 filters around it. And right now I'm not too sure if filters changed how they work somehow in the update I downloaded, if there's been an update since the last time I tried this. But, you know, with chimneys not working the way I expect them to and all that, I'm not too sure I want to risk that. It doesn't seem to be the case. Next guess would be here. Nope. Maybe the redstone. Did I just not correctly look at this one? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Well, I think maybe it's because diesel engine burns millibuckets, and so it does a roll for each tick that a millibucket is burned, because it is a thing being burned, that thing being a millibucket. Well, that could explain stuff. More of this. There we go. What would be nice is if each of the slots here, like each of the, you know, these being hoppers, if each of them had their own input, and the more you spread out what you put in, the more it actually made use of that. So the way I have it, it would be inefficient, but if you just use all the other slots, it's that much faster. Looks like that was just a thunderstrike. And this time not in my cars. That's good. This, however, is less good. How many do you make? Oh no, I guess I need at least a little more still. Yep. No, it's not a bad way to make a mistake in the math. Definitely better than the alternative. I wonder if that's because of cubic chunks. These audio errors. Because I've had them for a while and I can't imagine that being the way the mod had been left in this version. Oh. Fucking stealth trust. Makes you almost wanna automate that. Wondering why I wasn't getting it. Some of the others are super sensitive about that. You know, seeing in the corner of my eye the welcome to live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Ah. Meanwhile, Discord is being forced by fucking England of all places to require some kind of way of proving the age, and the one they choose is some third-party AI company facial recognition bullshit. It doesn't even work properly. It probably has like 20 data breaches in the pipes. And that's just internal stuff. You know. I'm honestly not going to be, you know, giving any website my face for those kind of purposes specifically. I have no problem live streaming my face. It's just my room that's messy. And so that's why I've got this whole thing set up. But what I do have a problem with is they want my ID to prove my age. And I don't even trust my government with my ID in some points. With how ridiculously stupid they are being online in terms of safety. And to trust not even the company, but a third-party company representative with that information. It's not going to happen. I will sooner get a fake ID and use that than actually provide my actual ID to a website to prove that I am above 18 years of age. Genuinely. That's the only thing it's going to be used for. I'm still going to do bank statements and all that, bank transfer, money stuff properly. I'm going to be as legal as I can without literally handing my information over to literal criminals with a timer, you know? And that's what that is, giving Discord's third-party representative company thing your ID is setting up a timer, at which point, when that runs out, that information is just gonna be given to criminals. Basically. I mean, basically handed to them on a silver platter. And I'm not going to participate in that kind of stupidity. Gun to my head, I'm just gonna stop using the service instead. I don't see the need in using some kind of cryptographically secure dark web chat room. But if that's the one that doesn't ask for my ID to be handed to criminals, I'm going to be using that instead. It's not like it's difficult. It's just annoying. You know what would be nice? If you could get a code that your government gives you, which you, and only you, can use to type into a website which compares against a list online, and that's the age verification. The website doesn't get anything else. Like, and that's the only purpose of that code. You wouldn't have to put it on the ID itself. Just, you know, go to some office, bring your ID, say, hey, I would like the age code. They give it to you, and that's it. You know, that's what you use. I would be fine with that. I just want the air gapping, you know? I don't want the direct connection between places I would need an ID for and my actual ID. Like, unless it's like for, you know, buying weapons or stuff. In that case, of course, yeah, use the ID, all of that. But you know, I'm not buying weapons. I'm chatting with people. And I'm not providing my ID for that. Huh. So that was very old time. Wait. Ooh, that was close. Ah, it was close. Time to sleep. By the way, I finally found a mod which just extends the duration of days and nights. Bunk. 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 Yeah. Because all the mods dying each cycle would probably cause too much pollution, that's one good thing. The other good thing is 20-minute days and nights are fucking ridiculous. So... Yay. Now I want the whole thing when I've already done that. What was that? Okay. Ooh. Okay. Now I just need to wrap that up. And I've got double that productivity. Let's see. That's full. This is filling. I presume it's because the crusher has run out of things to crush. Yeah. Nope. No, that's still happening. That means I can connect it again. Oh, something's struggling. Something's struggling. Can I relog? That's a bit much. I didn't spend $100 on RAM to have that kind of performance. You know what? I also didn't spend all that material to have it be that slow. So, because this is a good mod, which respects your ability to know what you want. Oh, hold on, does it? Yeah. Presumably I need to relog for that again. It does seem to be a bit faster. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, wait. Let's make sure. I do believe I've made a small mistake in my assumptions here. No. The BSV is no, obviously not fast enough. Potentially. Which would be perfect. I'm not seeing that health. It just seems to be. Huh. Well, that's a lot of praise I gave this thing for nothing. At least this is working now. Okay. Does this have a config which maybe allows you to what does this change exactly? Oh. Autosave radius. Oh. Yeah, no, that's gonna be fine. Mesh max stack. Okay. Flatten sieve recipe. What is it? All meshes can obtain. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, I want that. Oh. It's fine. It's fine, I'm actually going, fuck you! God, thank fuck that's not on by default, because, oh my god. This mod is grind personified, so why is Minecraft gone? Well, that just crashed. Let's see. Cubic chunks, world gen hang, watch the example. It's just it being there. Doesn't mean that was it, so. Bootstrap funk, Magali squad, Nvidia, no, that's just what I have. Loaded pulses, spoiler, no. Bit higher. No, it's just still what's been there. Let's go. System details. Yeah, that's system details. Okay. Add that world client funk. Blah, 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 entry point. Blah, blah. Okay. No. Witch water? Maybe? No, that's a witch existing as well. Affected level details. Me. Entity render dispatcher. Something about the thief. Okay. Yeah. Auto sister. Okay. It's because I changed the sister while it was active, I think. Understandable, I guess. Not good, but not the worst thing. Let's see if it just loads now, or if I need to change the setting back to default, go in, remove all that, and then change the setting and then play them again. Could be. Checking. Hey, hey, ooh. Look at that. Nice, nice. Now, I don't need these to be iron anymore, since I flattened the results down, basically. Hold on, let's see, here. Yeah, all of them. Copper, finally. As it should be, in my opinion. Copper diamonds, I should be able to use them. And be given the benefit for doing so. It's not as bad as other cases, but I will count it under at least partially nerfing effort. Oh, let's see. Yep. Finally. I really do need to find a server that has all the kinds of mods I would like. Because I've got a problem. When playing Minecraft, I like two types of gameplay. Building a factory and making sure I never have to touch that factory ever again. Look, even flint. I even get flint, meaning I can upgrade all of the meshes now, without having to sacrifice some gravel. Now all that's actually needed is the ability to insert the stuff via hopper or something. I could check out some ways where it maybe could be possible to do stuff. One idea is maybe if I can just... Nope. Another one is, does this sink down into it? Nope. Because I tried hoppers before and it didn't work. Do I have a user? Applicator. Something in here maybe could do it. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Great job. Oh, it's because of pollution. Yes, yes, carbon in the air acts as an occasional random bone mealing of the floor. And so that makes stuff grow, including big mushrooms. Man. Now that makes sense. I was wondering, I've never seen that before in anything else. But no, here it is. Okay, so I need to switch to crates. Oops. Let me look this up. There has to be a spot where it's possible. Time in a bottle on multi-block structures. It is, of course, not reliable. Depends on the multi-block. You can targeting the middle block, the center block of the core. What about the crusher and no reply? 1 year. Way to speed it up. Look for a crusher specifically. Into inventory composed of 2,000 stacks. Okay, let's see. Highlight policies. Okay, increase IE pressure output. Craft trigger. Um. Man. It's weird to see people in the modding camp be like, well, that's cheating. As if there's not people saying that about modding itself. Lots of times. Man, it's like it's not even doing anything at this point. Okay, wait. Could it be at the crusher setting here, apply to the time. So not the speed, the time. So honestly that, yeah. Reload. So the time it takes, maybe, instead of the time. I'm gonna generally get mad. Okay, wait. Is if this doesn't change anything, I'm doing it by 100. Oh wait, no, maybe I need to completely restart the game. Can I completely restart now? You know, when I said that I'm not too sure if I want this to be an ogre or an orc, I've had people actually be like, no, that's wrong. They don't look like that. Not those are completely different things. But no, what you are looking like is neither of those. And I mean, what? Have you seen depictions of kobolds before? You're like, some of them have like scales, some of them have fur. Feel like that's it Minecraft crashed. Minecraft crashed. Details, that system details. Contains books. It's showing the whole world trend settings. Ooh, it's showing all the world trend settings. Okay. Affected level. Add world funk with wooden hopper. Yeah, something about the hopper. Oh. So like I was saying, like there's depictions of kobolds with fur and like little dog people, and depictions of them being like little lizard guys and being direct servants of dragons and stuff. To say that I can't be either orc or ogre is fine. But to say no, that is not what that is. In either case is wild. It's like somebody who's a fantasy fan who's only ever seen Lord of the Rings and nothing else. Maybe Harry Potter. Which is, limited exposure to fantasy. Very limited. Like, at least have Dungeons and Dragons in there somewhere. You know? Just to shake things up. Maybe realize the concept of storytelling beyond true stories. It crashed again. And is it the same block? Would not buy, yeah. Okay. So, what do I have in terms of Tinker's construct? I've got the pickaxe, the whole tool station thing. Aside from that, not much. So I'm gonna be disabling that. Gonna make a copy. No tinker. Okay. And launch. Wish me luck. If it still crashes, then that's something about the settings I changed, and I'm gonna reset those. Otherwise, if that doesn't work, then I don't know. Fucking something else. I know. Drum roll. Screens are shaking because of the rhythm of a drum roll. Ta-da! What? What? Okay. A medal. Ooh. That'll definitely crash stuff. No clue why this happened. Ah. Definitely fucked some stuff up, but I've only so far really used the hoppers and, you know, tried going into tool making. It wasn't Tinker's Construct's fault, it was Immersive Engineering's fault, but I'm not too sure how to fix this. Am I missing... Pretty sure this is not all. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so it's definitely not Tinker's Construct's fault. Gonna guess the setting was a little too harsh. Roll this. Deleting the world without Tinker's Construct. Since I presume I don't need it anymore. Now, next step is gonna be changing that setting. Relaunching after that. And then hope on the best. You know what? While this is happening, let's I can go back to
Ellie's hair.
watching this
Ellie
one.
goes to the mansion's foyer, only to
Ooh,
see a stranger
almost.
standing in the house. She soon realizes it's her father, dressed in the fancy suit brought for him by Mr. Drysdale. Jed is in shock to see Ellie's dress, and tells her, "You look just like an angel, honey, like your ma herself. I could have sworn it was my Rose Ellen a-comin' down them stairs to meet me." Rose Ellen was the same name given to Ellie's mother in Dukesdale's a wife.
Okay.
Tie and your derby that you wore when you came a-courting Rose Ellen.
So either the writer knew their stuff, or they were given a lore Bible of some kind. People begin to show up at the Drysdale's house, but Jed says they have to wait until 2 p.m., which is nearly 3 p.m. today.
Oh my god, come on.
You know, if time change is actually probably correct. Jed also asks that Ellie promise him not to wrestle or climb any trees today, as they want to make a good first impression on the Beverly Hills types. The family show up to the party, sans Granny, who's in a pouty mood. When they arrive, Ellie is once again wearing the bows, and Hathaway rushes her off to a side room to take them off. As they arrive, they hear a snobbish whisper. If Mrs. Drysdale thinks she can get our crowd to accept some grimy little mountain girl, she's very much mistaken. Chapter 11. A Letter. As Ellie and Hathaway stand nearby, the girls continue to gossip, saying Jed probably doesn't know one side of a golf club from the other. Ellie marches into the room and stands up to the girls, saying her father might not know much about club and golfs, whatever those are, but he can shoot a squirrel's eye out at 200 yards. She asks if their paws can do that, before marching off. Hathaway apologizes for the girls, and again tries to take Ellie's bows off, but Ellie says she's proud of her bows, and they're going to stay on. Pearl moves through the party, becoming even more aware of all the rich assholes snickering at her as she passes. She passes Jed, who is telling stories about living
Unless the
in
crash
the
is
Ozarks
just
to a group of rich men.
preordained by
Who beg to hear more
the
of
entity
Jed's
being
hilarious
ticked.
stories. Finally,
Like
Ellie
having been
realizes that
ticked.
she can't find Jethro and Pearl, although the two
Yeah, I
seem
figured
to
it
know
would be turned around
themselves,
now.
as the two appear on stage and begin playing the country folk song Billy Boy. Jed hears them playing and tells Ellie that they should join in, but Ellie doesn't feel like it. Jed says Hathaway told them about the girls and that they didn't mean it. Ellie says it don't matter, as they'll be heading back home soon. Drysdale appears and exclaims that they can't leave, before settling on that they shouldn't leave. Ellie says that maybe they shouldn't have even left the hills in the first place, and sulks her way out of the party. As she leaves, Drysdale thinks to himself that he simply can't lose the Clampett account. He and Hathaway will have to think of something to do. Ellie heads back to the mansion and brings water to Chico and Samson too. but she discovers both cages are open and the animals are loose. Ellie begins to look for the animals when she hears shrieking coming from the party next door. Inside, Chico has collected together all the tomatoes, sandwiches, and food he can find as he throws them at the partygoers. By the time things are resolved, most of the partygoers have fled. The few that remain loom over their ruined clothes, except for the young people, who says it is the most happening event of the year. During the party, someone had called in a report that the hillbillies were harboring fugitive animals on their property. Jed receives a letter ordering they cease this immediately. I'm going to repeat that. Jed receives a letter ordering they cease this immediately.
Huh.
When did Jed learn to read? The police officer orders that Jed get rid of the bear cub and obtain a license for the monkey. Jed says the best place for the bear is probably the zoo Ellie bought it from, but Ellie says he was miserable there. Granny says a bear needs to be in the wild and suggests they take it with them back to the hills, but Pearl says this makes no sense, as the bear is used to a California climate. Like Granny, he won't enjoy being moved to a new place, so they have to find another solution. At that moment, they go through their mail and find a letter from Hamlin, California. Opening it, they find it's from
Annoying
Bill
as
Tucker,
fuck, but
there's a photo of the
it
bear
works
cub
now.
inside. Chapter 12, Wildcat Creek. Ellie reads through the letter. Bill writes that Hamlin is the biggest town near Wildcat Creek, and that he's writing about the area before hiking off to find his Uncle Hezzy. He sends photos of the bears in the area.
I figured it
saying
will
he
use more
wishes
power.
Samson too could be with his cousins. Ellie has a great idea. They'll go up to Wildcat Creek so Samson can be with his kind. While he's there, Jed can fish, Jethro can hunt, and Granny can see Hezzy. Jed says this is fine, but he'll have to ask Mr. Drysdale first. Drysdale is excited that the hillbillies are going on a trip and helps them plan and make some maps. Apparently the truck has been repaired, which I guess is the kind of miracle work you get when you're an oil baron. The family load up the truck and Ellie's new car, bringing Samson, Chico, and Duke along. Mr. Drysdale watches their house and promises to feed their duck and single cat. As they get closer to their destination,
See, you know, with an
the
industrial
family
machine
stops
like
at a
this,
gas station,
that's the speed
where
I would
an
expect
attendant
it to
asks
go
where
at.
they're going. When they say they'll be visiting Hezekiah Billings, the attendant says that he owns most of Wildcat Creek and has made a big name for himself. The attendant says someone came to the station a few days ago in a car and said they were related to Hezekiah. The family figure that must have been Bill, although they can't figure out where he got a car. They presume he hitched a ride with a stranger. Soon it rains, and everyone in the truck is soaked to the bone. Granny says it feels good to finally have good weather, but Pearl disagrees, saying it's good weather for a duck maybe. Granny says she hopes so, as she was hoping to catch one to look for Hezzy. Pearl says if she's not careful, he'll ask her to marry him, and then they'll have no one to cook them victuals. Everyone is shocked to see Granny blush at the statement. The hillbillies try to make it up the mountain, but the womenfolk and the menfolk get separated, with only Ellie making it to Wildcat Creek. The rest of the hillbillies stop at a hotel, and hearing the whimpering of the freezing critters, decide to stay there for the night. They check into a hotel, where the clerk says Bill Tucker made it to town a few days ago, and has taken over his granduncle's operations. Hezzy is grateful, as it seems he doesn't have much time left. But the man at the counter advises him to go see Hezzy. As the rain worsens, two men arrive, and the news from the doctor is that Hezzy might not make it through the night. Ellie tells one of the men she wants to see Bill Tucker. He says she's in luck. He is Bill Tucker. Chapter 13. Some surprises. As Ellie takes his news in, she quickly accuses his fake Bill, or Phil, of being an imposter, recounting that she knows another man claiming to be him. Phil says they must have met a scam artist, and that he hopes they didn't give him any money. Ellie relays the news to Granny and Pearl, who seem unsure about what is really happening. Given how rude to them Phil has been, they decide to wait for the menfolk to arrive before going to see Hezzy. Meanwhile, the two hackers make it to a quiet house in the woods. There, the real Bill Tucker has been tied up for days, unknowingly that he's been at the house of his great uncle. The men plan to get the deed to the hotel before selling it to a private buyer. One of them is fearful that the Clampetts arriving will ruin everything, but the other says that if they show up to the house, they'll just refuse to let them inside. It seems that while one has impersonated Bill, the other has been playing a phony doctor. The two men arrive at the house and feed Bill. He reflects on the days he spent, tied and gagged, listening to the storm outside the cabin. As he lays in silence, he hears a noise. A familiar purr, an engine, and not to the car that the two men have been driving. Chapter 14. Clampets to the rescue. The womenfolk make it to the old white house and knock on the door. Phil answers the door and says they absolutely cannot be let inside before Granny pushes him aside and rushes in anyways. There, she's finally reunited with Ezzy, who greets her as Ellie Rose, and, nope. Granny's name is Daisy Mae Moses. I guess they just didn't have this name written down yet, but I don't understand how the writer settled on Rose as a last name. If Ellie's ma is named Rose Ellen, why would Granny's name be Ellie Rose? Granny says she came to see Hezzy, but didn't expect him to be sick. He says he didn't expect it either, but luckily Bill was with him when it happened. So it seems something very bad is going on. Granny asks Hezzy why he agreed to sell the hotel in his house, and Hezzy says he didn't. The girls say the man at the hotel said Phil brought a letter saying he could, and the crooks decide the gig is up and break a bottle and start threatening everyone. So they force Hezzy to take a sleeping
Bad
pill
idea.
and order the women to leave. As she goes down the porch, Ellie hears thumping coming from the attic and thinks there's a bear trapped up there. She wants to free it, but Granny says it's too dangerous and they leave. The women see the menfolk in the truck and hail them to a stop. They tell the full story, and Ellie says she liked the fake Bill better than the real one. Jed says he has his own opinions, as he pulls a burned California license clearly owned by their Bill. He says Duke found it by the side of the road. It seems Phil is a fake. Chapter 15. All square at Wildcat Creek. Later that night, the womenfolk wait at the hotel. We learn Jed and Jethro went to the house alone to confront the fraudsters, and insisted the women stay behind. But it's been too long, and they decide to go and set things right. They get to the house, where they peer through a window and see the men have been taken hostage.
I can
Jed
understand
watches
why
Phil
at this
searches
speed
Jed's wallet,
it
takes
broke
out all his
earlier.
money, and stuffs it into
I
his
can't
pocket.
understand why it
The
turned
women
around.
folk don't have guns and try to think of a plan. Granny suggests Pearl. Yeah, it's just too funny what's coming. Granny suggests Pearl go into the woods and start yodeling. This will make the men think a woman is being murdered, and they'll rush to see what is happening. Ellie turns this down and decides to sneak into Hezzy's room and search for a firearm. Climbing up the house, she makes her way into the old man's room, where she indeed finds a gun. She then remembers the attic and wonders if the real Bill is hidden there. Making her way to the room, she finds Bill and frees him. The con men suspect the hillbilly backups have arrived and search the house. Instead, one of them finds something they didn't expect. 2 eyes in the darkness and the feeling of claws grabbing their legs. The other man loses his grip on his shotgun. Jed uses his chance to lunge his body in the Phil, knocking him into a kitchen cabinet where heavy dishes rain
You
down
know, I'd
upon
really
him,
love
knocking him out.
a
Ellie and Bill
story
arrive
like
just
this
in
that
time to see
just
both
goes
men
off the
unconscious,
rails at some
because
point.
the book just couldn't let Ellie
You know,
save the
fuck it,
day, I
aliens.
guess. Ellie opens the shade to the window and speaks to Granny. Come on in.
But
The
like,
war's all over.
from that point on,
Granny
played
was,
straight.
at first,
That's just the story from that
disappointed
point
to
on.
miss out on the action, but her tune changed when the
I
sheriff
think there's
arrested 2 men.
something similar that
The
happens
city
in
celebrated the
Archie,
Clampets for rescuing their leading citizen.
but
After a week of
from
celebrating,
what I've
dancing,
heard
and yodeling,
and
the
seen,
Clampets head back to their mansion. Granny very
it
nearly
goes
decides
in
to
a
stay with Hezzy,
rather silly
before
direction.
remembering that Pearl will reign over her kitchen if
And
left
a lot of
alone
them
in
are
it.
just,
I hate it when you use Roman
it was all a
numerals,
dream
right?
kind of
Bill and
things,
Samson stay at
which
Wildcat
is
Creek, and Ellie and Chico
probably
head
the
back
worst
home.
kind of
Ellie promises that
sci-fi
she'll
or
visit next
fantasy
spring.
story.
Bill says if she doesn't come,
You know, you have
if
already
Chico
got
doesn't come
fiction.
back,
You don't
Samson
need to
will be
make it
mighty
fit
sad.
into
The book says that even
when you're
if they
already
didn't
going
say
off the
it,
rails.
the two knew what they meant.
That kind of stuff.
This is a pretty good ending, although the only thing the writer forgot to wrap up is the whole, are the Clampets going to move back to the Ozarks plotline? I guess it's consistent with the show that it remains an open book. Speaking of an open book, what do I think of this novel? Well, it gets a lot of things wrong. It undersells Jed's insistence at staying in Beverly Hills, and it is weird that the book basically has an OC in it. This is my original character. His name is Bill Tucker. He's the 6th Beverly Hillbilly.
An interesting book. I appreciate the pearls in it, but you know, I'm getting a little tired of this intermission. So now I would like to introduce a new concept. An intermission.
Gee, I wonder how that video got so long.
Intermission, which is a break from our overcomplicated intermission. I'm here in my den, and if you're wondering, I like to keep my son's videos playing on the TV, even if I'm not watching them, so I can support him. Now at this point, I have a question. Is anyone else getting a little bit tired of everything we've been watching being in color? If so, you're in luck, because in this intermission, I'm going to review something properly in black and white. In this segment, I would like to review the other Beverly Hillbillies comic series. The ones that ran in the UK for 1 year, and then were totally forgotten about. And additionally, I would like to explain to you the very non-confusing topic of why the Thunderbirds, Doctor Who,
What?
and the Beverly Hillbillies
What?
all take place within the same universe.
Okay. You know,
In January 1965,
Sure.
TV Century 21 first appeared in comic stands across Great Britain. The publication was created by Century 21 Publications as a way to advertise their science fiction marionette puppet shows. These included Fireball XL5, Stingray, and most famously, Thunderbirds. TV Century 21 wasn't just a comic magazine. It was always presented as an in-universe publication, a newspaper being printed in the mid-21st century.
See, that's
Comics printed
awesome.
in the newspaper were meant to
That's
be reports
great.
of real events
Like an
that took
ARG, but
place
it doesn't
inside
stop.
the TV 21 universe, and unique articles would often be written by in-universe characters from the Century 21 world, tying into what was published. But not all stories printed in this comic were based on the Thunderbirds universe. In 1963, while working for the BBC science fiction program Doctor Who, writer Terry Nation had invented a race of menacing pepper pots known as the Daleks. Due to how contracts at the BBC worked at the time, Terry Nation owned the rights to these creations. This meant that when the Daleks proved to be a hit, he was able to license them independently of the BBC. And starting in 1965, TV Century 21 obtained exclusive rights to print unique stories featuring the Dalek race. In the series, the Daleks were seen plotting to conquer the universe, invading other worlds, and even having a civil war on Skaro. The series introduced the famous Dalek Emperor with an inflated golden dome. During this time, the actual Doctor Who comics could not use the Daleks. Eventually, they invented a knockoff race called the Trods to compensate. In the TV Century 21 publication, it was made very clear that these Dalek stories took place in the same world of Thunderbirds. According to the magazine, the Century 21 universe and the Doctor Who universe were one and the same. This crossover even made it to TV screens, as in the 17th episode of the Thunderbirds, a bad guy looking for plans to a nuclear device is seen looting through a bunch of documents, and TV Century 21 is included among these, leading to a shot where the Daleks are very clearly seen in the show. Other franchises included in the TV Century 21 Megaverse include Supercar, Burke's Law, The Munsters, Get Smart, Bewitched, The Saint, Department S, Adam Ant Lives, James Bond, The Man from U.N.C.L.E., Danger Man, and The Fugitive. A common feature in TV 21 was Lady Penelope Investigates. Lady Penelope was a character from Thunderbirds, a secret agent for a spy organization. But in Century 21, she was also a journalist. In one interesting article, Lady Penelope goes to see the Peter Cushing Dalek movies in the future and reports that they are fictional movies based on the real-life adventures of the Doctor and the Daleks. In TV 21 issue 16, Lady Penelope decides that she's going to investigate the Beverly Hillbillies.
I should think there's plenty you could write about that family, eh, my lady? Remarked Parker with a twinkle in his eye. Of course, he was referring to our visit to their luxurious home and our most recent trip to Hollywood. Still posing as a movie star, French accent and all, Parker and I arrived in our Rolls Royce and parked it beside their old jalopy. Jethro came running out to meet us, still puzzled by the mysterious door chimes, and as Parker would say, fairly swept me off my feet. Ellie Mae took Parker's fancy right away and insisted on making him nurse per her pet skunk. Needless to say, he hasn't been very popular since. If you've ever smelt a skunk, you'd know what I mean. Jed insisted we stay to dinner, and Granny busied herself happily in the kitchen. All went well until we found out what we were eating. The Clampett specialty. Possum pie and snakeskin soup.
What I want to know is where do they keep getting possums in Beverly Hills?
Granny really finished him off by giving him
Like at this point, they've got to have gotten to the last one that's left in the area.
Parker up from the floor. The Clampetts
Other than some
insisted
swamps,
on
sure.
rounding off the evening with a
Tons.
Hillbill hoedown,
Beverly Hills?
with Jed leading the dance and Granny at the piano.
Unlikely.
Things were still going
At
strong
least.
when we sneaked out and made a quick getaway.
This crossover doesn't feature time travel,
Unless they've
which
got their
implies that
own
the
little-
Beverly Hillbillies takes place in the 2060s, not the 1960s. And yeah, sure, I'll pretend that doesn't bother me. In TV 21 issue 51, Penelope mentions she has kept in contact with the Clampetts and is attempting to secure them as collaborators. You see, in 1966, Lady Penelope was spun off to have her own comic publication called Lady Penelope. This also was said to exist in universe as a 2060s magazine. This magazine obtained the rights to publish their own one-page Beverly Hillbillies comic through the rest of the year, which had nothing to do with the American run of comics. The opening page of issue 1 even features a letter written by Ellie Mae thanking Lady Penelope specifically.
Dear Lady Penelope, just a quick line to tell you us Clampetts are mighty pleased that we are to appear in your new magazine. Granny says, would you like any of her exclusive recipes to pass on to the readers? Like grits and jowls. Cousin Jethro says, as he's 6 feet tall, how will he fit into a 14-inch high magazine? And Pa, well, he's just delighted about everything. Please excuse blots. My pet skunk spilled the bilberry ink. Love to all readers. Ellie Mae.
This comic ran from January 1966 to January 1967 for a total of 52 issues, alongside 2 extra comics and the Lady Penelope Summer Extra. All 54 comics seem to have been drawn by UK artist Paul Trevelyan. So let's get started. In issue 1 from January the 22nd, 1966, Ellie and Granny go to a traveling fun fair and see a lion tamer practicing his routine on a tiger. Ellie doesn't like that he's being mean to the tiger, and she whoops him. He later returns with the owner of the fun fair to see that the tiger has escaped. The rest of the hillbillies decide they want to hunt the tiger, but as soon as it sees Ellie Mae, it turns into a friendly house cat. The fun fair owner fires the lion tamer, and the hillbillies get to keep it as their pet. As they take the tiger on a walk, Jethro says people used to stare at them in the streets, but now it seems like everyone just avoids them. In issue 2, printed on January the 29th, 1966,
Man,
Granny
that puppet
decides
is
she wants to
creepy
change
as
the
fuck.
family's diet and is going to make mountain stew, which is a weird portmanteau of Mountain Dew and stew. They go to the store and decide to take their chimp Champ, who looks exactly like their other chimp, Skipper. The store they pick is extremely exclusive and meant only for Beverly Hills rich people, and the owner wants to throw them out. Mrs. Drysdale is
Classic.
also there and mentions that the Clampetts are rich, and the owner changes his tune, and you have to commend them for making Mrs. Drysdale recognizable in her first panel. The American comic never figured out how to draw her, so Granny starts listing all the stuff she needs for her stew, but it's all gross country stuff, and the store empties of all of the other rich customers. Ellie figures that since no store in Beverly Hills has proper ingredients, everyone must be starved, giving Granny an idea.
By golly, you're right, Ellie Mae. There's only one way to make sure these poor people get fed proper, and that's to open up her own store.
This brings us to issue 3, from February the 5th, 1966, wherein the Clampetts decide to open their own store. But no one comes, so Jed tells Jethro to round up some customers. Soon women run into the store screaming, and we eventually see that Jethro has been chasing people with a loaded shotgun, forcing them to enter the store. Remember, these are rich people. Just laugh and don't think about it. Soon the store is emptied of everything they are selling, and Granny brags that she and Ellie sold everything in the store, while the menfolk didn't lift a finger. Issue 4 came out on February the 12th, 1966. In this issue, Mr. Drysdale was worried because Granny's store is losing too much of his money. I mean Jed's money. He says they need some way to promote the store. Granny decides to put on a mannequin display, so she gets Ellie some dresses from the hills and asks her to put them on for the store. But Jethro runs into someone looking for a mannequin show and gets a bunch of dresses from him. So Ellie starts wearing a bunch of modern gowns and attracts a huge crowd as the store is converted into a catwalk. However, the crowd has destroyed the store's inventory, and Mr. Drysdale screams that it'll take all of their profits to fix the damage. Granny notes that's the thing about bank managers. They're never happy. In issue 5, from February the 19th, Granny hears 2 Hollywood residents complaining of the awful smell. Granny thinks they're bad-mouthing her store until she sees a garbage truck is parked outside. The workers refuse to move it until they finish their coffee, so Granny decides to move it herself, crashing it into the Clampett Victual store. The mixed smell of garbage and food attracts all the wild animals in the area, who destroy the store. Granny fears they won't be able to rebuild this time, but are saved when a very rich man approaches them. He thinks they may have the perfect concoction for a new dog food, so he buys the store from them and opens a pet salon, where he'll sell Granny's recipes as dog food for twice the price. Granny says there's no pleasing city folk, but at least these critters will be the happiest in the whole world. Issue 6 came out on February the 26th, 1966. Ellie Mae is feeding birds in the Beverly Hillbillies Park. A group of thugs see her and recognize her as the daughter of a billionaire and decide to kidnap her. This guy, who's shaped like a frog, tells Ellie there's a grizzly bear that's starving, and she agrees to follow him. He brings her to a cabin where they admit that they're after Jed's money. Ellie kicks their asses. The thugs fetch their wolf, Killer, who they sick on Ellie. And of course, the wolf is friendly to Ellie and turns on the thugs. The thugs call Jed and tell him that they'll pay anything to get rid of Ellie Mae. In issue 7 from March the 5th, 1966, Jed has hired an electrician to put remote controls into the TV so they can move it around the room without getting up. The remote also controls all the other electronics in the room. When Granny gets home, we see she's been reading a book about haunted houses in America. While she cleans, she bumps the remote, causing the TV to crash into her. She then breaks the remote, causing everything in the room to begin moving around. So Granny gets out her shotgun and shoots everything in the room. As the rest of the family arrive, Granny brags that she killed the ghosts, and Ellie says next time they get her a surprise, they should tell her first. In issue 8, from March the 12th, 1966, Jed and Granny are shocked when an expensive car pulls into the front of the mansion, but are even more surprised when the driver turns out to be Hick Stote, Granny's childhood sweetheart. Stote was once poor as they come, but now he owns half the oil in Tennessee and has a successful possum business. He and Granny flirt, and Hick invites the family back to the place he's renting. Granny cooks for Hick, and he says that if she wants to marry him after all these years, he'll ask for her hand. Granny says she'll have to think it over, but moving back to the hills with Hick does seem mighty fine. Jed, Jethro, and Ellie meet in private, and Jed says they have to stop this romance before it gets started. This is a little out of character, as Jed is more likely to object to the family being torn apart. But there's 54 of these, so I don't think there's time for us to worry about thoughts like that. In issue 9, from March the 19th, 1966, Jed tells Mr. Drysdale about what's been happening, and Mr. Drysdale swears to stop Hick Stote. He hires a group of stunt actors to rough Hick up. The men ask what Hick looks like, and Drysdale says that since he's from the old country, he'll have worn down clothes and facial hair. But when Hick arrives, he's wearing nice clothes, so the thugs don't think it's him and instead mistake Jed for Stote. The thugs start chasing Jed until Hick Stote sees them and roughs them up for it. Granny reads about Hick saving Jed in the paper and says she wants to marry him tomorrow. In the final panel, Jethro, Jed, Ellie, and the family goat all listen in suspense. In issue 10, from March the 26th, 1966, we find out the big day has come, and Granny and Hick Stote are to be wed. The rest of the family head out in the jalopy before they run into High Stote's family. The Stotes are identical to the Clampetts, and the two families hate each other and start a fist fight in the streets. Granny and Hick think that this looks fun and join in on the fight. However, Hick realizes that if they are married, the family feud will end. Granny says she hadn't thought of this. They realize they can't let their love get in the way of something as beautiful as a feud, and they decide to not get married and instead start kicking each other's asses. In issue 11, from April the 2nd, 1966, we find out Ellie is on a break from school, and also that she's going to school. Granny is being constantly terrorized by her critters, and says Ellie will have to find something to do until she goes back to school. Mr. Drysdale suggests to Jed that Ellie come work at the bank, and she does, but her critters miss her, and voyage across town to find her. Meanwhile, a man tries to rob the bank, but Ellie calls his bluff because his gun isn't loaded. He tries to run, but trips over Ellie's critters. The man is arrested, and Ellie tells Gorge the goat to be more careful. He could have hurt that man. In issue 12, from April the 9th, Ellie is still working at the bank. Drysdale tells her that Miss Hathaway is out and that he has a meeting, so she's instructed to watch his office. Before he leaves her, Ellie sees a checkbook and asks what it is. Drysdale reveals it is for giving people money, and he gave Jed one too. If she ever needs to give someone money, just ask her father for his checkbook. So a man barges into Drysdale's office and begs for a $20,000 loan so he can buy equipment for his company. Ellie rushes home and gets Jed's checkbook, and Jed agrees to sign off on a 20 grand check because Ellie says Mr. Drysdale told her to. So she gives the man $20,000, and soon Mr. Drysdale arrives and is shocked when he hears what happened. He calls Jed over to tell him his daughter has given away $20,000 of his fortune. Jed is ecstatic and says Ellie managed to learn how to be a banker after all. In issue 13, from April the 16th, Hathaway has come back to work and has heard about what Ellie did. To make matters worse, she says, the bank directors are complaining that they aren't attracting enough new clients.
What are accounts, Miss Hathaway? Well, when a person puts money into the bank, he opens an account. We cannot function without them, Ellie Mae. Where are you going?
Just down to the football field.
Later, the bank is flooded with young men who all want to open accounts. Drysdale asks how she did it, and Ellie says each man wants to dance with her at the Saturday Hoedown, but she told them all that she only dances with people who have accounts at the bank. Drysdale says it sounds a bit like bribery and corruption, but it's good business, which is an absolutely perfect Drysdale quote. The man who borrowed the $20,000 from Jed brings it back, with interest. Drysdale says Ellie's banking career has been unusual, but successful. Ellie thanks him, and says that refilling the inkwells is fun. Issue 14 is from April the 23rd, and this issue of Lady Penelope actually have the Clampetts on the cover. In this week's comic, Drysdale invites the Clampetts to come shoot clay pigeons with him. The Clampetts hit all the targets, but think the pigeons are real, and collect what's left of them. Later, the family invites the Drysdales over for some dinner, but the food isn't edible. It turns out that Granny has tried to make clay pigeon pie, like how she tried to cook golf eggs back in season 1. Is anyone else getting a weird sense of deja vu for the future instead of the past? Issue 15 is from April the 30th, 1966, and in this one, Drysdale gets the Clampetts a gift for the 1-year anniversary of them joining his bank. So I guess in the comics, they joined the bank in 1965? Or actually, it would be 2065. Drysdale explains the sundial
Wait,
can
is
tell
doing
the
something or
time just
not?
by its shadow. Granny tries to use it during the rain to tell her when the cake is ready, but it doesn't work and her cake burns. Jed tells her it doesn't work in the rain, so she tries it inside instead. The same thing happens, and we see Granny destroying it with a hammer, and Drysdale says that sundial cost him $300, which is about $100 in today's money.
That's interesting.
Because this comic is set in the future. In issue 16, from May the 7th, 1966, Ellie Mae is out trying to play fetch with old Duke, but the hound won't go for the stick. Ellie Mae says Duke was a lot more fun when he was skinnier and could go fast. Jed says he saw
You know,
some
that's
nice
kind of
skinny
funny
hound
because
dogs
of
the other day, and
our
takes Ellie
dictionary.
to what is clearly a dog racing track.
Counts the
The pair
dust
marvel
from the
over how
pollution
thin
mod.
the hounds are. Then
It's
watch
the
as a
same dust as
mechanical
the
rabbit is used to
dust from
race
Max
the pair
Nihilo.
along the track. Duke gets excited and jumps the fence, and the group gets thrown out. Once they're back home, Jed builds Duke his own motorized rabbit, and he starts running fast, even knocking over Granny, who says she can't wait for him to be tired again. On May the 13th, 1966, Lady Penelope released a special summer extra edition. This featured not one, but two Beverly Hillbillies comics. In the first, Ellie reads in the newspaper that a grizzly bear has escaped from the zoo and is being chased down by
Okay,
the
I think it's time for the
zookeepers.
storage
She
system.
decides to go out and catch it for herself, and she hasn't had a good pet since Jed made her get rid of the crocodile she was keeping in the cement pond. So Ellie finds the bear and puts its head in a net and brings it back to the mansion. It wakes up in the middle of the night and looks for food in the kitchen. Granny thinks the bear is Jethro and hits him over the head with a broom, knocking him out. When the real Jethro arrives, Granny passes out as well. Ellie says the grizzly should have known better than to tangle with Granny. In the second comic, the military comes to the Clampett estate to see if Jethro wants to enlist in the army. The army says they want to teach Jethro to fight, and Granny says she already taught him that. To prove it, she whoops his ass in the kitchen. The military man says she's right and leaves, and Jed suspects the real reason they left is Jethro likely wouldn't pass his physical in his current state. The next day, on May the 14th, Lady Penelope issue 17 was released. Mr. Drysdale finds Granny cleaning her clothes in the cement pond and finds out this is how the hillbillies have been doing laundry. At the bank, Drysdale has the best washing machine salesman sent over to the mansion, and Granny is amazed by the technology. Once the salesman is gone, Granny tells the family to throw anything dirty they have into the machine. This includes Jed's winter coat, Jethro's Jethro-sized boots, and some horse blankets. The washing machine spits it all back out, and Granny sends the machine back, saying nothing beats a beating stone. Issue 18 is from May the 21st, 1966, and in this one, Mrs. Drysdale is forcing Mr. Drysdale to hold a baking competition, as she does every year. Mr. Drysdale thinks the food is always snobby and boring, and they'll need something interesting this year. So he decides to invite Granny to take part. She makes a cake that looks like a giant clump of mud, but the judges love it. Granny wins and tells the judges she got the recipe from an indigenous American. She then lists the ingredients.
First you take a good handful of hog grits, then toss in some squirrel fat. Next you fry up some skunk legs, but you got to leave them around for a few days to bring out the flavor.
All the judges become sick and flee the room. Mrs. Drysdale is furious and says she'll never let her husband organize another one of her events, which is just what he wanted. The hillbillies wonder where everyone went, and Jed figures they must have run back to their kitchens to try the recipe for themselves. Issue 19 is from May the 28th, and in this one, Granny and Jed read about a dancing school that is supposed to make young people sophisticated, so they send Ellie and Jethro there. But Jethro and Ellie dance so fast and so wild that it destroys the class. The owner of the school thinks the hillbillies will ruin his reputation and kick the two out. But the next day, everyone says they want to learn to dance like the hillbillies, so Jethro and Ellie come back to become dance instructors. In June 1966, TV 21 released a Lady Penelope vinyl record which featured the theme songs of all the shows in her magazine, which included the Ballad of Jed Clampett. Later that year, the theme also appeared in favorite television themes, which included a rendition of the Doctor Who theme. The Beverly Hillbillies was misspelt on the front cover. Issue 20 of Lady Penelope was released on June the 4th, 1966. In this comic, a local church realizes they need to repair the roof, so they go around Beverly Hills asking for donations for them to auction off in a jumble sale. They come to the hillbillies, who give them a lot of their relics from the hills.
The big issue
vicar
is like
thinks
that
the junk
is
is
pretty
worthless
slime
and fears
ball.
it will ruin the sale, but all the Clampett's junk are antiques and sell for high prices. In the end, Jed notes what they donated sold for $50,000, which is $18,000 in today's money. The vicar explains that the older something is, the more valuable it is, and Jed says Granny must be worth a fortune, causing her to knock his hat off. Look at Jethro's face in the final panel. He's not quite here all the way.
Yeah.
Issue 21 came out on June the 11th,
Some of the sci-fi element,
1966,
he's
and
in
in
another
this one,
dimension.
two men without
Overlooks
homes
those
stand
things.
outside of Drysdale's bank and beg for money. Drysdale calls the cops, who agree to come and arrest the pair. As they arrive, so do Jed and Jethro, who are mistakenly arrested by the police. Drysdale rushes to the jail, only to find the hillbillies are having a great time, as all four of them get down with their bad selves. Issue 22 was released on June the 18th, 1966. In this one, Granny tells Jed victuals are going to be late because the delivery man hasn't arrived yet. Jed goes to distract Jethro, as he fears bad things will happen if Jethro finds out about food being late. He finds Jethro dressed up in a Batman cosplay. This was typical, as the Adam West Batman had premiered 6 months earlier. Batman jumps over the railings, shattering the floor below. Jed asks where Robin is, and it turns out Ellie Mae is Jethro's Robin. She swings on the chandelier until it comes crashing down. The two run off as they continue to destroy the mansion. Batman eventually sees a truck and attacks it. Jethro wakes up in the hospital and is told he attacked the victuals delivery truck and sprayed skunk's liver and possum tails all over Hollywood. Issue 23 was released on June
That
25th,
explains how they got all the
1966. The narration box says that Granny has taken a sudden disliking to Beverly Hills, and there's nothing sudden about it. Jed says they need to do something to get Granny's mind away from back home, and fast. Granny passes an amusement park and is fascinated by it, asking Jed if they could buy it. At the bank, Mr. Drysdale complains that buying the park will cost them almost $100,000, or almost $35,000 in today's money. But Jed buys it anyway. Granny begins redoing the entire park, building a log cabin and making marshland for the gators. Drysdale realizes with shock that she's built herself a hillbilly swamp. Issue 24 was released on July the 2nd, 1966. In this comic,
The wolf
Granny
dolls are
decides
like
to see a movie starring her favorite
Captain
star,
Scarlet
Grit
type of dolls,
Carpet,
right?
famous Western
Used for
star,
TV shows, actually.
Grit Carpet. But during the film, there's a shootout, and Granny pulls out her gun to try and help Grit Carpet, and is
Oh, for
taken
fuck's
in by
sake.
security. The theater manager calls Jed and asks him to please come and get Granny. But just as the family come to get her, Grit Carpet shows up for real, and Granny passes out. Later, she explains she passed out from shock and not excitement, as she expected him to be much taller. Issue 25 was released on July the 9th, 1966. In this one, Granny and Ellie end up buying a bunch of Glimmer soap, which is a laundry detergent with a Willy Wonka-like mascot. The boxes have an odd marketing strategy. The Glimmer Man will be going around to random houses, and he'll give you $10 for every box of his detergent that you have. So Ellie and Granny buy 446 boxes. And sure enough, the Glimmer Man arrives at their house and forks over $5,000 and says he's been ruined. If the Glimmer Man was better at ciphering, he'd know that he only had to fork over $4,460. The Clampetts tried to do the same thing with baked beans, but it doesn't work, so they give $5,000 worth of baked beans to Mr. Drysdale.
Okay, we have now reviewed 27 total comics from the UK Beverly Hillbillies comic series. This means we are now officially halfway done. But you know what? I'm getting a little bored of all this black and white stuff.
No.
So now I want to review another comic in color. So let's go ahead and take a little break. Welcome everyone to the intermission. Now you may be wondering, how can I possibly have anything else to talk about? Well, I do have something. That being Life with Archie number 28 from 1964. So let's get right into this intermission.
So if you don't know what Archie is, here's a rundown. Archie is a weird little ginger kid who's somehow a popular jock. There are two really pretty girls who are in love with him. Betty, who is blonde, and Veronica, who is brunette, but has a rich daddy. This is Ringo. He plays the drums. Life with Archie was supposed to be a spin-off that was supposed to be more dramatic than the main series. Let's see how good a job they did. Our issue begins with an ad that promises that for only 10 cents, the person in the ad can make you into a hyper-muscled He-Man. I couldn't find anything about this one online, which is how you know nobody bought into it. So this story starts off with a big revelation. Hiram Lodge, Veronica's rich daddy, is about to lose all his money. The main corporation he runs has been fined by CL Corporation, and if he can't raise $400,000 by the end of the month, they'll be broke, which is $140,000 in today's money. Wait, I'm sorry, I was confused. It's actually $3.8 million. But Lodge has one last hope. He'll call his second cousin Clem. Years ago, Hiram recounts, the Lodge family was split in two, half settled in wherever Archie Comics takes place, and the other half moved to the Ozarks. According to what he's heard, Cousin Clem is the richest man in Sassafras County. So they prepare a suite in their mansion to hold Cousin Clem, and then excitedly run to the entrance when they hear a car's horn, only to see that their cousins are actually hillbillies, and clearly direct spoofs of the Clampetts.
Oh, man.
Hello? Howdy, Cousin Albert. We came as quick as we could. Well, well. Who's this pretty little lady?
This is my daughter, Veronica.
I'm right pleased to meet you. Where's your husband and children?
I'm not married yet, Cousin Clem. I'm still in school.
Still in school? A big girl like you, and you don't know how to read and write?
Don't mind him, Missy. That's just Grandpa Gooley.
So as you can see, Granny is Grandpa in the story, and Ellie is replaced by Clem's two twin daughters, Lulu and Lily. And then we meet Clem's son, Mildew.
Don't forget me, Pa.
Of course not, son. This is my little boy, Mildew.
Howdy, Miss Veronica, ma'am. Hey, I think I just heard something go boing.
Isn't that,
You sure did.
So these two are what? Third cousins?
Yeah.
This is weird, right? Also, there's some ads around here. I guess Archie Comics had more ads in them because they were sold more. Here we have ads for
Yeah, that's also a thing,
Josie
probably.
and the Pussycats comics, and some kind of gear for a bicycle. After their hillbilly relatives move in, Hiram fears he'll never raise the $400,000. Just then, he and Veronica hear a loud noise and rush over to see.
Okay, I've got a plan now. I had to think for a little bit.
Good old-fashioned bucket any day.
Next, we have another weird ad for a pyramid scheme that makes you all muscly. It's weird. I didn't see these on any of the other comics. I guess people who read Archie Comics are just demographically more insecure. Cousin Mildew comes to get Veronica and Hiram because there's a horrible monster in their drinking well. This turns out to be a pool floaty shaped like Nessie, and drinking well is what Mildew calls the cement pond. Then, the two twin girls steal a lawnmower and destroy the front yard of the mansion. Then Hiram gets a call.
Mr. Lodge, this is Watkins at the office. The tax people were here. It seems they made a mistake.
A mistake? You mean we don't owe $400,000?
No, sir, it's $500,000 now. And if we don't have it by Tuesday, we'll be wiped out.
I wonder if I'm too old to run away from home and join the circus.
Cousin Clem and Hiram talk, and Hiram admits he's in financial trouble. Clem says he's willing to lend him money to save his business, and asks if $18.32 is enough, which is $176.80 in today's money. I always thought if I had a time machine, the first thing I'd do is orchestrate some scam using inflation. Hiram says that Clem's kin are supposed to be the richest family in Sassafras County.
If you go... Hold on, how would you do it? Like, you know, you've got a lot of money which is worth less in the present. But if you then go back into the past to use that money, it's just gonna accelerate inflation. So the money in the future is gonna be worth even less again. And like, you know, I don't think that would be good. I don't think that would be a good idea. You would, at most, you could maybe do it once. But by the second time around, the consequences in the world around you would just make that money completely worthless. And I do mean in whatever form it takes, because you are gonna cause so many Great Depressions.
Clem says they are. They're the only family in Sassafras County. Later, Archie and the gang are seen reading about the Lodge family's collapse in the newspaper.
Dilton told me that Mr. Lodge's rich relatives just got into town.
Maybe they came here to help out, huh? Here comes Veronica. Let's get the lowdown.
Hi, gang. Anyone for arsenic?
Cheer up, Lambie. Your dad'll be okay now that your rich relatives are here.
Rich relatives?
Did I say something funny?
Don't flip, Ron. I'm sure you'll find the right answer.
We need 500,000 right answers. All of them dollar bills.
Oh, here we go. As usual, old Uncle Juggy has the solution.
You have?
Gee.
I was just talking to Pop Tate in the chocolate shop, and he said that if Mr. Lodge loses all of his money, Pop will give him a job as a soda jerk.
A soda jerk? How can we keep up a mansion and 3 cars on that kind of salary?
Maybe you can cut down on chewing gum?
With him for a pal, who needs enemies?
Chin up, Lambie Pie. Remember, someday you'll have money to burn.
After this, we get an ad for a 1965 Archie annual with a pinup calendar. No, not that kind of Archie pinup calendar. In 1965, one issue of this annual cost 25 cents, which is $2.41 today. Finding a good copy of this issue today would set you
$2 and... But still, comics today cost like $5.
back around $20.
You know.
Okay, so we are
Sure.
now officially halfway through this comic, and I for one think we need a breather. A break, as it were. So now, let's have an intermission.
Stop!
With an argument I had 35 years ago.
Well, I'm asking the Starscream question first. I'm sorry, folks, for that violence on TV. I just had to hit Russ. Starscream question first, okay? Houston and Russ is in the debate. I'll answer the Starscream question first, and I'll take the side against Starscream. Although I'm going to pose the questions. Wait, although I do believe Starscream's a better leader, I'll get that to say. Oh, then how about Chiron and Starscream? No, Starscream and Megatron. Okay, I'll take the opposite side of what I really believe. I think that Megatron would be a better leader because Starscream is too inexperienced at leadership as of yet. And I believe that Megatron, he's the oldest Decepticon, the oldest robot that form has been around. And I believe that his years of military practice, I think his years of military practice would... now, Starscream is just too cocky, he's not ready for leadership yet. A few more years, sure, but at the moment, Megatron is the better leader. Is I man it up yet?
I disagree. Like you said, Megatron is old. He's too old. He's an older model. Stop that. Get that scroll out of here. You know I hate scrolls.
PMRC censorship. One or two things.
Look up Megatron.
I feel like the issue is with both leaders, they have got their own ego to contend with their abilities.
It's a gun, right? It can't fly.
Starscream wants all the power and doesn't really have the experience for it, so obviously from that perspective Megatron would be better, but the issue with Megatron is, man, he's just gonna blow up the world if he doesn't get his way, so...
Something's interfering with the signal. I'm afraid after... It's gonna be a full-scale takeover.
What the fuck?
Do not adjust your computer screens, or your phone tablets,
Oh, he's doing the thing.
or television sets you're watching with your mothers. There is nothing wrong with your signal, for I, evil Russ, have taken control. Now you will all bear witness to my next evil experiment, which I call my intermission. And this is all possible due to my new invention, my pirate radio satellite broadcaster.
You know what would be kind of interesting is like a supervillain who operates on this old style villain logic,
You will witness my total subjugation.
but in a completely modern hero world.
But first,
Or not even real heroes, just regular modern world.
best that I, evil dad, bring you up to date.
Many of you watching this broadcast assume that I am the same person as this man. I am not this man. This is Rust Reviews. I am Evil Rust Reviews. If the other Russ is good, that is debatable still. But what is certain is that he is relatively much less evil than me. Now, many of you at home likely do not know who I am. But allow me to explain everything. The first time I appeared on this channel was February the 24th, 2016, during Quentin's very second film review. During that video, Quentin reviewed all of the sequels to the Rankin Bass film Frosty the Snowman. But there was one film that he had still blocked out of his mind, 2005's The Legend of Frosty the Snowman. But slowly, Quentin began to remember.
Wait a minute. Frosty representing childhood? Where have I heard all of this before?
Nowhere!
Jesus Christ!
Listen to me, boy. There's no such thing as other Frosty sequels. There never were. They don't exist.
Okay. I believed you before you got so angrily defensive about it.
Do not look for other Frosty sequels. They do not exist. They never did.
Get the hell out of my house!
They're just not real, boy. They never were. They don't exist. Be warned. Be warned. Don't look for the Frosty sequels, Taylor. You may not like what you find.
I gotta start locking my doors, man.
You'll see, this was actually my first evil plan. I brainwashed Quentin as a child into believing that the legend of Frosty the Snowman was not real. That way he would never seek the film out and would never own a copy. However, I had already made a bootleg copy of The Legend of Frosty the Snowman when Quentin was a boy, which was entirely sentient, and I hid it away in the basement. The DVD soon broke loose and returned to Quentin.
Whoops.
It was then I began studying Earth's greatest threat.
What does that mean?
The moon! Upon studying ancient charts, I learned a deep secret about the moon. And I soon realized that I had to get the truth out there. And so, I did the only thing I could think of. I hijacked one of my son's YouTube videos to reveal this great conspiracy.
Eclipses are fantastical spectacles which represent the forces of nature and the forces of the galaxy, which are so amazing to look at that our ancestors believed them to be the wrath of God himself. But when we attempt to view this with our own eyes, it's important to remember to take some precautions. What people tend to forget about eclipses is that what you are seeing in the sky is still the sun, and under regular conditions you would not find yourself staring at the sun for minutes on end. And even though the sun is being covered up somewhat by the moon, it can still be just as damaging to your eyes as it would be if you were to just stare at the sun. Such a thing can lead to permanent eye damage and even total blindness, which is why people have had to find interesting workarounds to still be able to see this spectacle. Creating something like this is rather simple if you have a rudimentary knowledge of Bill Nye segments from the 1990s. What?
Earthlings of all creeds and denominations! We must stop the moon!
God damn it, not you again. I gotta start locking my doors.
The moon is no astral object. It is a giant egg which houses a hideous creature which would intend to consume the entire planet.
What?
This creature, when heated by the rays of the sun, will want to free itself from the shell of the moon and consume the entire planet.
God damn it.
We must all scream.
Why would we do that?
We have to scare away the moon monster.
If you see an eclipse, immediately start screaming.
Not standard practice at all. Sound doesn't travel in space. How would that even work?
Your simple facts do not stop science.
I don't understand at all.
That's a great quote.
We must all create devices to scare it away. Devices like this.
But sadly, my plan was foiled when this video was one of my son's worst performing, being seen by almost no one. And so soon, I acted out my third plan, burning my son's set to the ground.
So, here's the thing. I fucking hate Trump. He embarrasses me every day. He makes us all look like backwards idiots. And frankly, the fact that he got elected
This plan was a success. My son was so preoccupied ranting about his hatred for Donald J. Trump that he never noticed me destroying his set.
Remember to look at today's sponsor, privacy.com, to get $5 off of your first purchase with one of their cards. And I think I'm going to need that $5, because this room has just spontaneously caught on fire. Okay, better wrap this up. If you liked this video, remember to hit that subscribe button and give me the bell so you'll see when I upload.
The thing I need right now is we're gonna need to cracking USB hammer again.
And tell them how much you love them. That's all you need. I gotta go.
And this brings us around to my fourth and most complex plan. For you see, in 2019, my son left to battle Donald Trump, who had built a space station to destroy the Earth. It was when he arrived outside the space station that it was revealed that the man behind this wasn't Donald J. Trump, but was me in disguise all along.
Little do you realize that this appearance I've taken on is nothing more than a disguise. How will you react, I wonder, when you discover that the person behind all of this is not...
How have I missed this many Quentin videos?
Your own father.
How did I do this, you may ask?
You forgot?
I don't know. The thing is, this must have been one of my most complex plans. It must have taken years to orchestrate, maybe even decades. How did I do it? I honestly can't remember. Look, I need a moment to sort all this out. So while I do that, why don't we take a break? So here is Good Rust Review with the intermission, 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 intermission.
Pretty sure we got a few extras there at this point.
So I've been digging out all the family heirlooms because when I watched the Henningsburgs, I'd look at something and go,
Is it an old car? Oh no, it's one of those photography work.
So I dug all this stuff out. Not everything here appeared in the Henningsburgs, but I just thought I'd talk about it all. But before we get into this stuff, I want to talk about the newest heirloom I have. This guy.
Oh my god.
And girl.
Oh my god.
This is the new Quentin Reviews plushie from YouTube's. You can find this if you go to YouTube's, or you can find it in the pinned comments. The very top one's Brack TV. It's the one under that. So go there and pre-order it because it ends on April the 11th. And if you do that, and it sells well, who knows? Maybe they'll make one of me. So to start with, we have this thing. Now for years, I didn't know what the hell it was. Then I saw the Back to the Future game. And I thought that you put your foot up here to get your shoe shine. And I'm not saying you couldn't do that with it. But you know what I think it is? I think you repair shoes on it. Because you remember Jed repairing everybody's shoes on one of these. And as I've said before, or maybe I'll say later, for a family of hillbillies, Jed sure repairs a lot of their shoes. This is an iron and it's very heavy. You basically would heat this up on a stove, And you'll notice the characters wrap a towel around this because the whole thing gets hot. And then you iron. Now, I couldn't find this for a long time, and I thought it was gone, so I ordered this one. And it came with this little thing, which you also see in the TV series. So it gives you something to set it on. And this one kind of fits on there. Not really. We tend to use this thing as a doorstop, and later Lisa will use its electrical counterpart as a doorstop because she doesn't know what it is. So the next thing is this little thing. This is called a Brownie Hawkeye. And the one in the series is a little bigger. I'm going to take this thing off, because now it kind of looks like the little camera they use on the series. And you'll notice they're always doing this with it. It's because the eyepiece is right here. So you're always looking down. There is a scene in Petticoat Junction where a character is told he's holding it upside down because he's so distracted by the picture he's supposed to take. Obviously, if it's upside down, you can't look through the little viewfinder and see where you're aiming. So there's that little guy. This hasn't really been in the series, I don't think. It just happens to be my favorite prop camera. And this thing, we used to use this camera, and one day we got a letter from, I guess, Kodak, or no, I guess it would have been Polaroid, saying they weren't going to make film for it anymore. But what I'd like to do, if I would use it in one of my old movies,
Okay.
get this to work.
So here's the plan.
Is it kind of looks like one of them old style cameras.
Here's the plan. I'm gonna fucking burn myself. And coagulate the blood that results from that. And that's gonna be my slime balls. Okay, so
And I'd put one of my trench coats on, and I'd flip it over my head, and that's how I'd use it. And it would be kind of supposed to be one of those old style cameras, but it's basically an instant camera. If you took a picture with this, it's got this thing in here. It's got this little metal clip, and you'd put the picture in there, because maybe you'd need to warm it up. Put cold clip in warm inside pocket when temperature is 65 to 40 degrees. That's weird. Then if it's really cold, they have other instructions. I got to get a big ass. I've never seen a battery like that before. That's what powers it. I didn't know it had a battery. I would have taken it out ages ago.
yeah.
Then I wouldn't know what it took. This guy is the flash to it. And I only pulled it out because I have it. Ooh, that's what it does. Yeah. Alright, we'll go with that. So that's how that flash works. I don't think I ever messed with the flash. It uses these big ass bulbs. These are little things I guess you're supposed to stick to the back of your photo so you remember what you did. So then I've got this. I'm thinking you could imagine Kate's bachelor butter in it. Although obviously you would more likely put Granny's White Lightning in it for rheumatism medicine. And it's blue glass, so you know it's from Kentucky. Then I've got this interesting thing. It's some kind of torch, and it had another thing. Oh, it's in here. And you have to have one of these if you're going to start your own phone company and weld the wires to the railroad. Oh, now it won't go down. That's not good. We may all die now. I pulled this out. This is for canning, and I think think we've seen it in the series. Maybe Uncle Joe used it. Nothing much to say about it. It's just an oversized can. You got a rack that goes in here and you put your jars in it, but it's nice because you can get your feet in it. But you know, I'm getting a little tired of looking at all this heirloom stuff in this garage. So let's try for something a little less sentimental. Let's do an intermission,
I am in hell.
intermission, and watch Quentin as a baby.
Checking. Hello. Thank you. I'm gonna hold them. I'm just.
Oh, wow.
No, why didn't it turn the autofocus on? It goes out of focus.
Okay, just for safety, I'm already gonna light this area up for now. While I repair.
Alright, we're rolling. Say hi. Say hi to everybody. Say how old are we, Mommy? 4 months exactly tomorrow. It's the first time Daddy's got off the sorry butt to put us on film. Watch this. Let's see if we can get him to do his little. He just started to do this today. Like the bunny. Like the bunny. Like the bunny. Here, I'll tell you what.
I'm thinking about what could drive you to go deeper, aside from getting better resources. Like, it could entirely become a feature that nobody notices if it is not expressly advertised. But yeah, maybe it would be good if there was a feature added to it. So, like, what if you I don't like this idea, but what if you had to get something from the depth to advance time? Like, once night falls, every night, it doesn't become day again until you get something from deep in the earth. And no, I don't like that idea because I like when stuff is renewable. Ideally, to get new resources, you could always get stuff to make more and more meshes for ex nihilo.
Yeah.
When you're writing a title, does words like to, I know words like a and the don't get capitalized, right? What about words like to?
But if you need to actually get the original kind of thing, or always something from another yet even deeper depth to advance the day, and stuff like crops not growing, or other, like you couldn't get food anymore. But I don't like that because I don't like forcing stuff like that. I would like encouraging it instead. So, especially not based on time. every player should have their own pace if possible. And if somebody wants to make a 100-day series out of it, that's their business, not mine, and definitely not mine to enforce. So, one idea is, of course, that distance on the horizontal axis creates leveling. Like, the further away you are from 0, 0, the stronger the mobs are, to the point where resources from the surface, or even just diamond level already, are not enough, because even the most basic zombie could be a warden level in terms of health and damage. And it could also encourage cooperation, because you would have, of course, teams who would try to explore in one axis, and other teams who would try to get the resources from the depths. And both could help each other in that kind of cooperation. I think that's a lot more interesting.
See if I can do this while watching you on the camera. Now if you move your head around. I bet you're tired, but we're not done with you yet. Please excuse the
Okay,
focus,
so
we're having problems. Just be glad the camera's functional. Oh, there we go. Come on, walk. Walk. I don't want to walk. Let's lay down. Oh, there we go. Want to play for toys? I gotta figure out what I did with it. I guess you lost it somewhere here. Here it is. Look here. Look here, mommy.
about 32. That's what I need, maybe. Oh, I'm sorry, I just touched the mic.
How do you feel about this as the title of my paper? I want to call it my intermission, 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 intermission.
How deep are we going? How deep are we going? Wow. So, oh yeah, no. 24 at this point. You know what? I forgot about the timeable bottle. For a moment I thought I needed 24 of these brick blocks. No, 24 of the bricks. I'm all good now. It's working! Blood! Blood!
Oh, hi! Nice to see that you've decided to join me. So
What?
while you were away, I got worried about my son again. I still have no idea where he is. They say you always find things in the last place you would look. So I thought, what would be the last place I would look? The future. This is the Tron 500. It is a time machine by my son's high school math teacher, Chappie Maston. But Quentin went rogue and ended up stealing it. So I used the Tron 500 to go forwards to the future.
Okay.
1
Yeah,
week
there we
in
go.
the future
Okay.
to be exact. Yep, it's April 8th, 2024. My hopes were that Quentin would have just come home by now. But sadly, he's still missing. But I had another idea. Because we're in the future right now, the video you're currently watching has already come out. This means that I can log onto websites like YouTube, Tumblr, X.com, MySpace, Vine, vid.me, Google+, GamerDNA, Woo Media, Blip.tv, Yahoo Answers, and the Jeremy Rimmer app to see how many people have reacted to this video. That's right, I'm going to look at how people will eventually comment on the YouTube video I'm in right now. Maybe there will be some Quentin sightings or clues for our search, but even if there aren't, I'll at least be able to find out if people like the video. Starting off on X.com, user GayPril906 says, "Step aside, 8-hour Victorious guy. 38-hour Beverly Hillbillies guy has entered the chat." Use Gato says, "Seeing the runtime gave me diarrhea." Well, I suggest some Pepto-Bismol. You might try some Kaopectate. Maddie5412 chimes in, "Bro's really trying to hit that 10-minute mark." I don't get it. Skygent says, "No way someone is listening to Quentin Review speak for 3 days straight." That is correct, because you're listening to me. Russ Reviews. At FullRiver1234 says, "I stared at your dad for a couple of seconds before I went, wait, that's not Quentin." That's what I think every morning when I look in the mirror. At CrispyZilla7050 says, "You might be wondering who I am." That's a quote of me. The response is, "Sir, I've never seen you before, but from the moment you appeared on my screen, I knew right away you were Quentin's father." At RyanCole3058 says, "Your salmon cat review was great, but you shouldn't have edited over wrestling."
Is this horror? Am I watching a horror movie?
I can't get my tongue around this username, but it ends in 6211. Have you ever had a friend, met their parents, and thought, oh, that's why they're like that? Yeah. At RedGreen2453 says, "Finding out that Papa Reviews used to make essentially pre-internet YouTube videos is such an integral part of the lore that it was meta-narrative masterstroke to wait until now to reveal it." Thank you. I understood some of those words. Albrell and forgive me, my son has paid for me to mispronounce names. Me. Oh, fun. An hour and 15-minute video from at Q Review about the Beverly Hillbillies. I love that show. Me 17 minutes into the video. Quentin's dad is fun. Why is the red bar so far on the left? Me at 18 minutes into the video. Oh no. It's 1 day and 14 hours long. Think how I felt, or will feel. AG Sneed 100 says, skip
Okay,
ahead thinking it will be a blank screen. It's actually 30 plus hours of content. Ando says, oh wow, another Quentin video. I wonder how long it is.
I don't like that situation.
That's his reaction. And Hordaki says, 38 hours? This ain't your dad's video essay. Oh wait. And Bugsy Foga says, the kids have had their fun reminiscing about the shows of their childhood. Now it's the adults' turn. Lucy on hiatus says, Quentin Reviews is the only person in the universe who would upload a 38.5-hour edited video where his dad is presenting the show and rewriting the entirety of a sitcom from the 60s. R-E-W, Rewing. That's what it actually says. Rewing? Does that mean something? Is that one of those terms? He's a handsome guy. Mr. Testarossa, I'm really happy for you, but I'm not watching this dog. Don't even have a dog. More of cat people. Hyper Seep says, the Quentin's dad reviews Beverly Hillbillies video is like someone making an endurance test simulating what it's like to listen to Grandpa Simpson's stories. 38 hours in bold. Do you know how long that is? Yes, that is 3 pots of coffee and a 6-pack of Mountain Dew. That's what 38 hours is. At Fodder 1028 says okay, and then 6 minutes ago, Gangnam Style. I still don't get it. That's a Japanese anime. Gundam, thank you. At Internet User 432 says, holy shit, are we returning to classic Quentin review stuff now? I unsubbed during the Nickelodeon drought, but have now resubbed.
Nickelodeon.
Well, welcome back.
Oof.
A snazzy Drew says 2 minutes in
Oof.
and I am already laughing hysterically. NGL, growing up and watching this show with my dad gives this video a special place in my heart. I comment
The other
again
one is
when
close to
I
one, I
finish
think.
watching this video over the course of a month. That's good. I worry about people that try to watch it in one go. What is that?
I'm watching it in
3
2.
cups of coffee and a 6-pack of Mountain Dew? P.S. Roarbaugh says 2 hours, 5 minutes, 0 seconds. One important aspect of the skeet contest is that Granny was using a rifle, not a shotgun. Normally you use a shotgun with birdshot, which creates a cloud of hundreds of small pellets. This means as long as you're within a few feet of the moving clay pigeon, it'll break. Granny was using a rifle, meaning she had one projectile and had to hit it exactly. This would be basically impossible in the real world. This isn't the real world, though. It's the Henningverse, where one day we will find out to get to the moon, all you have to do is have a rocket, climb on top of it, and launch yourself using Granny's rheumatism medicine. At Cinemagics...
Okay.
At Cinema Girl...
Just building the
says,
crafting
I grew
grid.
up in the Ozarks, so this show was a staple for me and my family, along with Andy Griffith and other shows of that time. I feel like no one knows about this show, but now they will. I have a vivid memory of being sick as a child, and I hated taking Mucinex, and my dad told me If you don't take that medicine, you can't watch the Beverly Hillbillies. Also, this might be a huge ask, but I'd love a video series about Little House on the Prairie, because that show is absolutely insane sometimes. That is a really huge ask.
Wait. Crafting grid or grid with a crafting table pattern?
I'd rather review the
fluid,
new Netflix series
crafting.
about
Okay.
Little House on the Prairie, because I think it would be closer to the books.
Okay. Oof. I would not want to do the other things.
Says it's very funny how 1960s advertisement is more or less how modern Twitch and YouTube are advertised. Some things in capitalism always come back. Yes. Watching the new Quentin Reviews video, and then there's an image of Simon Cowell saying, delicious, buy some good fucking Sledgehammer references. Okay, Ad Eternal Guardian 07 says, the weirdest thing I've learned in this video is that I have a slight crush on Miss Hathaway. Still working through the 38-hour Beverly Hillbillies video, but my main takeaway so far is that Jane Hathaway is my ideal woman and also style icon. Forrest Chestnut says, me, 7 hours into a video about the Beverly Hillbillies. I miss the Beverly Hillbillies. Pound sign for context, for anyone not watching the video, pound sign around the 5-hour mark, he starts talking about Petticoat Junction. See all. It's H-A or maybe Ha at Dirty Cup Art. Dirty Cup _art says, I'm 7 hours into the Beverly Hillbillies video, and I think he just pronounced some word in the most insane way I've ever heard. I don't have a pronunciator in front of me, I'm not going to try it. Shinakity? I don't know. But yes, I probably did.
I'm gonna be putting a battery here.
4604 says, the joke about the Petticoat Junction poet being a closeted furry was so funny that I scrolled down eagerly to see if anyone else had commented about it. And then I remembered the video is 40 hours long, and no one else is going to be talking about a joke from 7 hours ago. Thirst Ghosting says, you click on a video about the Beverly Hillbillies. 8 hours later, you're listening to the same guy talk about Star Trek model ships. It's the same video. He has told you he will start talking about the Beverly Hillbillies again around the 12-hour mark. You scroll to 12 hours on the timeline, and it doesn't even match close to halfway. This man has left his son in an abandoned big Kmart. Oh, thanks for the clue. You have begun to say California unironically. Abandoned big Kmart. That narrows it down. How many abandoned big Kmarts could there be? Oh, cute picture. Pickle. Been watching at Q Reviews charming dad talk about sitcoms for 38 and a half hours. Currently at the 14-hour mark. While I drew and did a little watercolor doodle of Uncle Joe from Petticoat Junction. That's really good. I like that.
Yeah, so that's not the distance I met here.
And then we got another picture here.
Can I just
Jethro Bodine.
No, can I just
I'm guessing an anime? Pretty good. It's also next to this.
like that?
I've been told that
That
now
looks
I have
good.
a video to watch on the
This
Parapet.
is not gonna work, so yeah.
We're 11 hours, 55 minutes, and 10 seconds in. And my man, Quentin, showed up, jump scared the shit out of me. Please don't take Russ away. He's my new dad now, and I need him for so many reasons, okay? Look, we'll talk about it later, but, dude, I don't know what you're doing here. I don't know how you just appeared like this out of nowhere. We were having a moment. We were having a 12-hour moment, and you just came out of nowhere. Dude, exactly. We've developed a parasocial relationship. My buddy here, Russ, knows it. Told Quentin to get the hell out of here. He's gone. Anyway, we're moving on, okay? We're moving on. And yeah, we're moving on. Let's go. Let's go, Daddy-O.
Okay, let's go. At W. Blake Kimber says, Day 7. Russ is playing with an ancient Polaroid camera. We're like 7 intermissions deep. Help! At Unit 37. This intermission sequence of intermissions is great. Definitely worth watching 5 hours of fucking Petticoat Junction. Ed W. Bennon says, I love that the title of the 38-hour video is The Beverly Hillbillies, and I'm over 4 hours in, and we are already on a detour to talk about Petticoat Junction. But we have taken a second detour from that detour to talk about the Star Trek prop maker. It's a detour from the detour. 4 hours in. I'm glad to hear that you like my detours. I'll do more of them in the future. Or maybe it's the past. Hell, I can do one right now. Watch. I think I've had enough of this intermission for now. So why don't we take a quick break with an intermission. That good?
Okay. And now. Ta-da! Look at that. Aim at something. Still needs drivers and stuff.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the intermission intermission. While recording that last bit, I realized something. I'm getting pretty tired of talking about things that aren't comics. So I did some research, trying to see if there's any Beverly Hillbillies comic series we haven't covered. And I found something very interesting. Now, if you're wondering why the set looks so strange, I have decided to resurrect one of my son's most obscure series. It's called Knockoff November, and it's where we basically try to look at bootleg and rip-off media. Traditionally, as you can guess, this series is released in December. In fact, my son often calls it Knockoff November in December. So you can consider this Knockoff November in December in April. The reason I'm bringing this show back is that I've discovered a Beverly Hillbillies knockoff comic that's pretty obscure.
Okay,
But
so...
to learn more about this, we have to jump back into the world of British comics. While American and British culture are often perceived as having a very similar culture, there are small ways that the two nations are different. For instance, American humor tends to be far less subtle and sarcastic, while British people don't know how to say aluminum. Sometimes, Americans and Brits are unified at one point in history, then become disconnected. In the 1930s and 40s, both nations began printing a wider range of anthology comic books, which would include several stories with different protagonists. For instance, Action Comics #1 featured such iconic strips as The Adventures of Marco Polo, Tex Thompson, Chuck Dawson, Pep Morgan, Scoop Scanlon, Sticky Mitt Stimson, and something called Superman. As of just 4 days ago, one copy of Action Comics #1 sold for $6 million, or $6 million in today's money. And I think we all know what makes this comic so valuable.
Sticky Mitt Stimson collectors do not fool around.
In the UK, this trend was mirrored. One of the biggest comic publications across
Just in the top left corner. Racist caricature removed by me, editor.
upon was the Beano, which first premiered 31,299 days ago, on the 30th of July, 1938. The Beano also featured a wide array of variety stories, from Lord Snooty and his pals, to Big Ego, Rotten Ronnie, and Biffo the Bear. I made one of those up. Obviously, the trend here is that American readers preferred action and drama stories, especially superhero comics and westerns, while British readers tended to prefer repetitive gag-of-the-week strips, featuring bubbly, friendly designs. But the biggest changes came in the 1960s, when American publishers started to trend away from anthology comics and towards standalone titles. So when you bought a comic with Superman on the cover, the entire thing would feature Superman, with no side stories about Scoop Scanlon and Sticky Mitt Stimson.
Boo!
British comics were slow to pick up on this trend, even as they did evolve more toward action-oriented storytelling. You'll remember that every issue of TV Century 21 would feature short comics based on Thunderbirds, Supercar, Fireball XL5,
Oh, just regular
and
Iron,
Doctor
okay.
Who. Its spin-off, Lady Penelope, would then feature its menagerie tying the Beverly Hillbillies into an implied shared universe set in the 2060s. These publications would come and go, but the archetype of the anthology comic publication would live on.
This brings us to a very special comic that is the entire
Time for more
inspiration
munching.
for this intermission, 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 intermission. Whoopee!
The first issue of Whoopee, which had a cover date of March the 9th, 1974, featured such iconic syndicated tales as Ship Cat, Snap Happy, Clever Dick and Dozy Mick, Toy Boy, and the Goon Platoon.
What?
This issue also came with a special prize, a squirt ring that you could fill up with water and squirt into people's faces.
I actually have the prize. So let's see if it works. It's got a little skull on it. That's cool. And we'll do that. And then I guess what you do is you, it doesn't really fit on my finger. I guess you'd put it on like that, and you'd put it like this. And then you'd, well, maybe I didn't get water in it. Hang on. This thing's probably, oh, there. It's definitely trying to do something. So then I guess you'd put it on your finger and have it in your hand like that. And then you'd, damn cheap register squirt ring. I primed enough master cylinders. I should be able to get this to work. And then you wear it and oh.
Okay,
See,
that's the
it
disc.
works. Out of everything that was included in this magazine,
Next.
only one comic would prove so popular and beloved that it would last decades and become iconic to British readers. So if you're all ready, let's take a look at the ridiculous world of the Bumpkin Billionaires.
The comic starts out on a beautiful country morning as the Bumpkin family rise from their bed. The group live a rural life of poverty, but seem very happy with things being that way. But that is soon disrupted.
Here we be.
Toasted mango wurzel with newly laid eggs.
Oh, we got a visitor. Ain't had one of them for 15 years since last Michaelmas.
Mr. C. Bumpkin, congratulations, sir. You've won the treble chance on the football pools.
Ugh!
All this money is yours. It's the most incredible
man.
win ever. You're
Oh, man.
billionaires.
Well, darn my old boots. Pile of money be bigger than my compost heap.
Looks like some
And
Mad
if that
Magazine
looks
stuff.
like a lot of money. Keep in mind that we're in the future. Current year, 2024. So 50 years ago, that pile of cash would be worth a whole lot more. The Bumpkins have no experience with money and decide they want to get rid of the pile as it's clogging up their living room. They go out on the town and try to find the best ways to rid themselves of this burden, buying ridiculous luxury items, including jewelry, several color televisions, and 2 washing machines. Finally, they buy a mansion, but shock the rich locals when they begin treating it like a barn. They use the TVs as chairs and the washing machines to carry hay for the horses.
Oh no, those balmy bumpkin billionaires. Whatever will they get up to next?
In the second issue, we learn that Ma Bumpkin has purchased a pearl necklace to use as a clothing line, while Pa Bumpkin literally burns pound notes in his fireplace. Billy Bumpkin has purchased a horse, and he takes it to a local beauty salon for a makeover. But the horse is so shocked by her appearance that she goes totally wild. In the end, the horse somehow races onto a pony track by accident.
No,
And
let's
then
go.
wins. Billy returns home with his tail between his legs.
I'll be ever so sorry, Pa, but I've been and done something real naughty.
What be that, Billy? Come on now. Hold up, lad.
I've won £500,000 on the Great National, Pa.
What? Of all the silly things to do. As if we hadn't got enough of that money stuff cluttering up the place already.
Okay.
Oh, there'll be no supper
Okay.
for thee tonight.
Hey, what am I going to be a-doing with these extra pound notes? Wonder if the dustman would take them away.
I'll try not to do it again, Pa.
The big question of the hour is this. Is the Bumpkin Billionaires a Beverly Hillbillies parody or a Beverly Hillbillies knockoff? I think we can get into that a little further in the review. But I will say that it's not a good sign that the third Bumpkin comic introduces a hillbilly misunderstanding about the family swimming pool.
Yippee! An extra big sink, so I'll only have to do the washing up once a month. Thanks, Pa. That was thoughtful.
Gibber, did you hear that, Cynthia?
One of the most important comics in the series was printed on the 29th of June, 1974.
It's so
as
freeing
this
to have
would
one of
almost
those.
act as a soft reboot, indicating where the characters were going. The comic starts with each of the Bumpkins reflecting on ways their lives have gotten worse since they became wealthy. Billy Bumpkin has too much pocket money to fit in his trousers. Pa Bumpkin always walks because he can't choose between all of his expensive cars. Daisy Bumpkin has too many toys and sweets to actually enjoy them. And Ma Bumpkin has run out of things to do now that her servants take care of everything. And so,
No.
Pa Bumpkin makes a declaration.
There's only one thing to do, family. We've got to become poor again.
First, the family go to a circus where an unwilling daredevil is meant to jump into a swimming pool filled with alligators. The Bumpkins throw huge wads of cash so they'll get eaten by the gators, causing the daredevil to jump in after all. So the ringmaster gives them a bunch of money. Next, the family decide to just bury their wealth. So they go out in the middle of nowhere and start digging. And you'll never guess what
Oil.
happens. They strike oil. Black gold, Texas tea. An oil tycoon immediately appears and gives them a down payment for the land, announcing that it will make them rich beyond their dreams. So in trying to get rid of their billions, they make more billions. This is the main gimmick that the bumpkin billionaires would become known for. The bumpkins hate money, hate their lifestyles, and they only want to get rid of it all and go back to living in beautiful squalor. But the more they try to get rid of it all, the more money they make. If the family try to throw their gold bars into the ocean, this will cause a diver to discover a wrecked Spanish ship filled with treasures. If the family buys a failing film studio and sabotage a Western film, the recording will be sold as a comedy, and the family will become rich and famous. If someone tries to rob them, the bumpkins will hand over millions of pounds, but this will somehow lead to the thieves getting caught, causing the family to get the reward money. This one happens like 50 times. Things get so bad that in one 1974 comic, the bumpkins reveal that they are so rich they are homeless, as their house is so filled with bags upon bags of money that they can't even get inside. Obviously, they don't stick with this, but the mansion is consistently depicted as being filled with the clutter of endless piles of money. A running joke is that the family consider if they should just send a bunch of the money off to fans reading Whoopi, but they always decide that this will be an unwanted burden.
No, we'd better not. I mean, look at the trouble it's caused us. It would be a cruel thing to do, sending them that money.
Downright nasty, Pa.
Agreed. We mustn't do it.
I think you can clearly make the case that in the early run, the Bumpkin Billionaires has a bit of an identity crisis, as the comic isn't sure if the Bumpkins should misuse their wealth, have fun and exciting lives because of their wealth, or actively try to get rid of it all. Often, the family do jokes and stories that feel lifted right out of the Henningverse. In a story from late April 1974, the Bumpkins have a housewarming party where their fellow elite members of high society are shocked to find barn animals in the living room and a bird tending to a nest in the chandelier. The family buys a helicopter to hang laundry on its blades, use pound notes as wallpaper, a harp as a potato cutter, expensive pianos and bags of money as firewood, and the actual Mona Lisa as a tea tray. Although maybe it's just one of the 5 extra copies Da Vinci also painted. It's also very common for con men to enter the Bumpkins' lives in an attempt to defraud them, only for the family to unknowingly foil their scheme. But the most egregious case study is issue 11, where we see the Bumpkins trying to save money by planting cornflakes in their backyard, hoping to harvest a full crop next year. They then become enraged when a flock of crows eats everything they planted. This one feels right out of an ad from season 1. You could replace everyone's names, and this would work as a Beverly Hillbillies comic. One big contradiction in the comic is that while the Bumpkins are shown to hate money, they love possessions. A lot of the comics that aren't about the family trying to get rid of their fortune will show them experiencing a problem, solving it with money, and then going about their lives. In issue 33, Billy and Daisy encounter 2 bullies who wrecked their handmade sailboat toy. So they buy military-grade sea vessels and terrorize the boys as revenge.
Oh, no. They've got a submarine after us. I give up.
That nuclear-powered Polaris submarine we bought for £1.5 million really showed them, Billy.
Now we can get back to playing with our own little boat. We be simple kids at heart.
They love buying nice cars and clothes and priceless art. Sure, they use it all in dumb ways, but shopping is one of their favorite pastimes. In one comic, we see the Bumpkins meet the Lord Mayor of London, who takes them on a tour of London's most famous sights, with the family buying everything they see.
There. Isn't that a magnificent sight?
Car! I wonders how much they wants for it.
Your son's a proper little joker. They'd want at least £20 million.
Wow, is that all? Here, mate. I always wanted my own canoe.
Cool. Big Ben, I could take that back home as a souvenir. Will that be enough to cover it?
Gah, our precious heritage!
It was obvious by now that the comic needed something to set it apart from its televised doppelganger, and so the writers introduced a brand new recurring character, the bank manager.
Oh,
This
God.
character
Okay.
will attempt to intervene in the family's various schemes, trying to increase their wealth because it will be better for his bank. In his first appearance from the 1st of February, 1975, the Bumpkins buy an old train line, and the bank manager tries to trick them into giving it up.
How do I make them understand? They don't care about losing their money, but my bank does. You realize, of course, that this line makes a huge profit each year.
We ain't wanting more of that money stuff. We got more than we need already. Thanks for warning us. Looks like there'll be only one thing to do.
Sell up?
No. Get rid of this here coal.
Then fill her up with this stuff. But not every detail of the comics is identical to the Hillbillies. For instance, Billy and Daisy are little kids and siblings, and Ma and Pa are their parents. They also don't have a dog, but instead a pig that they keep in the house and treat like a dog.
Wow, that's a great idea. I wonder how they came up with that.
As a bit of a subversion, a lot of these comics characterize Pa Bumpkin as being illogically scrupulous. In issue 34, Billy complains that despite them being rich, Pa Bumpkin hasn't paid for their house to have running water yet. So Pa Bumpkin buys an endangered whale, has it carted to the front of their house in a big tank on wheels, and has it splash water onto his son, only for it to turn out to be salt water. In issue 30, the family are freezing in their home because Pa Bumpkin thinks that electric heating systems are too expensive. They get a fire going, but it's weak, so they pay a passing marching band to blow air onto the fire. But then it gets too strong, and their mansion starts to burn down, so they buy an elephant from a passing circus and have it blow out the flames. But then the elephant goes wild, and Paul hires a group of military men to attack it, but the resulting conflict is so heated that the house is blasted off its foundation, flies across the country, and lands on a volcano in Italy. Pa offers to buy the volcano, and the family celebrates that it's finally warm in their house. So to give the comic credit, the Beverly Hillbillies would never do a story like this, partially because the Beverly Hillbillies is funny. In issue 51, Billy Bumpkin's radio is destroyed by the Bumpkin Billy Goat. The family go out to buy a replacement and end up buying a radio telescope. Soon enough, the family receive transmissions asking for permission to land, and they make direct contact with aliens.
Greetings, Earthlings. We come to visit you from distant Saturn.
Saturn? Where on earth be that then? The aliens bring gifts, boxes and boxes of gold dust. The family reject these gifts and try to return the favor with their own gifts of gold bars. The aliens flee, and we find out why.
Ah, they're no fools, these Earthlings.
They know rubbish when they see it. We'll have to find another planet to dump this stuff on.
Ha! Pesky gold dust gets everywhere.
So I'm going to make a list of things that exist in the Bumpkin Billionaires universe, and we're going to start out with aliens from Saturn? And while we're at that, add Santa Claus too, because
Of
in
course.
the 1975 Christmas issue,
It only
Santa
makes
comes
sense.
to take all of the family's gifts away, much to their joy. Technology is also advanced enough that some thieves build robot duplicates of the Bumpkins and send them around to buy expensive jewels. The family finds out and is enraged, not because someone's stolen from them, but because they don't want a reputation for buying expensive things, even though they do that all the time. So they beat these robots to death and are given a reward for helping catch the bad guys. Now at this point,
the
the
machine
Whoopi
itself
comic can
can keep up
introduce
with
many
it.
other comics that have become a staple
Generation
to readers, some of which were inherited
probably
from other
don't.
comics. Daisy
no.
Jones' Locket is about a girl who has a genie. Frankenstein is about a monster created by a scientist who has turned out to be very clumsy. Creepy Car is about the ghost of a car that was alive but is now dead and just wants to find peace.
Run, James! It's Christine!
And finally, Sweeney Toddler is about a baby who kills people and cooks them into pies. I assume you've probably noticed that a lot of these are based on puns or rhymes. This is a big trend with these comics. Super Mum, Thumpty Dumpty, Willy Worry. I could go on all day.
Please don't.
The worst of these is probably this one. And I won't say the title. It's just alarming that they went out of their way to work 2 racial slurs into the title. Not to mention that this ghost has an aesthetic that is very...
distinctly Klansman.
Oh, thanks, Wyatt. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Like most comics of the time...
Why does he look
Whoopi
like
would also...
It reminds me of someone in a Sesame Street queer.
Exactly what
You
I was
know.
trying to say. Like most comics of the time,
I don't know
Whoopi
them
would
by
also
name.
feature letters to the editor in the back of every issue. But one interesting thing is that sometimes the letters would be written by characters in the comics. This includes a few written by Paul Bumpkin himself. So I guess Paul knows how to write. Or maybe he had someone with a shorthand dictate for him. One thing that early Whoopi issues do that is very charming is that they have a regular comic called Kid Cartoonist, which is always a strip sent in by readers of the comic. So here's a strip drawn by Julie Deegan.
Peter Pickle. Hi, I'm Peter Pickle. Peter's just come out of school.
Can you play today?
Yeah, of course. Anything to get out of homework. Next day at school.
Who didn't finish their homework?
Oh dear. Poor Peter. Yow. Home. Later.
Can you play?
No. Still can't do this sum. School.
Come here, Peter.
Gosh. You can guess what happened. I can't even sit down. Thank goodness, I haven't got any homework today. Huh. Mom gave me some homework.
Here's a fun fact about this one. This issue is dated to the 6th of April, 1974. This means that as of 2 days ago, the Peter Pickle franchise is 50 years old. It's crazy how time flies. Sometimes it feels like yesterday that I became a member of the Peter Pickle posse. But I just looked it up and it turns out that it was still today. But out of all these comics, the Bumpkin Billionaire seemed to be the breakout hit of Whoopi, and the family even ended up on the cover page for some time in 1975. So as some more examples of their antics, in one story from August 1975, the family discovered that their house is drastically increasing in value as they own it, meaning when they sell, they'll make a massive profit. So they decide they need to give it and their entire fortune to someone in need. Meanwhile, we find out that there's another billionaire in an identical house who loves going out dressed as a tramp to see how the other side lives. The family see him asleep on a bench and decide to carry him into their house, where they pass all of their belongings onto him. But when the man awakes, he recognizes the act of charity and decides to pass it on to someone who needs it. Sure enough, he then finds the bumpkins asleep out at a park, and he sneaks them into the house as a gift. The family wake up and assume the entire last day was just a dream. In another story, the bumpkins are watching a James Bond movie when they see him use a gun to vaporize a robot. They go out and buy the real prop, which turns out to be fully functional, as it totally destroys all metal. So they go and exchange as much money as they can for metal coins. However, Ma Bumpkin tries to destroy a mirror, causing the beam to reflect at the gun itself. And of course, it's made of metal. I would add that one to the list, but I have no idea what to write. In the 1976 Whoopi annual, Ma and Pa are forced to send Billy and Daisy to school after avoiding it for some period. There, the kids give so much money to their teachers that the entire staff quits. Daisy is asked to write out a sentence on a chalkboard, Bart Simpson style, as a punishment, but she buys a remote-controlled full-scale airplane instead to write it in the sky. But then the airplane crashes into the school, causing an explosion. All the kids run away, as the adults are left trapped in the rubble. Weeks later, the school is reopened, but is now built like a prison to keep the bumpkins out. In the edition from the 27th of November, 1976, the family learn of a modern-day
Now, all of this was
who
not
is
very
stealing
much
from the
digging
rich
deeper.
to give to the poor. Pa
But
Bumpkin disagrees with this, thinking
what I
it's
can do
cruel
now-
to the poor. They decide to one-up him at his own game, but get lost in the woods. But Robin Hood thinks they're poor and tries to give them money. The family runs in terror,
make
and
more
this
grouch.
leads to Robin Hood being arrested. And you guessed it, the family get offered reward money. In issue 57, the family gets jobs working at a bank and allow a robbery to take place, so the owner will sue them for all they're worth. They plead guilty to the judge, but when he starts reading out their net worth, it's such a big number that he gets exhausted reading out all the zeros as the paper unrolls and fills the courtroom. He eventually dismisses the case, much to the clan's annoyance. The narrator explains that the judge would never have finished, as the bumpkin's net worth doubles every 2 minutes. This comic was released on the week of the 1-year anniversary of when Whoopi started. If we assume this trend has been consistent and that the family originally only won £4 billion, which I'm basing on the fact that they're each billionaires individually, and given that 1975 wasn't a leap year, that's roughly 525,600 minutes. This would mean their net worth would be £2,102,400,000,000. Today, that would be £2,556,407,560,000 or $3,318,018,046,830. But if that rate had continued every day from the 9th of March 1974 to this exact moment, that would be roughly 1,580,511,600 seconds, or 9,222,46,400,000,000,400,000,000,000 pounds. And in freedom units, that would be 8,quadrillion,804,384,288,175,104 And just imagine that, being that rich, you could call yourself Quintillion Reviews. Of course, it's worth noting that the £2 trillion estimate I gave a moment ago is certainly wrong, as we see that the paper listing their net worth unravels all over the room. It would be impossible to get an actual specific number based on these panels. So instead, let's compare them to someone else. Scrooge McDuck is often cited as the most wealthy fictional character of all time, but his net worth has been very inconsistent over his many stories. In The Magic Hourglass, Scrooge complains that if he keeps losing $1 billion per minute, he'll be broke within 600 years. 600 years would be 315,576,000 minutes. This implies that Scrooge's net worth would be around 315,576 trillion dollars. So imagine 316 with 15 zeros after it. The DuckTales cartoon from 2017 claimed that McDuck's net worth was 600 septillion. That's 600 followed by 42 zeros. In the main human mystery, his net worth is listed as 500 quat2r vigintillion dollars. That's 500 followed by 75 zeros. That's a lot of money, especially considering that the GDP of our world is 106.2 trillion. A trillion being 9 zeros. But legal documents are usually written around size 12 font, and even the biggest of those estimates don't fill up 4 lines of text on a Google Doc. In fact, it takes 2,400 digits to fill up 1 page, with commas included. So if your net worth went past a regular piece of paper, you probably would be at least an octogentillionaire, which would be 2,403 zeros. If we assume that it would take at least 50 pages to replicate this frame of the courtroom, then there would be 119,000 zeros in the family's net worth. That is a whole lot more than any of the specific numbers given for Scrooge. Of course, many DuckTales stories give made-up numbers for his wealth, saying he is a multiplu-gillionaire, a fantastica trillionaire, or an impossible-dillionaire. So maybe those numbers have millions of zeros. We don't know. But still, I think with this one comic, the Bumpkins put up a serious battle for the title of most wealthy fictional characters. It's no wonder why many issues of the comic at this point will show the characters being stalked by in-the-know British civilians, hoping to get money for nothing, and their checks for free. Oh, excuse me, I should get that. Ahoy hoy!
Hi, Russ. This is Linkara.
Really? Wow, I'm a big fan. Can you review my lamp?
There's no time for that right now. Listen, Russ, you're in big trouble. You're caught in some kind of intermission polar vortex. You can't just do that, Russ. If you keep starting segments without finishing them, you're gonna destabilize all reality. Don't ask me why it works that way. YouTube videos are weird.
Oh, geez, sorry. I didn't know about that.
Also, you traveled into the future, which is just confusing things even more.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to make a video
Don't
for
I
my
have another
son.
plant?
I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Well, it's all right, don't worry. We can still fix things as long as you and I work together to sort things out.
Well, I'm fine to do that. Just give me 1 minute. So Linkara and I need to sort out this whole destabilizing reality thing. So while we do that, why don't you go ahead and check out this intermission, 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 intermission.
Oh, hi there. I was just appreciating the view of my son's balcony. Let's go back inside.
Well, someone's gonna find that.
I have yet to find anything substantial about where my son might be.
Right. If
One thing
I
that's
need
curious to me is that I also don't know where I am.
need a hammerhead.
Well, not me. The me from the double future. You see, I plan on returning to April the 1st, 2024 after this segment. With that in mind, where is the version of me from April the 8th, 2024? It's all very strange. To try and look for clues and to think of a topic for this intermission, I rewatched and pre-watched parts of this video. It was then that I remembered something I said while reviewing the Beverly Hillbillies Season 1.
Now, Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs played themselves, and you should know who they are no matter what kind of music you like.
I was shocked to remember that this was all I said about who Flatt and Scruggs were. I think this was unfair. If you haven't heard of Flatt and Scruggs before, it's not your fault. It just means your parents raised you wrong. Or we could blame the schools. So to try and set this right, I thought I would make a bluegrass history segment looking back on the story of these two music greats. So let's go ahead and get started on this very unique intermission.
I think I'm gonna just go full iron.
In the early 1940s, while
No
on
reason
tour
not to.
in Florida, musician Bill Monroe noticed a used 1923 Gibson F5 mandolin in a barbershop window. For $150, or $2,600 in today's money, he purchased the mandolin, and probably got a haircut while he was in there too. This mandolin is largely considered to be the key ingredient that allowed Monroe to create what we now call bluegrass music. Named after his band, the Bluegrass Boys, this genre of music would explode in popularity from the late 1940s.
Man, that's
through to
wild.
the
Imagine
early 1960s.
your band
By
being the name of a
1939,
genre.
Bill Monroe had already earned his spot as a regular performer on the Grand Ole Opry. This was the largest country music broadcast ever, and as of current year 2024, also the longest running radio broadcast in U.S. history.
The Grand Ole Opry of Nashville, the metropolitan of country and western music, has been a reservoir of talent and a showcase for country artists for nearly 2 generations. The pure country strain is preserved, or tries to preserve itself, in bluegrass music. The fiddle, the mandolin, and the banjo of Bill Monroe and his Bluegrass Boys yearn for that nostalgic early feel of the bagpipes. But the song is a folk song out of another tradition.
While Monroe played mandolin and was in charge of who got to join and leave the Bluegrass Boys, Lester Flatt was
Who
the
got to
lead
leave?
singer and
You mean
guitarist
what?
of the group. In December of
Dang.
1945, 21-year-old Earl Scruggs joined the band and revolutionized their sound with his 3-finger style of banjo playing, which is now known as Scruggs style.
Yep.
By 1948, Scruggs was feeling pretty burnt out by the music industry and quit the Bluegrass Boys to return home to North Carolina. Shortly after, Flatt also left the band, but it wouldn't take long for them to find joy in playing together outside of the limelight of the Grand Ole Opry. Their signature song was a cover of Foggy Mountaintop, written by the Carter family, and as a result, their backing
this
band
also
would become known
generates
as the Foggy Mountain Boys.
carbon.
By 1955, Flat and Scruggs were ready to step back into the world of the Grand Ole Opry and had a weekly 30-minute program that ran until the band broke up in 1969. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Between 1948 and 1955, Flat and Scruggs would find great success touring, making records, and performing live on the radio. Their original song, Foggy Mountain Breakdown, released in 1949, became a crowning achievement of their career. Future performances and re-recordings of the song would land them spots on the Billboard charts and multiple awards in the decades that followed.
I made a mistake.
Sorry, it's getting really dark outside, and it's barely 3 p.m. Let's go outside and take a look around.
So, now it's time to return to the tunnel. Yep. I haven't lost focus. I didn't get distracted. All of this was exactly as I planned.
Oh my god, the sky looks frightening.
What's going on?
I wonder if the original members only upload requested videos like these to be sent somewhere.
Are afoot on this current day of April the 8th, 2024. So I've got a crazy idea. Let's get the hell out of here.
All right, looks like we made it. But where the hell am I? Or when the hell am I? I didn't have time to set the circuits on the VCR. Great Scott! According to this calendar, we've arrived in the future, the year 2025. And this must be our president. I wonder how that happened. Yes, everything is making sense now, except for the calendar. One day, this room will be where Quentin films his videos. So I've traveled far enough into the future that this blue room exists, but not far enough that the set is here yet. I say we stay here until we figure out what's going on. And since we've changed locations, let's take a break from talking about Flat and Scruggs.
Yes, it's time for an intermission.
Just gonna keep going, isn't he? How far are we? Like 23 hours in, okay. Wait, and how many minutes? Like, I'm gonna guess in like 23 minutes. There's gonna be a big event again regarding that.
In the future, this is where the pinboard will be. And even though it isn't here yet, I thought we could do a sort of pinboardless segment.
Last time we filmed at the pinboard, we spoke about Sheila K. What the hell? Oh, I get it. We're in the future, so these pinboard segments haven't been filmed yet. What are those, radios? Yeah, so I guess that would mean that the next time we're at the real pinboard, it will be before this, because I'm in 2025, and after this, I'll be in 2024. That's a little bit confusing, isn't it? So we're doing a pinboard segment with no pinboard. And I think I know exactly what my son would talk about if he were in my shoes. I think there's only one topic that he would care about when it comes to the characters on this pinboard. How would the cast of the Beverly Hillbillies feel about the complex geopolitical topic of climate change? Special thanks to Matt H on X for suggesting this topic. So here's the idea here. We are going to pretend that these two shows take place in modern times, but the only thing that's changed is that everyone knows about climate change as it exists right now. With that in mind, we will be taking all of our characters and sorting them into these categories. They believe
Grammar denies 100%.
They don't
Grammar denies it all.
or other. Let's start off with the easy ones. Hathaway is an intellectual with a borderline hippie spirit. She believed in climate change before Bono. She believed in climate change before Bono. Thank you. As for Mr. Drysdale, I think he would believe in climate change, but he wouldn't care. Drysdale is the kind of guy who doesn't care what happens to everyone else, as long as he makes lots of money. As the executive making millions of dollars pumping oil in the Ozarks, Mr. Brewster would have a complicated belief about climate change. He'd probably say that climate change may exist, but it'd be another half century before we have enough solid science to make a proper call. Now here's the interesting part. The Hillbillies. I fully believe that all 4 members of the Clampett clan would never actually figure out what climate change is. You see, the episode would probably start with the Hillbillies talking about how much they miss the changing seasons back home. They never really see winter or fall because the weather doesn't change in Beverly Hills. So when the Clampetts would first hear about climate change, they assume it meant that Beverly Hills was going to let it get cold. So the Clampetts would spend the rest of the episode campaigning in support of climate change. At the end of the episode, Hathaway would explain to the Clampetts that climate change would make everything warmer, not colder. As she walks away, Jed and Granny would exchange glances before quietly agreeing that they'll never understand city folk. As a quick bonus, I think Cousin Pearl also wouldn't understand what climate change is, but she would decide not to believe in it because that's how the rest of the Hollywood elite seems to think. Scruggs would believe in climate change.
I want to make sure that I don't make a mistake here.
I think that reflects why they broke up. Oh, right, you haven't heard about that yet. I guess all of these interruptions must be pretty annoying. So that's my theory.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure if that was real for a minute because, you know, it's getting kind of meta.
The cast of Petticoat Junction would feel about climate change.
Jesus Christ.
Right after a quick break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the intermission intermission, 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 intermission. You know, I can't help but
God, I
think
hate
that as
gravel.
we've continued on, we've somehow lost our focus. When I started that original intermission so many hours and a year ago, I didn't want to talk about climate change, or flatten Scruggs, or if Starscream would be a better leader than Megatron. He would, of course, but that's beside the point. I started this whole thing to tell you guys about the official comics based on the Henningverse, and I think it would be fitting that we get back to this mission statement. So far, we have taken a glance at the American Petticoat Junction comics, the American Beverly Hillbillies comics, the British Beverly Hillbillies comics printed in Lady Penelope, the Archie Comics parody of the Beverly Hillbillies, and of course, the British knockoff, the Bumpkin Billionaires. And if you walked in late, we talked about all of that in the intermission, the intermission, 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 the intermission, 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 and the intermission, 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 respectively.
Yeah.
So what other comics could I possibly cover in this intermission, intermission,
Is this a level version?
intermission,
No,
intermission,
no, it's not.
intermission,
I've got 3 modifiers.
intermission,
I should make this up else.
intermission, intermission, intermission,
If I have
intermission,
gold block
then
and
we
a
haven't
diamond, I can
discussed
add
before.
another one, I think.
Well, I
In this
can
one.
promise all of you that I have found a set of Beverly Hillbillies comic strips that none of the previous segments have covered. This is going to be a long road with a lot of off-topic material, but by the end, we will get back to the Henningverse. With that, let's talk about the weird world of projector comic toys. Disclaimer. This intermission, 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 intermission includes brief depictions of strobing lights and flashing images. These moments may potentially trigger seizures in people with photosensitive epilepsy. Viewer discretion is advised. Our story begins where you would expect, in the 17th century. By the end of the 1600s, a new invention today known as a magic lantern was beginning to become popular in France. Numerous people have been credited with this invention, but it seems the most likely inventor was Christian Huygens. The device would involve using a mirror to reflect a light source into a slide of painted glass. A lens would then project the image, flipping it upside down in the process. When first created, this was often used to frighten and surprise audience members with depictions of demons and hellfire. However, through the next century, magic lanterns would mostly be used for educational purposes. A big problem was the slides, as each one had to be hand-painted. It wouldn't be until 1821 that the Philip Carpenter's London Company found a way to mass-produce these slides. These were again mostly educational, but towards the end of the 1800s, entertainment became a primary focus. Here's an example of one comic. You see a boy trying to taste honey. Uh-oh, he fell in. But Greg comes to pull him out. But now the boy is in honey. His fate is sealed. Magic lanterns became especially popular in Germany, where comics like this were fairly common far into the 20th century. But the technology was still held back by the difficulties in transporting and handling so much glass, especially as the toys were meant for children. So clearly the next step was replacing the glass slides with something else. One of the earliest examples I could find of an attempt at this was the Walt Disney movie projector from the 1930s. I found a very interesting video of a YouTuber named The Fabric restoring one, which was very helpful. The reels included were printed on brittle paper rolls.
with each panel reprinted twice, once on the top, once on the bottom. The projector had a rotating cover, so it would quickly switch between showing the top and bottom panels. This would imitate the characters moving, although the execution was far from flawless. You could say that this was the first example of a motion comic, although the set was sold as a movie projector. Around the same time, the Mickey Mouse toy lantern outfit took another route. This toy printed all of its comic strips on cellophane, then placed the cellophane between two sheets of glass. This would result in a poor quality image that would also become easily damaged and warped as the years passed. These stories could often be confusing when presented in so few panels, so these sets would include booklets to describe the story.
Where did I,
Others eventually began including tiny records with narration describing each cartoon, such as the Mattel Mickey Mouse Club newsreel projector. Eventually, these projector toys would settle on a
Where did I
consistent
put...
design. A thin plastic sheet would be dyed to show comic images. Then the plastic would be entombed in a cardboard shell. This
Where
could
did I
then be
put this
fed through
stuff?
the lantern. Through the 50s, 60s, and 70s, these became very popular entertainment for children, with numerous companies
Where?
making different takes on the idea of featuring different franchises. With the emergence of home video entertainment, and specifically Betamax and VHS players, these magic lantern toys became mostly obsolete. Into the 1990s, they were still a little common, however. I was able to find projector toys for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and the video game Primal Rage, for instance.
Okay, wait.
But these were very much considered dinosaurs.
Wait. So...
You can find toys that work basically the same way as this on Amazon, but it's just different. Back in the day, kids were writing letters to Santa, begging for these projector toys. Now they feel like something your uncle would buy you as a gift at Easter, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
Where did I put the stuff?
Great color shows, fun galore, Flintstones, Johnny Quest, and lots more.
What do you do when there's nothing to do? Give a show! Give a show! My hair!
If any one product revolutionized this genre, it would be the Give a Show projector by Kenner. The first version.
I've got a problem. I'm gonna check the recording. That's gonna be a little minute. It's gonna show up on stream. I mean, the audio is gonna show up on stream. I have to navigate over there. Wrong one. My streams and eight gigabytes. Dang it, man! I want to keep these files to below 4 gigabytes because I've still got a problem with one of my external drives. My main external hard drive being formatted incorrectly.
The Bumpkins have a housewarming party where their fan
So that's my theory.
Okay.
Fairly common far into the light source into it with this 16 pure depictions of strobing lights and flashing.
No way, wait. Oh! I found out what I what I did. If you check the recording, you can probably see the moment I put my Ender backpack away into my Ender backpack. So here's what I need to do. I need to find a way to make another Ender backpack. This needs dust, right? I figured that in this style of backpack doesn't prevent that. Other backpacks forbid you from doing that. So right now, my backpack, which contains all my stuff, is inside of my backpack. Such a stupid mistake. And this one I distinctly remember having made years ago, when this version was new. The worst part about this is there's no reason to have two backpacks of that type. The only reason is I'm not willing to go into the and never just to get proper blaze rods instead of blaze dust. Though I think I can change the color of the backpack by clicking on the chest. One more. Just one? Okay. That'll do. I was worried I may have thrown it somewhere. And just, you know, we'll never be seeing it again because it despawned. Got another mod pack. Someone else made that one, where you can hold the attack button and it just attacks at the speed you can attack at. However, the drawback is that you always attack in a range instead of on a target. So even using a spear, you can't target a specific enemy or mob. So you gotta be sure that you've got enough animals. Alright, now... I'm gonna need more blood. And since I did another layer to my forge, I'm gonna need that to be cut down again. Now, I'm going to be keeping one of these right here. Still has the potential of screwing me over, but one backup is better than none. Okay. You know what? 6-hour stream? Yeah. Yeah, 6-hour stream. I'm thinking that's gonna be it for today. I do this kind of as a sort of mini exposure therapy to get along with people again. And just the idea of being out in public. And yeah, I'm feeling alright. Generally, by this point, I would be feeling a little bit worse. Like a lot worse, actually. It's not happening. Could be because of the, let's count, 0 viewers, but you know. Worse things. It's the idea that counts? I don't know. Anyways. It's getting warm towards evening again. I'm gonna see if opening the window a bit more will help with that. If not, I'm gonna be full blasting with a fan, which is not a good idea to do while recording. So I'm gonna call it a day for now.